fans. Welcome back to Talking Mets it Rob with another MLB trade deadline live special right here on the channel. We are gonna go all the way through 6 o'clock. There will be times where I'll take about a half hour, 45-minute break, but I'll keep the MLB live trade deadline tracker from CBS. I also keep on MLB Network, so you can listen to that as well while I take a break in between certain parts of the stream. And of course, we'll get guests throughout the day. As last night, I want to thank Chris and Nelson for holding it down between the 12 o'clock to almost 3 o'clock during last night's first edition of the trade deadline specials. So I want to give them a shout out because they held it down for me, and I appreciate that. While I got like 2 hours of sleep, and I do appreciate that. But throughout the day, those guys, Hayden, Nelson, Chris, these guys will come on throughout the day. I also reached out to other people if they want to come on. They got the links. They can come on whenever they want. So we are here on August 1st. It is officially trade deadline day. 6 p.m. is the cutoff point for the trade deadline. There is two names on the Mets right now that have a lot of conversation, and one, the big name is Justin Verlander. There was talks yesterday with the Astros and Dodgers, and later in the day, there was talk about the Orioles starting to creep in a little bit to talk to the Mets about Justin Verlander. And about 20 minutes ago, John Heyman tweeted that there is a mystery team that are very aggressive to try to get Justin Verlander. That's where we are right now. Again, I've said this yesterday, and I said this again today, and I agree with Nelson and Chris what they talked about yesterday. Here we go. Justin Verlander talks with multiple clubs picked up steam by end of day yesterday. Houston and at least one other team has made an offer. Significant interest from at least 2 to 3 other clubs. So teams have made offers to the New York Mets for Justin Verlander. It's just a matter of if the Mets are trading Justin Verlander, if the package is big enough where they cannot complain. I want to see if they're going to talk about it on MLB Network. If they do, they got one of the reporters on. Let me just find out. When they talk about Verlander, I'll put it on so you can hear it. So don't forget, guys, to please hit on that like button. Again, it's crucial to hit on that like button today. This stream is going on all day, guys. All day. Yeah, there'll be breaks in between where you'll be listening to MLB Network. You'll be listening to a little bit of music in the process as well while I take a break here and there, do certain things. And once somebody comes on and can replace me, I'll move out and then continue to do what I got to do. And then probably by around 5 or 6 o'clock is when I'll get as many people as possible, or just myself, depending on whatever anybody's schedule is throughout the last hour or so of the deadline. So, for all the people that we're talking about, that's all you heard. Oh, we cannot trade Verlander. We cannot trade Verlander. We cannot trade Verlander. And then I ask people, why can't you trade Justin Verlander? Now, I'm not saying give him up for a bag of balls and a catcher's mitt, right? I'm not saying that, right? But if somebody, like I said, according to Andy Martino and John Heyman, multiple teams have already sent offers to the Mets for Justin Verlander. If the Mets don't like the packages, they don't have to trade this guy. If they see a package where they get blown away, yeah, you should trade Justin Verlander. And then people are like, oh, what are you going to do with the rotation next year? Well, I went through this yesterday with you guys early on in the stream, on the deadline stream, right? What did I tell you? I went through the National League teams. Can you name me a team in the National League right now that has a dominant rotation, or even a complete, perfect number one and number two that any team would be scared of? The Braves, yeah, you could say Strider and Fried when Fried comes back. Yeah, that's pretty good, but Fried has been okay in the playoffs, and Strider last year, even though he had somewhat of an injury, didn't pitch well in the playoffs. So there's not a lot of teams in the National League that you're saying, oh man, you got to be careful with that rotation, right? So it's not necessarily saying that you need put a bunch of guys together and put them in a rotation. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the New York Mets, I truly believe you need one guy at the top of your rotation that can go out there every fifth day and you can trust that, when you go out there, there's a really good chance you're going to win a ball game. And if Senga happens to be that guy, there is talks that there is reports that the Mets are heavily scouting the Japanese 24-year-old phenom Yamamoto from Japan. And all likelihood, I don't think there's anybody's going to outbid the Mets for him. That's another guy that, if you looked at his highlights on Twitter or anywhere else, just search him. He's got a 97 plus miles an hour fastball, reaches 100 often, got a nasty changeup, nasty slider, occasionally throws his curveball. He has wicked stuff. Now, I'm not saying it's going to translate right away to the majors, but you see what happened with Senga, who gradually got better, and now is probably, he's top 5 in ERA in baseball, along with Justin Verlander. And again, Justin Verlander is not going to get traded unless the Mets believe the package that they get is earth-shattering, is something that they can't refuse. And I'll be on board with that. Again, there was talks about the Dodgers, the Houston, the Orioles, and now there's a mystery team according to John Heyman. Who is the mystery team? I mean, just pick the team that needs a rotation help. You can name almost every team that's in contention right now for a playoff spot could need pitching help. It's just a matter of who's going to be that desperate team. According to reports, Rodriguez and Lorenzen of the Tigers are going to be traded today. There's going to be a team that's going to be missing out on those two guys. And that is one of the teams that are probably in on Justin Verlander. If they lose out on Rodriguez and Lorenzen, well, guess what? They're going to be, on their hands and knees begging the Mets to trade Justin Verlander. And that's where we are with the Mets right now. And again, we can talk about the rotation all we want. There is, you get an organizational depth in your farm system can help you acquire via trade a pitcher in the offseason, like a Corbin Burns, who is already having difficulties with the Milwaukee Brewers front office. And we all know that he's on his last year of his contract and is not happy with the arbitration process with them, and is a guy that is probably a candidate to be traded this offseason. And oh, by the way, a lot of reports are David Stern is going to be the Mets president of baseball operations. So he has inside information about that as well. So you can use some of that organizational depth that you got this year from the trade deadline with picking up some prospects to trade to the Milwaukee Brewers to get Corbin Burns. Now, how do you feel about Corbin Burns and Kodai Senga as your 1-2? And then 3, 4, and 5, you can work with it, right? Quintana, in all likelihood, is going to be a part of this team if he doesn't get traded. He has 1 year left on his deal. Then you can look at Blake Snell, Luke Giolito. You can look at guys like that. You can look at Julio Urias. You can look at, even Peterson and McGill. I know a lot of people don't like Peterson and McGill, but as your 3, 4, 5, you got to look at guys like that. If you want to put Luis Urias as your number 3 starter and sign him up, okay, fine, no problem. 4 and 5, if you look at a lot of 4 and 5 pitchers in the league, not a lot of them, if any, have ERAs under 4. So you're basically picking from a bad batch of apples. You just hope that the apple you pick is good enough to actually eat. That's all I'm saying. And it sounds like a stupid, a way of saying it and a phrase, but it's true. So it comes back to the fact that if the New York Mets think that the trade package they get for Verlander is worth their while, why wouldn't you do that? There's been a lot of chatter that there's a pretty good chance that you're going to get 2 top 10 prospects in whatever team's farm system for Verlander. I mean, Scherzer got you a number 3 prospect and a number 4 overall prospect on MLB's top 100 in Acuna for Scherzer, who's having a terrible year, a bad year. Verlander is top 5 in ERA over the last 2 months. So there should be no reason why the Mets can't easily get 2 top prospects in an organization's top 10. And if you're really thinking about a little bit of competition going on here and maybe a desperate team, you might get 3 in the top 15. And if you haven't noticed, even the guy the Mets got from Mark Canha, Justin Jarvis, he's 30th ranked in the Brewers system. You know where he's ranked in the Mets farm system now? 13th. And he's a right-handed pitcher that you could probably see up as a September call-up, and he'd probably be a part of this roster next year, either in the bullpen or in the rotation. That's where the Mets farm system is. And it's been, again, start of the season, the Mets were 17th and 18th, depending on which ranking you looked at, as farm systems in Major League Baseball. They are now 12th prior to any trade they made for this deadline. They're already going to be in the top 10 just based off of the David Robertson and the Scherzer trades because of what they got back. So by the end of this deadline, the New York Mets could be even top 6 or 7 ranking farm system in baseball when not even a year ago they were pushing up 20. That's a huge deal. And what did Steve Cohen say? He wants to build a sustainable winner. And the only way you can sustain winning is building a farm system when if a guy goes down, you have somebody in the farm that can replace him. Even if they might not be as good, they're serviceable enough until that guy comes back. And serviceable enough where you can, have that guy on your team. And then when you get to the deadline, you can get somebody for that guy if that guy's not good enough, but serviceable enough to play every day. And it just continues to rake in the prospects. And these are not mid-level prospect, ladies and gentlemen. Marco Vargas, again, I talked about this from the beginning, and people went, ape shit crazy about the David Robertson deal. I wasn't necessarily happy that they did it so early, but then if you read up on who the Mets got, both of these kids, 18 and 19 years old, are very prominent prospects, specifically Marco Vargas. A lot of scouts, major scouts, not Met scouts, major scouts around the league, scouts around the league that are not very, very fine of the New York Mets. They don't really like the New York Mets. They even came out and said Marco Vargas is called, and what they say in the baseball world is called a helium prospect. If you don't know what that is, I'll tell you. A helium prospect is a prospect that is projected and has all the intangibles to move up very quickly in the farm system. Similar to what Michael Conforto did, similar to Juan Soto, Bryce Harper. Again, they're not at the Bryce Harper. He's not at the Bryce Harper, Juan Soto level, but he's probably at the Michael Conforto level, where at 18 years old, this kid, he's going to be turning 19, I think, in September, Marco Vargas. He is probably by 20 years old, so that's probably sometime next year, will probably rise up the minor league system and probably will end the season in AA. So that means in 2025, this guy will probably get an invite to spring training and possibly have a chance of making the team, depending on what are the needs of the Mets at that time in the 2020-2025 spring training and their offseason. So I'm looking at Twitter right now. I think something's going on. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm just checking if there's anything going on. Hold on, guys. Okay, so Joe, I know you just came in. I just talked about the Andy Martino. I got MLB Network on right now. Yeah, they just said. So for everybody who's just tuning in right now, welcome to the MLB Trade Deadline special right here on Talking Mets and Rob. You a new subscriber? Say what's up in the chat. Let me know if you're a Mets fan or any fan of another team. Doesn't matter. Again, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Yankees because I think the Yankees are going to be somewhat of sellers because they have not done anything. And you got 8 hours and 14 minutes until the deadline is over. And the Yankees lost yesterday 5-1. So they're in trouble. And if I'm the Yankees, I'm selling off what you can get to get some prospects in. So according to Andy Martino, this is just about 20 minutes ago, Justin Verlander talks with multiple clubs picked up steam by end of day yesterday. That was a big reason why I was hoping that Chris and Nelson can pop on last night into the early morning because I was thinking that something might come down overnight, especially with West Coast teams in on Justin Verlander, like Houston, like the Dodgers. So picked up steam by the end of the day. Houston and at least one other team has made an offer. Significant interest from at least 2 or 3 other clubs. So it's not even Houston, and I'm assuming the Dodgers as well. There are 2 or 3 other teams other than Houston and the Dodgers that are interested, that have significant interest. That's key, significant interest from 2 or 3 other clubs. You would believe the Orioles are one. I'm assuming the Braves are probably one, but I think the Mets, unless the Braves, to get the Mets to trade Justin Verlander to the Braves, I mean, you got to get their 3 top prospects. I'm sorry. You got to pay a premium. You're in our division, and you're our arch rival. Sorry, too bad. And that's the same thing that goes for the Phillies if they're looking for somebody. So look at the other teams. Is it the Cincinnati Reds? Is it the Arizona Diamondbacks who want to get a number 2 behind Gallen? That's something as well. Can you look at let's see. I'm trying to think here. Maybe Milwaukee. I don't think so. I think their pitching staff is pretty damn good. Yeah. So we'll see. It's something that you really have to look at. But again, the more teams that have a significant interest, the better it is for the Mets. Because if they don't get what they want, because I'm telling you right now, if you haven't noticed what Billy Epler has doing, he's been making very good deals. He's got Marco Vargas, Luis Angel Acuna, and Justin Jarvis in those 3 trades, the big names in those trades, 3 trades, all are in the Mets top 15. And that is on 2 guys that are on expiring contracts and Max Scherzer, who has a 4 ERA. It's very hard to do much better than that. And no matter if you were a believer of them making a run or you don't think they should have traded, they should have bought, you can't complain about what they got back. Because in 4 days, the New York Mets got 3 prospects in their top 15, and 2 of them are projected to be up, if not a September call-up, definitely next year. So that's something you have to look at. So at the moment, I do believe that the Houston and the Dodgers are the 2 teams that made offers to the Mets. I think the Orioles are one of the other teams. Again, I can look at it. I don't think it's the Rangers anymore. It could be the Angels, but I doubt it. You're looking at other teams in the AL East. What about the Rays? They just got Calvi. So yeah. So I don't know. I'm trying to think right now. In the Central, I don't think the Twins are going to be that much involved. Because I mean, they got decent prospects, but I don't know if they're going to go that far. Yeah, I'm thinking of National League teams, the Reds. I'm thinking of the Cubs. Maybe the Cubs are buyers at this point. Hey, you want to give Pete Crow Armstrong back to us? Hey, we'll talk about it. Something like that. Well, KTU, I do not think that the Mets would speak to other teams if they didn't think that Justin Verlander was waive his no trade clause. I truly believe that they're on the phone with Justin Verlander and saying, hey, listen, guys, give me 1 second, okay? Oh, hold on. Oh boy. Okay, sorry about that, guys. My vet called just to let me know that Shay's doing well after his neuter and went down to, this morning when I dropped him off this morning. So they were just telling me that he's waking up from anesthesia and he's doing good. So that's good news. So Shea is ready to go for deadline day. There's 8 hours and 8 minutes until the trade deadline, 6 p.m. today. MLB Network is on right now. They're talking about the Yankees right now. Again, you got all those people. Lauren Shihadi, gotta love her. Thank you, Metro. I appreciate that. So Shea's not with me right now. The poor guy's gonna have a cone around his head, unfortunately, for a few days. But hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do to keep him safe. So, all right, guys. So, what will the Mets do? Now, there's all indications out that Tommy Pham is going to be off this team. I do believe you can get a 15 ranked to a 25th ranked prospect for Tommy Pham. I mean, Mark Canha got us back a 30 ranked prospect, and he's a platoon player. Tommy Pham was actually starting for the Mets for the last, month and a half, and he's been probably the better hitters. He was actually hitting better, I think around 350, 400 for a while. Basically the best in baseball offensively. It's crazy. Morgan, I have not heard anything about the Blue Jays, and I'm very shocked by that. You know, we saw what happened with Bo Bichette, and hopefully, I don't know if there was any news about what happened with his knee, but it didn't look good. Man, I tell you, what are they gonna do? I'm curious. I mean, do you think they would need another starting pitcher? You got Eduardo Rodriguez, you got Lorenzen. Are they gonna go after those two guys? The MLB Network's talking about those guys right now. Dylan Cease, Lorenzen, Dylan Cease of the White Sox, Eduardo Rodriguez of the Tigers as well. There's a couple of guys. That's why I'm thinking if the Mets are smart here, they wait until like the final hour of the deadline, because by then, most likely Rodriguez, Lorenzen, guys like that, Dylan Cease might be off the board, and whatever teams are left with, their hands open and didn't get any of those guys, guess who they're going to be calling? They're going to be calling the New York Mets. That's when he got that team desperate, and I love to use this phrase, you got him over a barrel, right? That's the best position to be in as a front office, as a GM, because when you got them by the what, you're on a situation here. Sorry about that, my camera went crazy. You're in a situation here where the Mets are in the driver's seat. They don't have to trade Justin Verlander either. And Chris made a great point yesterday. If you listened to us yesterday, where he said the Mets are in a win-win situation with Justin Verlander. If they keep him, fine. You got him and Sanger as your 1-2 next year. Not the end of the world, right? Pretty decent. I mean, it's very hard to think that he's going to basically fall off the map next year. It's possible, but maybe not, right? Even if he has a close to a 3 ERA like he has now, I think we'll all take that considering how bad the season was, right? So you keep him, you're fine. You got your 1 and number 2 for next year. But if that desperate team comes in, say if it's the Orioles and they lost out on Rodriguez and lost out on Lorenzen, Dylan Cease went somewhere else, and now the Orioles are like, damn, our pitching is not that good. We need an ace. They call up saying, listen, what do you want? What do you want? The Mets will say, listen, we need 2 top 10 prospects. We'll be happy. We really want 2 top 5 prospects. But if you don't want to do that, we'll take 3 top 10 prospects from you, or we're going to send them to the next team, or we're just going to keep them. That's something where the Baltimore Orioles are probably going to be a last-minute decision and make that trade. You're going to get a team over a barrel here at some point. I would be shocked if the Mets trade him over the next 2-3 hours. I think it's going to be closer to 4, 5, 6 o'clock where we can actually see the New York Mets pulling the trigger on that. But again, Billy Epler doesn't have to trade him. He's going to have to get blown away. And again, I'll be very upset, and I'll make this clear very, very, just give me a second. Very, very upset if the New York Mets, if Billy Epler trades Justin Verlander, and if it's 2 or 3 prospects, say if it's 2 prospects, I want those guys to be in the top 10 of that team's farm system. If it's 3 prospects, I want them to be in the top 15. That's what I want from Justin. And it doesn't matter if it's pitchers, first baseman, catchers, second baseman, shortstop, outfielders. It doesn't matter. What matters is what are the best pieces you can get. Because those prospects, even if they're not going to be part of your major league roster, could be big pieces in the offseason to trade to get a guy like Corbin Burns or somebody else in the offseason. That's where the Mets are. All of the teams you mentioned right now, KTO, I think it's the Dodgers. I think the Mets would love to trade Verlander to the Dodgers because I think the Dodgers have the most pitching prospects the Mets can work with in the top 10. And I think that's what the Mets want. And I think that's why they're focusing in on Houston as well. Because, again, Houston and the Astros, two teams that are probably thinking that they can make the World Series. You look at teams like that, I don't think the Dodgers want him to go to Houston. I don't think Houston wants to go home to the Dodgers either. So the Orioles got really good, a really good farm. They got more middle infielders and they got more position players than pitchers in their top 10. But again, I don't think it's really about that. Again, if you're so focused on the Mets and their pitching depth in the farm system, look at the Mets' new updated top 20 list. There's about 9 pitcher prospects. So they're okay in that aspect. Again, never hurts to get more. But if the Mets go to the Orioles and they're like, who's their number one prospect? It's another shortstop I'm talking about, right? Hold on. All right, Tommy Pham talks are gaining steam. All right, so Andy Martinez said Tommy Pham trade expected not too long from now. Significant interest in Brooks Raley, but the Mets have a 2024 option and could hold on to them. I think they prefer to hold on to him. But again, same thing with Raley, guys. Bullpen arms are a year-by-year basis. The same guys that were good this year can be terrible next year, i.e. Adam Ottavino, right? So that's where we are with that, right? Already crazy rumors. That was going to happen when the MLB offices open at 9 o'clock. You're going to start hearing that. So, yeah. I mean, I don't think we can get that. But again, if you get a team desperate, listen, if the Orioles are willing to give Jackson Holiday and say another top 15 prospect to the Mets for Verlander, how can you not take that? That guy is absolutely insane in the minors right now. And there was talks about the Orioles bringing him up. Let me just check really quickly if it's the Orioles. Hey, Chris, how you doing, buddy? I want to thank Metro to being a new member of the channel. Shout out to Metro. So Metro, you get to use all the emojis that come with that, and during the rest of the season, you'll get videos that I do before it goes live. You'll get updates on live streams before anybody else notices, and you'll also get giveaways that I do with members every couple of months or so. So Metro, thank you for becoming a member, and hopefully you continue to have a good time on this channel. So thank you, Metro, for being a new member. All right, guys, just give me a second because I know the scroller on the bottom it went to black for some reason, and I have no idea why, and that's kind of annoying me. Just give me a sec. Oh, I see what I did. All right. So what happens when you're live for so long over the last day? All right. That's the reason why. That makes more sense. Hold on, guys. Little technical. Oh, there we go. All right. Technical difficulties. All right. I'm just checking Twitter. All right. No, Paul, I don't think so. But it's not about they're not giving up. I'm sorry, guys. The Mets didn't want to give up Michael Fulmer for Yoenis Cespedes. The Chicago Cubs did not want to give up Gleyber Torres for Aroldis Chapman. All right. There's always trades where a team does not want to give. But again, Baltimore's leading the AL East right now. They're about 2 games ahead of the Rays right now. They're a team that needs pitching. If Justin Verlander is the last guy left on the market and the Orioles want him and they need him, and that's their only hope of getting a top of the line starting pitcher, the Mets will say, listen, it's either Holiday with another top 10, top 15 prospect, or we're keeping him. The Mets don't have to make the trade. But if that's the case, if the Orioles say, if they budge and say, do it, we'll do it, then you pull the trigger. Again, it's not about what the teams want to do. I can assure you the Marlins did not want to give up Marco Vargas because they highly scouted Marco Vargas. They actually stole Marco Vargas away from the Mets because the Mets didn't have enough international money to sign that kid. And the Marlins did not want to give him up in the Robertson deal. And Epler worked that out and got him, right? Acuna, the Rangers wanted to give up Thomas Sages, who was their 15th-ranked prospect, not Acuna, their 3rd-ranked prospect. And yeah, Paul, I can dream. I can dream. But if I would have told you in 2015 the Mets were going to trade Michael Fulmer for a hitter, you would have laughed at me. No, Vargas isn't Holiday. I didn't say he is. But the fact of the matter is, the Orioles are in first place despite Holiday being up, right? If the Orioles believe that they have a really good chance of winning the World Series and they think they're a pitcher away, don't think that desperate teams don't actually do it, because they do all the time. You see it every year. Yeah, okay, Paul, but how am I living in the past? Yeah, the Mets gave $36 million to the Rangers, and they saved $22 million next year. So I don't see what I'm living in the past on. The fact of the matter is, that's what you do to get a better prospect. But the Mets actually saved money by trading Verlander than actually keeping him. So they got a top prospect and saved $22 million. And yeah, Holiday isn't up, and the Orioles are in first place. Again, desperate teams do desperate things all the time. You think the Cubs really wanted to trade Gleyber Torres for a closer in Aroldis Chapman? Of course they did it. But guess what? The Cubs had no other choice, and they needed a closer. And they traded Gleyber Torres. Yeah, but it's not living in the past, though. You see it every year. Every year there's one trade where they're like, wow, I can't believe that team gave up that particular prospect for this guy. Every year it happens. Yeah, the Mets were desperate, right? Everybody was like, oh, the Mets need a bat in 2021. Baez. The Mets gave him PCA. Now he's your number one prospect in the Cubs system. Yeah, Paul, I get that. Listen to me. We've talked about this for hours. Yes, the Mets got Acuna because they gave $36 million to the Rangers. Yes, I said that. But they also sent a 4 ERA pitcher to the Texas Rangers. This isn't Justin Verlander, who has a 1.5 ERA over his last 11 starts. The Texas Rangers took a 4 ERA pitcher that can't pitch in a big game in 2 years. That can't pitch well in a big game in 2 years. Yeah, they gave $36 million, but to get Acuna's brother, to get Acuna. But they also saved $22 million in that trade. So let's be real. Okay, but what do you write about? I'm not saying that the Orioles are going to trade Holiday. What I'm saying is there's always a desperate team that everybody says, wow, I can't believe they traded those prospects for that guy. Every year it happens. Every year. Every year there's a desperate team that loses out on everybody. And then there's one person left that's available, and they become desperate, and that's when you get them over a barrel. Paul, if you don't see that, then you're not paying attention to the trade deadlines that happen every year. The New York Mets did this in 2015, right? A couple of years ago, the Yankees did it. The Yankees did it with the Cubs. Every year this happens, right? The Astros, they did that with Cole. They did that with Verlander. That's how it happens. Yeah, and Jay, and that's what I'm saying. The Mets can ask for whatever they want. It doesn't mean they're going to get it, but they also they're not forced to trade Justin Verlander. Okay, Paul, congratulations. they're not trading Holiday, then you're not getting Justin Verlander. Good luck trying to win a World Series with the rotation they have. Just saying. Right? I mean, the Reds can win a division and not one person can name two guys in the Reds rotation. Okay, Paul. Dana, okay. Do you want a medal? Do you want a medal? The fact, I'm trying to make a point that, Paul, you can't wrap around your head. Here you go. Let me put this in layman terms. The Baltimore Orioles will need a pitcher, right? There's talks to them looking at Verlander. There's other guys available, like Rodriguez, like Lorenzen, like Dylan Cease, those guys. If those guys get off the table, and the Orioles, with the pressure from their fan base, and the Orioles, who haven't made the playoffs in God knows how long, and has been a terrible team for many, many years now, thinking that they have a chance. No, you're not right. Because the deadline is still here. And if they do trade Holiday, you'll be laughed at. But if they don't trade him, it's not that I'm saying it will happen. The point of the matter is, oh, okay, Paul. Well, Paul, I know you a channel you can go to. You can go to another channel because I'm banning you because all you're doing is contradicting the fact that I'm not saying the Orioles are trading Holiday. If they don't, too bad. If the Orioles do not want JV, if they don't want to trade Holiday, you're not getting JV. That's it. It's not that hard. The fact of the matter is, you don't fucking listen. You don't listen, and you embarrass yourself in this chat and act like there's no desperate team that doesn't trade a top prospect for somebody that you don't think could happen. If I would have told you Aroldis Chapman was going to get traded for Gleyber Torres at the time, you would have laughed. There was no way the Chicago Cubs wanted to trade Gleyber Torres. There was no way the Mets wanted to trade Michael Fulmer. Every year you get a trade where a team gives up their top prospect to get somebody, even if it's a big bat or a top-of-the-line starting pitcher. That's it. Why I brought up the Orioles was because they were mentioned last night. They need a starter. Everybody's talked about it. There's other guys available. I'm not saying that they're going after JV, but there's a reason why they're going after JV more than those other three guys I mentioned in Cease, Lorenzen, and Rodriguez, because they want a veteran top-of-the-line starter. And Verlander is that guy with more experience than any of those guys in the postseason. Willie, how you doing, buddy? Right? I have no problem with you having a different opinion, but you keep on saying that you're right and I'm wrong when they haven't traded nobody yet. You know, I truly believe, I hope the Orioles trade Holiday so Paul can come back on this channel and cry to us. Oh, no, right? I stay on here when I'm wrong and when I'm right. People can leave when they act like they know everything and walk away, right? Don't do this on this channel. There's other channels you can be a crybaby on. Do that, okay? You don't do this on this channel, all right? You want to have a different opinion than me? That's the best part of this channel. Difference of opinions. What you're telling me is that they're not trading. Oh no, his words. What was it? Oh yeah, they're not trading Holiday, bro. Okay, first off, I'm not your bro. I don't know you. All right, act like an adult before you actually call somebody bro. I hope you're older. If you're not younger than 30 years old, using bro, that just shows how immature you actually are. So in that aspect, just for my personal reasons, I hope Holiday does get traded, even if it's not for JV. Because then you can see desperate teams do desperate things. It happens every year. That was my point. Not saying that they're going to trade Holiday. I don't think they will. But there will be a team, if it's not the Orioles, it'll be another team that will be desperate for one of those starting pitchers that are available, might be the last one on the board, and they say, listen, we'll give you our top prospect and another top 10. Will you be willing to accept that offer? That's it. That's the whole point I was trying to make, right? He has that mindset where he's like, oh, they're not trading Holiday, Rob. You're stupid. Well, no, it's an opinion based on years past. Which what else do you have to go on, right? And he was like, oh, the Mets gave $36 million to the Texas Rangers. Yeah, for a pitcher that has a 4 ERA, and they still got Acuna. And oh, by the way, they saved $22 million last year, but he didn't bring up that part. Come on, guys. Give the whole story, not that the story that makes your narrative work. Okay, put the whole story in. The same people who complained and bitched and moaned for 2 days about the David Robertson trade, but didn't even actually do their homework on the prospect the Mets got back. Right? David Robertson, as good as he was, the Mets were still 7 games out of a wild card. So you're going to keep him for what? To just not make the playoffs and not get nothing for him? Now you traded them, got two prospects back, and there's a possibility that you could sign him in the offseason. That's it. No, the reason why is because I don't like people like that. That's why. Because if you want to go onto a channel and be a jerk about things like that, where I'm not disagreeing with him. I agree the Orioles are probably not going to trade Holiday. But there's a team like the Orioles that clearly need a top-of-the-line starter who might get desperate. And there's no reason why the Detroit Tigers are saying, hey, you want Lorenzen? I want Holiday. The Mets won't be the only team. There's always a team out there that's going to get desperate and going to feel the pressure. And that's what I was saying. All right, so hold on. Let me see. Something's going on here. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. I just want to see. Somebody, Rams just said John Heyman. Let me just see. Hold on. Trying to catch up on everything, guys. All right. Hold on. All right, so there's a lot of conversations that, again, with the Orioles, the Mets will be paying a ton of money that will be going to the Orioles. And this is another reason why the Mets can actually try to pry away Holiday from the Orioles. Because if they're going to put that much money in this deal and to the Orioles with Verlander, there's rumors that the Mets have to give $40+ million to the Orioles for Justin Verlander. And you don't think the Mets are going to ask for Holiday? Who are they going to ask for? Oh, yeah, give me your number 15 prospect. I'll feel good about that. Well, Adele, I don't think the teams aren't looking to trade for Quintana. I think the Mets want to hold on to Quintana because of the fact that if they do trade Justin Verlander, you need some arms in your rotation next year. And Sanger and Quintana are your only guys if you trade Justin Verlander at the moment. So I think they want to hold on to Quintana. Now, if they decide they're not going to trade Justin Verlander, maybe Quintana is a last-minute trade at the deadline. John, thank you. Supply and demand. Simple economics, guys. Economics 101. Economics 101. Supply and demand. There is not a lot of supply, but there's a hell of a lot of demand. Again, just for Justin Verlander, we're hearing about 5 or 6 teams significantly interested in Justin Verlander. That's one item for 6 potential buyers. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to not only do the Orioles have to fight with the Astros and the American League teams that might be involved in the Justin Verlander sweepstakes, but the Orioles don't want him to go to Houston because they might face him in the playoffs. They don't want him. What if the Yankees decide, you know what? We want to be buyers, and they want Justin Verlander, and the Yankees will give the Mets anything they want. You think the Orioles want Justin Verlander to go to the Yankees? Not saying that's going to happen, but it's just just different scenarios that I'm giving you. You think the Dodgers would want, say, if the Padres decide they want to be buyers and want Justin Verlander to even make their rotation even better? You don't think the Dodgers are going to be a little bit more tempted to give a little bit more? That's what happens. Supply and demand is everything, right? Do you know why the Mets had to give up Michael Fulmer and Luis Cessa for Yoenis Cespedes in 2015? Because Sandy Olson, a few hours before the deadline, had Justin Upton, Jay Bruce, and Yoenis Cespedes. He had choices. By the last hour, Jay Bruce and Justin Upton went off the table. The teams weren't trading them. So guess what? That demand, that supply, that was a surplus, now became all gone. And there was one item left. And there was other teams in on Cespedes. And the New York Mets needed an offensive bat. So and all of a sudden had no choice but to give the Tigers what they asked for. And there you go. Supply and demand. I appreciate Metro for actually saying that. That's a great economics phrase, supply and demand. Rocky, I agree. I think the Yankee farm sucks, but I'm just pointing out scenarios here. What I was trying to do with the Orioles until Paul decided to act like he knew everything and thinking that I'm saying they're going to trade him. Right? Yeah, supply and demand is the line of the day. That's what I was talking about. And I couldn't pinpoint it in my mind, but that's exactly what I was trying to get at. So, and that is the point. And again, this is not Scherzer who has a 4 ERA. This is Justin Verlander who in the last 2 months has an ERA under 2. That is huge, guys. 100% huge. All right, hold on, guys. I'm just rechecking Twitter or whatever the hell you want to call it. All right, so just give me a second, guys. I'm just running through, seeing just if there's any news going on here. Okay, so Buster only tweeted about 2 minutes ago. One staffer says there will be a barrage of starting pitching deals completed today, maybe in the last couple of hours before the deadline. As desperation, whoa, look at that word, begins to factor in for buyers and sellers, Verlander, Flaherty, Erod, Lorenzen, among the names in play in that corner of the market. Braves, Dodgers, Reds, Astros, Orioles among the primary buyers. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buyers that are all looking for starting pitching. The teams I just mentioned, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Reds, the Astros, the Orioles, and I don't know why Houston's not in there, so I'm going to add Houston as well. 6 teams for 1, 2, 3, 4 pitchers. Somebody's losing out. And if the Mets are smart, which they clearly have been in this deadline, they will wait until those other guys are off the board because there's 4 pitchers. If Flaherty, Erod, Lorenzen goes to either the Braves, Dodgers, Reds, Astros, and Orioles, that's 5. So I was right. Excuse me, I was wrong. 5 of those teams, 5 of those players. So that means 2 teams are going to be left stranded with nothing. And those 2 teams, whoever they might be, are going to fight it out for Justin Verlander. And the Mets are going to be like, we want your best. If not, we're keeping him. The Mets don't have to trade him. Verlander's not on an aspiring contract, pitching well, where the Mets don't want to lose him for nothing. They are here. And both of those teams are over a barrel. Love that phrase. You don't think one of those teams is going to be desperate? And just think, what happens if it's the Dodgers and the Braves are the last 2 teams that didn't get pitchers? You think the Braves want the Dodgers to get Justin Verlander? You think the Dodgers want the Braves to get Justin Verlander? No, because there's a possibility that they can face each other in the playoffs, right? What if the Orioles and the Astros, I brought this up earlier, are the last 2 teams that didn't get any pitching? And now the Orioles don't want the Astros to get him. The Astros don't want the Orioles to get him because why? They might face him in the playoffs. And that one trade, and you've seen it time and time again with the Astros and the Yankees, right? When the Astros and the Yankees were trying to get Cole and trying to get Verlander at the time during those years, the Astros got that pitcher. They won the World Series and the Yankees didn't 2 times in a row. So don't think teams don't remember that and think that that's not going to be a problem. And think that, if you don't make that move, that other team that you're probably might have to face in the playoffs might beat you because you didn't make that move and that team did. I think Fam's going to go in the next hour or so. I think he's going to be gone probably sometime prior to midday. All right, guys, just give me a second. All right. Let's see. I want to thank Sean on the that is watching right now. He can't really type in the chat because something with YouTube and email and all that crap that's been a big problem with a lot of people that emailed me. So shout out to Sean for the donation. He did it yesterday and today. I do appreciate that, Sean. I know you're watching, along with your lovely significant other, most likely. So enjoy. Well, yeah, and Bravos. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not counting out the Braves in this situation, and I know that's crazy to think as a Mets fan, but the Mets aren't going anywhere this year. Yeah, Justin Verlander will be there next year, but Bravos, what are you willing to give up for Justin Verlander? Clearly, the Braves need another starter, right? I think it's very concerning that these guys have been often injured, and you can't have an often injured rotation going into the playoffs. And, I'm not counting out the Braves. I never were. Well, Pete, hopefully you were able to get a little bit of rest before you ended up back at work, and I appreciate you listening, buddy. So Pete is at work right now. Smith Shaver is our best pieces. All right, I'm going to check. I have not looked at the Braves' top prospects, and clearly they have a very good farm. We all know that. All right, so you just gave me the top two, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, AJ Smith. Okay, I see Smith Rivers. Okay, so he's a right-handed pitcher who's projected to be up this year, right? I don't know. Did he come up this year with the Braves? I'm not necessarily sure. But hey, we all believe that Justin Verlander is going to get significantly more than what the Mets got for Scherzer, right? Even if the Mets pick up a lot of the money, right? You would think 2 top 10 prospects at the least, 3 top 15 prospects. I think we can all agree with that, right? I think that's pretty fair considering Verlander's having a really good year, and you also got him for next year, and the Mets are going to give a ton of money because honestly, whoever gets Verlander is going to get probably a hell of a lot of money to pay for next year as well. If the Mets, right, there was some talk that the Orioles will only take Verlander if the Mets take $40+ million. Well, that's basically all of rest of this year. I think he has $65 million left on his deal. So the Orioles will only be on the hook for about $20 million of Verlander's contract. So if the Braves want a similar thing and the Mets say, all right, we'll give you $40 million, but we need Shaver and we need another top 10 prospect, which is one of the number one overall prospect in the Braves system, who is a right-handed pitcher, should be up this year and definitely will be up next year and possibly in a rotation for whatever team you might be on, right? And look, the Braves' top 4 prospects are all right-handed pitchers that are all projected. The other guys are a couple of years away, but you got guys like Spencer Schwellenbach, you got Darius Vines, you got Dylan Dodd, Adam Meyer, 2024, 2026, 2023 estimated time of arrival. So that's where the Mets have to look at it. And again, yeah, it's the Braves. Yeah, Justin Verlander can hurt us next year. What else is new, right? But if you can get back, if the Mets say, all right, Braves, we'll pay $40 million, but we need Shaver, AJ Smith Shaver, and another top 10 prospect. That's fine. If Schwellenbach is overrated, that's fine. But we need another top 5 prospect. But you have to make us choose. Right? Say if the Mets say, all right, we want Cole Phillips and Shaver. If the Braves say, no, we can't do that, okay, what about Dylan Dodd? He's estimated time of arrival is 2024. I'm going to check his stats right now. He's a left-handed pitcher. He is 25 years old. He's not pitching well. He actually came up with Atlanta, so that's probably a dud. Let's see. Darius Vines. How about that? Has a 2.29 ERA in AAA. Oh, yeah, he has under a 2 ERA in AAA. Yeah. Okay, you see, again, I'm not completely familiar with that, but if the Mets say we want Shaver and Vines, will the Braves make that deal? Knowing that they're only going to have to pay about $18 to $20 million left on Verlander's contract when the Mets pick up the majority of it? Okay, Bravos, that's fine. I see, I probably would think about that. Yeah, and that's why it probably has to be. Now, Bravos, I think the Mets, the only way they trade into the Braves, if the Mets get a complete holdback, like you're playing interest plus premium because you're in our division and you're our rivals. The Mets might say, yeah, Braves, well, no problem. We'll give you JV, but we need 3 top 10 prospects and we need to choose them. I don't think the Braves are going to do that. If they do, well, congratulations. Here's JV, and we hope his arm blows up by the end of next year or the beginning of next year. So I don't think that's going to happen, but the Braves are, I think they are a sneaky team because they're a team that, their farm system is not as good as of years past, but they brought up all the kids. So it's kind of hard to continue to have an outstanding farm system when all your guys are up that have been producing for you. So, that's expected. But again, Chris just said it. If the Mets really, I think the Mets really want to trade JV to the Dodgers. Again, I'm repeating myself here, but why is that? Because the New York Mets know that the Dodgers can get you the best possible return because they do have better farm systems that I mentioned with those other teams, the Orioles, the Reds, the Astros, the Braves. Michael, I don't necessarily believe that. I know it wasn't a big trade, but wasn't it the Braves that traded Juan Uribe and Kelly Johnson, or was that the Nationals? No, that wasn't the Nationals. Who was that? Wasn't that the Braves that traded Uribe and Kelly Johnson to the Mets? Or am I completely forgetting? Didn't the Braves do that? I know that's a much smaller names, but that was a huge deal for the Mets. That Kelly Johnson and Uribe were, got people in order. Yeah, well, I mean, there was talks right after the Mets traded Scherzer that the Rangers were still looking at some starting pitching. Verlander and Raleigh to the Rangers would be insane. Yeah, but we got to get a ton back. Was it the D-backs? I don't remember. Shoot, man. It's going to annoy me if I don't know it. And I don't want to say things wrong. And, hold on. Hold on. Yep, it was from the Braves. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. 2015. Here we go. Yep, it was from the Braves. I was right. I knew that was it. I knew it was an NL East team. Yeah, they got Kelly Johnson and Juan Uribe from the Braves. And I think they gave up, I think it was cash for a player to be named later, which was Rob Whalen at the time, and another minor leaguer that we never heard of, and some cash consideration. So, yeah. So we've seen the Braves and Mets make deals, right? All right. That's not as big a name as Justin Verlander, but it all depends on what you're going to get back. If the Braves have an insane package waiting for the Mets would be really, really hard pressed not to make that deal, even if it is the Braves, even if there's a possibility that Verlander can beat your ass next year. It might be silly to say, but that doesn't mean the Mets can't be better with what they received. They can get multiple pitching prospects from the Braves that could be ready by 2024. All right. So, Chris, if you want to, I don't know if you're available to pop on, but if you want to, you can, and I have no problem with that. I know Nelson told me he can come around 3 or 4, possibly 2:30. I think Hayden is actually um, going to join us at some point. But if you want to tune in, Chris, you already know you got the link. Nelson, Hayden, you guys all got the link. You can tune in anytime. Right? It's 10:30. We're 7 hours and 28 minutes and 30 seconds, according to the MLB Network, until 6 p.m. deadline. Tommy Pham is still a New York Met. And somebody brought up in the chat, I forgot who it was, I apologize, said, do you think the Tommy Pham groin injury is scaring some teams away? I think so. Okay, Chris, perfect. That's actually perfect, actually. So, yes. Well, Ricky, Freed's supposed to be coming back, right? Didn't they say he's coming back this week? Unless I completely botched that report. I think I was watching MLB Network last night and they were talking about it. Binge, yeah. Rayleigh's probably the best left-handed reliever on the market. He's been that good. All right, hold on, guys. What's going on? All right, Amish Country Mets fan Nelson put up a poll. Is there a surprise Met that gets traded today? I mean, guys other than Pham, Verlander, Narvaez, Rayleigh, and Otto. I'm assuming he means McNeil, Nimmo, Alonso. Guys you not expect it. I'm going to see the poll. I'm going to choose no. Right now, it's 50-50. That's interesting. You want the O's to get Rayleigh? Yeah, well, we'll see, right? Yeah, John, I mean, why not, right? The Cubs are going for it now. You would think they would want another starting pitcher because Marcus Stroman, in his last, I think, 5 starts, has a 9 ERA. Go figure, right? Because he's not a number one. He never was, right? Pitching out of his mind until everybody comes back to reality, all right? And he has a 9 ERA, I think, in his last 4 or 5 starts, right? The Cubs clearly need, if they're going to go for it and they're going to buy and they're going to go for a playoff spot, they're going to need starting pitching. The Cubs obviously got a pretty good farm system. But if I'm the Mets, I want Pico Armstrong back. That's starting. And give me another top 10 prospect. Yeah, the Mets don't need pitchers in their farm system. Again, in their top 20, they got, I think, 8 pitching prospects. It's a lot more than what they like. I think in the beginning of the season, there was only 1 in the top 10. Now there's, I think, 3 and 5 in their top 15. And I think in their top 20, I think it's 7 or 8. The Cubs want Rayleigh, but you know what? It's going to cost you because you're going to have another year of control. I'm not saying, Rayleigh for PCA. That's, I mean, if they want to do that, I'll drive Rayleigh to Chicago. But, you got to give me something of significance. Yeah, Alan, but the problem with McNeil is that 1 year is terrible. The next year is good. You can't rely on that for a guy that only does one thing good, and that is hit for average. If he does that, what is he as a player? He's not good enough defensively to say, oh, we need him on the field. He's not a run producer. He's not a home run guy. He's an on-base average guy. If he's not doing that, which he's not doing that this year, what is he? If we got a team that is stupid enough to give us what we want for Jeff McNeil, I would trade Jeff McNeil because you got guys like Acuna. You got Mauricio, who's ready to go probably. That could be your second baseman. And probably will be better than Jeff McNeil. Definitely offensively. Defensively, I know Acuna is very good defensively. Luis Angel Acuna, who the Mets got for Scherzer, is very good defensively in the middle infield and in the outfield. I mean, he's top rated defensively. So that's something to look at as well. All right, guys, give me a second. I'm just trying to catch up on the comments. JC says, I love the fact that Cohen is actually spending millions to build our farm. A creative way for sure, but hell, if it gets us exactly, that is, people only think about, buying free agents, taking on money in trades, taking on bad contracts to get the player you want. It also entails giving other teams money to get the prospect you actually want for a player. That's the other reason why it's so important to have Cohen with those deep pockets. Because as he said, it's already money spent, right? What do they call it? A sunk cost, which is something that is in, the stock market and traders and stuff like that as a term they use, a sunk cost, which is something you already used, the money's already spent. So why not do what you need to do to get better in the process while that money is already spent? Tilly? I don't know, but I think I could be a GM. Yeah, I mean, Metro, it's a possibility that they can get Fan back. I mean, I wouldn't mind Fan back as a utility guy on the bench, for next year. But that's down the road, right? All right, guys, so I'm just looking at the comments. David, why were they training their own division? Because trading Robinson to the Marlins don't affect the Mets this year because Robinson is a free agent after this year. So with the Mets getting two prospects back that are ranked 16th and 7th from the Marlins for an expiring contract in Robinson is not going to hurt us this year. And the Mets can actually sign Robinson next in the offseason. So, again, JV to the Braves is a different story, right? That's something you're going to have to worry about next year. But in that instance, the Braves have to pay interest plus a premium because those are our rivals and they're in our division. If not, well, we'll give them to somebody else in the National League who can hurt the Braves in that case. The Milwaukee Brewers should make a trade with the Mets for Justin Verlander. Yeah, I don't think the Brewers are doing any trading for anybody big. They don't want to give up their farm system because they're cheap. And you really think they're going to pay $20 million of the remaining $60 million for Verlander? I don't think so. They're cheap as it is. Yeah, I don't want Dodd, and I don't want Grissom. Again, the Mets have more than enough middle infielders. I mean, they can put in a flea market. That's how many they have. Grissom is a guy that couldn't even make the roster, and the Braves put Arcia as their shortstop. So why do I want him? AJ Smith, absolutely, I'll take him. But Dodd is not that good. He's pitching for the Braves right now, not that good. And Grissom couldn't even make the Braves roster. And the Braves would rather go with a veteran than Grissom. Now, maybe Grissom would turn out really well, but I'm looking for more than that. If I want Smith and I want another top pitching prospect. Now, if you want to throw Dodd in there, then I'm going to need another top 10 prospect. Because Dodd's already at the major league level, not pitching well. That would be funny, right? Trading Alonso and then signing them back. All right, so I'm trying to catch up on the comments, guys. Give me a chance here because they're coming in rapidly. Shoot, damn, god damn it. Hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Hold on. I just want to get rid of something here because it's messing up my stream and it's annoying. It's slowing down my stream. Okay, here we go. Tilly, I think it would be awesome to let Rob be the GM for one day today. It would go down in Met for it would because I mean honestly I don't think I could do much better than what Epler has done at this trade deadline. Yeah, Bravos. Yeah, he's atrocious at defense. I mean, have you watched the Mets this year? Do the Mets really need more bad defense? Because we don't. Well, Verlander's not trash. And Garrett, if you're listening to the other Brave fans that are in this chat, they want Justin Verlander. They're just not really willing to give as much as the Mets are going to be wanting from the Braves because you're going to be needing to pay the premium. Yeah, but I think the Rays already made their trading for the Savali, so I don't think that's going to happen. Pete wants to go to Tampa Bay. No. All right, I caught it. All right, Garrett, but you're not taking on all that money, buddy. You're not, right? There's a pretty good chance that you'll probably pay less than half. All right, hold on, guys. Joel Sherman's talking about Justin Verlander. Listen up.
I thought it was 64 he could get traded. From everybody I talked to today, especially outside the Met organization, I would increase that. I think there's a strong sense in the industry that Verlander gets traded today. I think the main teams in this are the Dodgers, the Astros, and the Orioles. Again, you never know who else is making phone calls because of Cohn's willingness to eat a lot of money. Anybody could be in play as long as they're getting the right prospects. But within this dynamic, I would keep a few things in mind. Justin Verlander has a complete no trade clause. So he's going to go where he wants to go. He likes playing in Houston, but he's talked about family considerations a lot. Does his family want to go back to Houston? Do they prefer the coast? Do they prefer New York or Los Angeles? Does he like the idea of a young team in Baltimore and helping it rise? Right. Again, we always talk about general managers, presidents of baseball operations. You know this, Flo, it's your team, right? Owners matter. Jim Crane personally did Verlander's extension when he was there, right? This is an owner who likes this player a lot, and I think the feeling is generally mutual. Yeah. How much will he push into this to do it if he's willing to go there? And I just learned one other thing, because when we talk about those three things, one of the things that comes up all the time when I talk to executives is the Orioles have a lot more prospects than Houston. The Dodgers have a lot more prospects. The one thing I'll say about the Astros is none of their guys ever get in the top 100. Framber Valdez wasn't a top 100 prospect.
Hold on, guys. I'm just typing what Joe Sherman
year.
Is saying so I can put it up.
They probably have guys down there that the Mets like. This is going to be about where Justin Verlander wants to go. And does he want to go? Or is he now comfortable in New York and like to see this through? Assuming that he wants to go back to Houston, are the Astros, what sense do you have of the Astros' appetite to get to the price point? Because seemingly, Joel, Jim Crane was not comfortable with the price point that Verlander is at in the offseason. But has the race and the Rangers' moves and their aggressiveness, has that changed his thinking? Well, it's a good question, especially about what the Rangers and even the Angels have done here. The Angels with Mike Trout not far away and Logan Hoppy, their starting catcher, not far away from rejoining this group. Do the Astros have to kind of blink a little and get uncomfortable to do this? I think when it comes to finances, I think that Steve Cohen has made it clear in this trade cycle, I will eat what we need to eat of a contract if I can get access to the prospects that my baseball operations people want. So what number are you comfortable at that we get A or we get A and B? Because I will go to that number. I think he did it with Scherzer, and he clearly has shown big picture, building up the talent base of his farm system is what obsesses him right this second. That's their World Series now. Yeah. They couldn't get to the real one. Their World Series ends at 6 o'clock tonight with what they're able to do with these players. I just think it's so fascinating when you consider what the preseason expectations were for this team. And Joel, as we pivot to the other team in New York City.
All right, guys. So you heard Joel Sherman, and let me repeat it if you didn't hear it. Joel Sherman said there are three teams that are the favorites who are significantly going hard after Justin Verlander. The Orioles, the Astros, and the Dodgers. Joel Sherman said yesterday he thought it was 60-40 that Justin Verlander would be traded. Now, at this moment, he believes it's 80-20 that Justin Verlander will get traded. Now, he said the willingness of Steve Cohen to take up a large sum of that money means that there's a pretty good chance that Billy Epler can handpick his prospects. If the team says, if the Mets says we want 2 top prospects in your top 10, depending on how much money, and if Steve Cohen is willing, again, he's shown it already, right? The Mets wanted Acuna, and it took $36 million to get Acuna send into the Rangers with Justin Verlander, which Max Scherzer, excuse me. So Justin Verlander, the willingness of Steve Cohen to send a ton of money that way to the team that takes Verlander, if it's significant, if the Mets play, look, they were talking about the Orioles, right? If the Orioles want $40 million from the Mets to get JV, you don't think the Mets are going to say, we want to handpick our 2 prospects in your top 10? Or the Dodgers or the Astros? That's what Joel Sherman just said. That's why when Paul earlier was going crazy that the Orioles are not trading Holiday, Joel Sherman just confirmed what I said and what I meant. Because Steve Cohen can pick up a large sum of that Justin Verlander remaining contract over the next 2 months and next year, there's a big possibility that the Mets can handpick those 2 top prospects in their system. They handpicked Acuna. So that was from Joel Sherman. That just confirmed what I said about a half hour ago. Was the fact that 3 teams, the Orioles, Dodgers, and Houston, according to Joel Sherman, are the favorites and are heavily pursuing Justin Verlander. And with teams knowing that the Mets will take on, are willing to give a significant amount of money back with JV, only means the Mets are going to get the best package possible. So this already means, remember what I said when I started the stream, Andy Martino said that the Dodgers and another team, I'm assuming it's the Astros, already sent offers, packages to the Mets to look at. So the Mets already know and already spoke to them teams about how much they're willing to send back money-wise to them. So that's something that you have to look at. So if the teams know how much the Mets are willing to send back cash-wise with JV, then the Mets already have 2 offers on the table. Now, more will probably come in from other teams over the next few hours. Well, Michael, I wouldn't say they Baltimore has to. Again, I don't believe they will give up Holiday. Again, let me make that clear. Let me say that again for everybody who thinks that I believe that. I don't believe the Orioles want to trade or will trade Holiday for anybody. But desperate times calls for desperate measures. If Baltimore is the last team standing without a starting pitcher that they were trying to get on the market, and Justin Verlander is the only one left, and the Mets say, hey, listen, we'll give you $45 million with JV, but we need Holiday and another top 10 prospect. Or the Mets say, we'll keep him. No hair off my back, right? The Mets are not forced to trade Verlander here, right? They can keep him and put him in this rotation next year, but they're going to get a whole back. The best package possible for Justin Verlander. What that is, I don't know what the Mets are thinking, right? But it's very hard to kill Billy Epler at this point when every deal he made was very, very good. I mean, the David Robinson one, I would say is probably, if I give a grade, I would say probably a B plus, right? That Scherzer deal is probably an A-, for sure. Well, Jay, I agree, to be honest with you. I think Baltimore should pass on JV. But, again, as Metro brought up earlier, supply and demand. how desperate is a team? Not just the Orioles, the teams that are willing, that are looking for a starting pitching and are starting to get desperate. Time is dwindling. We're almost at 11 o'clock. 7 hours to go. It's also going to come down. Look, I'm not listening to Maryland radio, sports radio right now. How much pressure is Baltimore under from their fans? How much are the Dodger fans putting pressure on the Dodgers to get another top of the line starting pitcher, right? It's not just about the Orioles. Because if I'm the Orioles, I'm not trading Holiday. That's just me. But we don't know what the Orioles are thinking, guys. We don't know that. For all we know, the Orioles don't give a damn what they have to give up. Because if you haven't watched their starting pitching, if they don't score a ton of runs, they don't win. Courtney, how you doing, buddy? I know there's a lot of live streams going on, and don't think I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And again, this is obviously a Mets channel, obviously, but it's all about the deadline today, and it's all teams. It affects everybody. Oh yeah, no, Palm. I agree with that. Baltimore basically sucked for many, many years to finally get good at this point with a very good farm system. But that does not mean that there isn't pressure on them to win, because be careful taking a year for granted, because shit can backfire the following year. Not saying that it will for Baltimore, and the Mets are on a different level because they went with a lot of veterans. But the Mets did not go after it at the trade deadline last year the way they should have when they were one of the best teams in baseball. They took last year for granted, thinking they would be consistently good in the future, at least in 2023. Well, now you wasted 2022 because you took that year for granted because you thought 2023 was a given. And again, Baltimore and the Mets are two totally different spectrums. But we just don't know what teams believe, right? Right? We see it every year. Look at the Giants, right? They won 107. Right, they won the division, winning 107 games, got knocked out by the Dodgers, and then the following year they didn't even make the playoffs. I think they won 80 games. Right? You never take a very successful year for granted. I mean, the Orioles are not just in a wild card spot here; they're on the verge of winning the AL East. Who predicted that? Like on that level, they might feel the pressure of getting a stop-line starting pitcher that might not be Justin Verlander. But it's just the fact that there is something to say about Justin Verlander than any other pitchers on the market. Number one, experience. Number one, playoff experience. Number two, World Series experience. You can't say that for Lorenzen, Rodriguez, or you can say that about Rodriguez for the most part, but he's not as good as JV right now. And Dylan Cease. So the Baltimore Orioles, who would you rather have? A guy who's been there before, who's shown he can pitch in big games, or a guy that you don't know how he's going to perform in the playoffs because he's never been there in Dylan Cease and Lorenzen, right? That's the other aspect of this too. Yeah, Mouse, I talked about that yesterday, about how dominant, I'm not even good, dominant the Braves were in the mid to late 90s, basically until with the Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz years. They won one World Series. And again, that's a whole different era when pitching was basically really the focus. Pitching basically won you championships. Nowadays, anything can win you a championship, right? The Phillies took their offense to another level and basically ran with that to the World Series. They had good pitcher performances, but make no mistake about it, their offense was what got them to the World Series. Okay, Andre, so there you go. John Heyman just talked about the Orioles. Hold on. Got an update here. All right, so there's a hypothetical trade, and this is by FanDuel. So the Orioles would receive Justin Verlander. The Mets would get outfielder Hester Jerstad, the number 4 prospect. Outfielder Dylan Beavers, their number 10 prospect. And right-handed pitcher Xavier Moore, who is not ranked. Yeah. It's not a bad package. But if the Mets, now in this proposal, they're not talking about money. I'm sorry. If the Mets giving up Justin Verlander and paying basically 80% of his salary over the next 2 months and next year, I need more than that. Okay, here we go. John Heyman. Orioles checked in on Justin Verlander, but there was little sign of progress there so far. Also unknown if JV would okay Baltimore. So that's another issue that we haven't really talked about. JV also has a no trade clause. He has to approve a trade to any team. So there's a possibility that Verlander told the Mets, listen, yeah, Baltimore might have really good prospects, but I'm not willing to approve that trade to the Baltimore. Okay, well. Now, I think he would accept the trade to the Dodgers and Houston. And maybe another team might pop up. Well, Mouse, again, it comes back to being desperate. Again, if the Orioles believe that Verlander is the guy they want, again, it doesn't seem like that at the moment. But again, if the Orioles are looking at Cease, Rodriguez, or Lorenzen, and they fail to get those guys and they're off the market, guess who's Baltimore is going to turn to? Right? Right? They might get a little bit desperate, and that's where the Mets be like, ooh. Yeah. My boy Shea is currently at the vet. So getting sliced and diced. The poor guy is not going to have nuts after today. So, I think we all can, feel bad for that. But again, you got to do what you got to do. It keeps him healthier. I don't need him making babies, even though he's the only cat in the house. So, so once again, guys, it's 11 o'clock. 7 hours until the trade deadline. 6 p.m. deadline. Chris will be popping on at 12 o'clock. Nelson will be popping on around between 2:30 and 4 o'clock, and we'll see how long those guys can hang out. Hayden's going to pop up at some point. So we'll get all their opinions and obviously their reactions. There hasn't really been nothing going on except that Joel Sherman, which is probably the biggest news of the day, Joel Sherman just came up on MLB Network and said yesterday he believed the Justin Verlander of the Mets of trading him was 60-40. This morning, at this moment, around 10:30, he said he believes it's 80-20 that Justin Verlander would get traded. So all that tells me is the Mets are liking the offers they're receiving. It's just a matter of which one they're willing to take and which team Verlander is willing to go to. Because if Justin Verlander gives them a couple of options, they can pick the best package from that team. So there's a pretty good chance that by end of day deadline, 6 p.m., Justin Verlander will be on another team. And the Mets will get a ton back for him, something back for Pham, which will probably a top 30 prospect for Pham, just like Canna, and probably be a better prospect than what we got for Canna. Again, Justin Jarvis, who we got from Mark Canna, was a 30th ranked prospect in the Brewers system. He's number 13 in the Mets system now. So if you get somebody ranked 24th in the system for Pham, he'll probably be in the top 15 as well for the Mets. Oh boy, it's a long day. Woo! That's why I got reinforcements. Woo! Sorry, guys. I only got like 2 hours of sleep. Yeah. There you go, Tilly. Yes, I agree. Yeah, exactly, Billy. You know, a ton of young pitchers in 2024. Uh, I'm assuming the free agent market. I mean, Snell, Giolito, guys like that. They don't excite me, but Yamamoto excites me. And there's been a lot of chatter that the Mets are heavily scouting him, and everybody believes the Mets are not going to get outbid for Yamamoto. So, possibility that the Mets could actually land Yamamoto. All right, so I'm just looking at the chat right now, running through Twitter or whatever the hell you want to call it these days. All right, let's just see what's going on. Uh, all right, let's see. What is going on in the world of baseball? All right, so that's all we're hearing right now. All right, so there's two things to talk about at the moment. One was Joel Sherman, for everybody who's just tuning in. But Todd, yes, he will. At some point, he will. Right? Senga has been doing that over the last month. Yamamoto, yeah, you're going to gradually pitch him probably every 6th day, give him a break here and there. But again, if you look at the Mets' schedule next year, which you should look at, it's a lot of off days early on. That helps giving them an extra off day as well. So that's something you have to look at. So two things. Joel Sherman came on about 35 minutes ago on MLB Network and said that 80-20 Justin Verlander will be traded. The Orioles, Dodgers, and Astros are the teams that are favorite. There are two or three other teams that have been checking in with the Mets as well that are looking for starting pitching. And he does believe that the Mets will take on a significant amount of money to get the prospects they want from whatever team gets Justin Verlander. Excuse me. We'll see what that is. And also, John Heyman said Orioles checked in on Verlander, but there was little sign of progress there so far. Also unknown if JV would okay the trade to Baltimore. All right. David, will Verlander get traded? I say yes. And I think it's probably going to happen probably between 4 and 6 o'clock, in my opinion. Because I think a couple of guys will be off the board. Other pitchers will be off the board, which will give more leverage to the Mets from other teams because now there's less players that they can get, right? Supply and demand that we talked about. Well, Michael, I think that's going to happen in the offseason with Alonso. No, I mean, it's hard to bash Epler. It really is. Now, I bashed him like crazy in 2015. Wow. Last year's deadline because I think he didn't do enough, and he was so happy that he didn't give up any top 25 prospects when he had one of the best teams in baseball is moronic. Especially with guys like Mauricio, who the Mets still haven't brought up, where you could have got something of significance back to help this team last year, right? I wasn't necessarily happy with all their additions where the Mets could have got more bullpen in this offseason. But listen, you can't get mad with the drafts by Billy Epler, right? Baseball America put the Mets at number 1 last year as the best draft in the 2022 draft. The best ranking draft were the Mets, right? And this year, they were ranked 5th, and that was without a first round pick, and they still were ranked number 5. So Epler has done 2 things well: the draft, the last 2 seasons, and this trade deadline. So it's hard to kill Epler right now. You can kill him for the offseason. You can kill him for the trade deadline. But for the 2 drafts that he has been outstanding. And this deadline, he's got back more from people that, like a guy like Canna, Justin Jarvis. Like before the season, Jarvis was ranked 30th. He was now ranked, if you look at Baseball America, around 16th. Now he's the 13th ranked prospect in the Mets system. For David Robertson, I keep on talking about this, Ronald Hernandez and Marco Vargas. Marco Vargas is a helium prospect that the Marlins did not want to give up. But the Mets weren't going to trade David Robertson unless they got that prospect. He's number 6 in the Mets system now. And with Scherzer, with Acuna, I don't think anybody could have thought, no matter how much money they were going to give to another team, with Scherzer, who has a 4 ERA, who hasn't pitched well against good teams, or for the most part in a big game, and pitched well in like 2 years. It's kind of hard to kill Billy Epler on this deadline. Now, again, if he trades JV away and the package is not what I thought, now I'm going to start killing Epler for that trade. Well, Ty, I don't see why Francesco would say that. Again, I go back to this. Now, people will be like, oh, what are the Mets going to do with starting rotation? Guys, look at the National League teams that are trying for a playoff spot. Can you name me a really good pitching rotation? Can you name me even 2 rotation arms in the Reds rotation? Right? The best rotation probably that are teams in the National League going for a playoff spot is probably the Brewers. Maybe 1A is the Braves, the Reds, the Dodgers, the Cubs. Right? Look at those teams. The Phillies. Do they have really good rotations? No. You know what they have? They got very good offenses that put runs on the board. And when their guys do pitch well, they usually win. But they also win games a lot of the time because they scun a ton of runs. Thank you, Chris. So the Dodgers are in hot pursuit of Eduardo Rodriguez. So the Dodgers are, I don't know if they're just pivoting. Yeah, John, that's wonderful. But the Mets ain't trading JV to the Yankees. So the Mets will get less back from the Orioles before they trade him to the Yankees. And the Yankees farm system is absolutely dog shit. Sorry, John. I don't want to burst your bubble, but there's a reason why the Yankees haven't made any deals. Because everybody's realizing that the Yankees farm system is talked up by the media and by Cashman every year. Because can you name me the last time a top prospect that Cashman has traded over the years has worked out for another team? The only player was who the Yankees traded for Joey Gallo, and that was Duran, who was working out pretty well for the Rangers. Other than that, everybody has either been a fringe major leaguer or is not even in the majors anymore, or is still in the minors that are not doing well. All right. Yeah, Michael. Again, I don't mind if the Mets decide to go a different route with Buck, but I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, I don't know. It really depends. You know, again, there's a pretty good chance that David Stern's going to be the president of baseball operations. He's going to make that decision. He's going to make the decision on Epler, and he's going to make the decision on Buck and the coaching staff. If he fires Buck, okay, I have no problem with that. But then people, there was conversation that he probably would like to get Craig Counsell as manager. So You don't want Buck, who hasn't won, but you want Craig Counsell, who also hasn't won, who's had similar fuck ups like Buck in the playoffs with their bullpen and with taking out starters too early. So that's who you want? Another manager who has not won? And again, I don't care if they have not won. If you think he's a good manager and think he can still be a winning manager, hire him. Right? Dusty Baker was killed for years with the Cubs and the Giants for not getting over the hump with teams that were extremely good. Right? But Dusty Baker, who also had stupid issues with the bullpen, making bullpen decisions and taking out starters early or leaving starters in there too long. All of a sudden, Dusty Baker's a great manager now because he won with the Astros last year? Or is it the Astros are freaking damn good and Dusty Baker was just here for the ride? Yeah, okay, John, that's fine. A Cuban 20-year-old pitcher who is supposed to be really good. Are you talking about the Yankee system or are you talking about an international guy that is supposed to be really good? Luis, I think the Mets are going to go all out for Ohtani. I think the Mets are going to have the biggest offer for Ohtani. It's going to come down to if Ohtani wants to come to the Mets. That's it. Yeah, I don't think it's a fate in Carrasco. I mean, who would you want? Carrasco, Peterson, and McGill. It's not a very fun choice to have, right? You got to remember, Quintana just came back. Verlander was out a month. Scherzer got suspended. So there's a lot of, there was a lot of guys that the Mets really didn't have. Who did you want pitching other than Carrasco at this point? Yeah, some people would have said Peterson and McGill, but they were just as bad as Carrasco. So Drew, I don't necessarily agree they don't matter. Oh, listen. It's funny you say that because didn't people say that, managers are, they look at the books, they use analytics now. They're not, they use analytics to set up a lineup. They use numbers and analytics to take out the pitcher at a certain pitcher, a certain pitch count, third time through the order, bringing in a bullpen guy because analytics say he's good against these certain batters, right? But all of a sudden, teams like the Mets, teams like the Padres that might not make the playoffs and are that have had high expectations this year, all of a sudden it's the manager's fault. Right? You see how that one works? Right? Aaron Boone, who's probably the biggest data applicator, as Sal Licata says on WFAN, is a guy who completely uses analytics and is constantly getting killed by Yankee fans. Right? Yet the Yankees win 90 plus games every year, make the playoffs every year. But when it comes down to playoff times and you got to make that gut decision, Aaron Boone has failed, right? So all of a sudden, the Mets aren't having a good year, and now it's Buck's fault. But last year, Buck doesn't get credit. You see how that works? It's stupid, right? That's why when people talk about managers, like I didn't realize that Buck Showalter can tell Pete Alonso, don't bat 210. You might actually be better than that. I mean, was it Buck's fault that Scherzer couldn't throw his slider and hang 5 sliders to the Boston Red Sox that went over the fence? How is that Buck's fault? Now, I'm not saying Buck had a good year because he hasn't. He's made some decisions this year that I was like, why? But to act like Buck Showalter is the main reason why the Mets failed this year. Now, is he top 3? Probably. He's definitely part of the problem. But it's majority, right? It was mostly the starting pitching because they didn't go 6 innings until the middle of May, which destroys your bullpen early on. Now they're burnt out. So your bullpen's going to be weak. So now that you're starting pitching in late May into June, July, are pitching better, your bullpen's already burnt out. So when you need them, when your pitchers are going 6-7 innings and your guys are already burnt out, well, even the guys you actually trust in your bullpen are not doing the job. Well, where can Buck go? You can only use the guys that are on your roster. So yeah, Peter, and that might be the case. All right, hold on. Let me just check some. All right, guys. So I just got confirmation from Hayden that he'll pop on at 12 o'clock. And Chris also said he will pop on at 12 o'clock. That will give me about an hour or so uh, to do what I got to do. And then hopefully Hayden can hold it down around 4 o'clock or so, 3:30, because I got to pick up Shay from the vet and bring him back. And the poor guy is probably going to be starving. So, and he's going to have a cone around his neck to make him not lick his area where he got his surgery. So I got to make sure he's okay because he's going to be a little wobbly after the anesthesia. So that will be something that hopefully those guys will help me out there. And don't forget, guys, Nelson and Chris at 5 o'clock. I believe 5 o'clock. Let me just confirm that so I don't say anything wrong because hold on. All right, hold on. Let me just make sure of something. I know he posted. What did he post? Okay, so the Interstate Mets report that is a show that Chris and Nelson do, who are part of the Roundtable podcast on my channel, are doing an Interstate Mets report, a weekly show on Tuesday. They're doing it at 5 o'clock today. So, of course, I'm not going to hold them hostage. They got to do what they got to do with their channel, with that show. So they'll be on. Chris and Hayden will be on at 12. I believe Nelson will be on between 2:30 and 4 or 3. And, of course, they'll be Chris and Nelson will be off by 5 so they can do their show. And hopefully Hayden can stick with me while I do what I got to do. And we'll see what happens with that. Anthony, no. Again, if you only believe Buck is the problem, I mean, there wasn't. I mean, how many times this year the Mets were up 8 runs and gave up leads? What, twice this year? The most recent one was the White Sox game, and they won that game. All right, John Heyman is speaking. Hold on.
Are winning, and their future is bright. They should win again next year when he's under contract as well. But obviously, he makes a lot of money. Could be a lot of money for the Orioles, although Steve Cohen will pay some of it down, as we've seen. Another complication is that vesting option for 2025 at $35 million if he hits 140 innings in 2024.
Michael, that's cool.
So that could be a complication for any number of teams, but particularly a small market team like the Orioles.
Yeah, very tricky with that. That's a lot of money owed to him, and Cohen's not going to pay.
All right, so John Heyman just talked about the Orioles, and again, the problem is the vesting option that teams are worried about. The Mets can throw in some money for this year and next year, but that vesting option in 2025, the Mets can't do anything about that. That's up to the team. That happened with Scherzer with the opt-in. That also was with Canna as well with the vesting option with the Brewers. So, oh yeah, Anthony, I agree with you, buddy. Oh well, this year no. I mean, yeah, mathematically, Anthony, I love your positivity, but by the end of today, we might not have no Pham, no Verlander. I mean, who's in the rotation? Quintana and Senga? Probably McGill and Peterson. I mean, and Carrasco still. Mika, nothing big. The only thing that happened was the Diamondbacks got Jace Peterson from the Oakland A's for a minor leaguer. Just a lot of rumors so far, Mika. All right, so All right. So, according to The Athletic, this was a report an hour ago. The Mets have been open to trade talks involving players whose contracts are up at the end of 2024. That includes the polar bear, Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso has been available on the market over the last week, according to Tim Britton and Will Salmon of The Athletic. Which, again, listening to offers is doing your due diligence as a GM and as an organization, right? The Mets would be stupid not to listen to everybody. You know, you've seen what Juan Soto, and I'm not saying Pete Alonso is on that level, but Pete Alonso is one of the best power hitters in baseball. He is career-wise a 250 hitter. So this year, average-wise, I think he's an anomaly, right? I think this is a weird year for a lot of players on the Mets. I think Pete Alonso can easily hit 240, 250 with 40-plus home runs and 100 RBIs. You don't think a team would, if a team comes to the Mets to say, for Pete Alonso, we will give you our top 3 prospects and 2 more prospects, mid-level prospects. You wouldn't think about that? Knowing that you got Kevin Parada, who is a guy who played first base in college, who is actually very comfortable at first base, even though the Mets have him at catcher. Maybe Kevin Parada could be your first baseman, right? I know that's a long shot, but I'm just saying. Give me 1 second, guys. Hayden's going crazy about the Athletic story about Pete Alonso being on the market. So Hayden will be talking about that for sure once he comes on. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to another MLB Trade Deadline live special on Deadline Day 2023. 6 hours, 36 minutes, and 13, 12, 11 seconds until 6 p.m.'s deadline. And we are still waiting for the Mets' perspective of Tommy Pham being traded, and Justin Verlander possibly being traded. And now we just found out that the Mets have been listening to offers, listening to basically all their players, including Pete Alonso. Again, they're not doing their due diligence if they don't listen to offers. Again, I don't think they're trading Pete Alonso. I just think that you're not doing your job. Billy Eppley should be fired if he doesn't listen to offers for every player, right? And again, Steve Cohen put everybody on notice. I talked about this a few days ago. Steve Cohen put everybody on notice when he traded David Robinson 4 days before the deadline, right? I paid a ton of money for this team with high expectations to be a playoff team. You failed. And now you're going to come out in the media and wonder why we are sellers and then say that to the media? No. Reality check, Mets players. You sucked this year. You had 102 games to get back into the race. You failed. Pete Alonso, look in the mirror. It's on you. Max Scherzer, look in the mirror. It's on you. Jeff McNeil, look in the mirror. It's on you. Brandon Nimmo, it's on you. And everybody else you want to talk about. Telling you guys, it's important to put your foot down and say, I am not going to tolerate you guys who are underperforming in a year where I spent the most money in baseball history, and you think it's going to stay status quo? If you don't know anything about Steve Cohen, he's a businessman. who runs .72 hedge fund. He talked about it in his opening press conference as the beginning of a Mets owner of the Mets. He said, "I buy the best people. I buy the best people to put them in positions to be successful. If they're not successful, there will be consequences." The same goes for a player in an organization. If you don't perform and you are costing me money and I'm paying you whatever amount of money and you're not doing your job, why shouldn't I look for offers for you? I think that's fair, right? At the end of the day, these players, you know who's losing out? Steve Cohen. He's losing that money. The players can go to Mars and still earn a paycheck, that same contract. It's not like they're trading them and then the contract's void. This is not football, right? You can't release players and save money when the players don't get their contracts, right? And look, I am on board with Billy Epler and Steve Cohen. Again, Steve Cohen had to approve Billy Epler listening to offers for everybody. You're not doing your job if you don't listen. Not saying that he's going to budge on any of them, because I don't think anybody's going to come up with a package good enough to trade Pete Alonso. So we will see what we will have in store for the next 6 hours and 32 minutes of the trade deadline. Right now, nothing has gone on. There hasn't been no big trades yet or even good trades as of yet. Joel Sherman, about an hour ago, came on MLB Network and said he believes now it's 80-20. Justin Verlander is going to get traded. Unlike yesterday, he thought it was going to be 60-40. The favorites to land Justin Verlander is the Orioles, Dodgers, and Houston. He believes the Dodgers are probably the favorite, but the Dodgers are also heavily pursuing Eduardo Rodriguez as well. It's all right, Robert. I'm glad you were at the gym. I would love to be on the pillow. All right, guys. So my boys are sending me tweets and all that stuff. So I'm just checking some. All right, guys. Hold on. All right, guys. So sounds good. Just give me a second. I got to do something for my guys really quickly. I just got to send them something for their channel so they can put it on their channel as well. Just give me a second. All right. There we go. I just wanted to take care of something really quick. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to help my guys out here with their channel so they can post up what I need them, what they need to post up for the channel as well. Just give me a second. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. I apologize. I'm just trying to get what they need. Hold on, guys. Sorry about this. All right, guys. Hold on one second. Sorry about this. All right. Almost there, guys. I apologize once again. Just trying to get my guys that are gracious enough to come on, just to get that they can get these things on their channel as well, because I don't streaming on their channel is important as well, because if I can help their channel out, I'd love to do that. So. All right, cool. Let's see. All right. So somebody just sent me another donation. Lindsay. Oh God, what's the full name? I'm sorry. Oh, God damn it. I'm sorry. Lindsay Bakal. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Gave me a donation, so I appreciate that. Lindsay, I do appreciate the donation, and of course Sean as well, who always donates to my channel. I appreciate that. Again, guys, if you want to donate to the channel and you don't want to do it through YouTube, if you have Venmo, hold on one second. All right, there we go. So if you want to donate and you don't want to donate from YouTube itself, I have a channel for Venmo where you can send donations there, and it's at Rob L813. So if you want to send a donation through Venmo and that's a little bit more, you're more comfortable doing that, and you don't want to send the donation on YouTube, you can send it there, and I get the notification right away. As you guys know, it happens quickly, and I will let you give you a shout out and thank you for doing that. Yeah, and Mika, that's why I'm weird about the Orioles, and that's why I think the Orioles are going to end up in a position late into the deadline. I think about an hour left of the deadline where they're going to lose out on Rodriguez and Lorenzen and Cease, and then they're going to get stuck trying to get Verlander, and then the Mets are going to say, "We want these guys, or you're not going to get them." So I just wanted to say I did buy a Max Scherzer jersey last year, a black Max Scherzer official team jersey last year. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Stitches in College Point. They stitch on names and numbers and all that stuff on jerseys and all that. I go to them all the time, because Scherzer's not a Met anymore. I told them to replace the Scherzer letters and number to put Alvarez number and name on there. So Mashin Totters. I love that name. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I do appreciate the kind words as well, man. I do appreciate that. So shout out to Mashin Totters. That's a great freaking name. I tell you that. That is a great username. I tell you that. Cash App, yes, Michael. I have that too. Let me just confirm it because I don't go. All right, hold on. Going crazy here. All right, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Yes. My Cash App isn't as active as my Venmo, so give me a second, Beckel. 1 second. I'm on it. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's the same thing. All right. So let me, Mash and Totters, thank you for the super chat. Always appreciated. Okay, let me fix that. So, sorry. All right, let me put my Cash App up there as well. Give me 1 second. It's actually the same thing, but I just want to put it up there. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. Somebody's asking for it, so I want to make sure if they really want to, they can. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Trying to figure this one out here. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the right thing because I got channel ones, channel Venmos and Cash Apps and personal ones. So I just want to make sure I'm giving you everything that's right. All right. Give me a second. All right, guys. So here we go. There you go, guys. So if you want to donate other than YouTube, it's Venmo, RobL813, and Cash App at $Robel813. So there you go, guys. Perfect. And forever, everybody who donated already, Sean, Lindsay, there was somebody else, Mash and Totters. I appreciate that. If they keep on rolling in, I will let you, I will give you a shout out and thank you as well. So there you go. All right, so John Morosi, 19 minutes ago, update on Justin Verlander. Sources say the Astros, Dodgers, Braves, and Orioles are all involved. The same four clubs are engaged on other rotation options. There likely will come a point today when Verlander's suitors pivot and find their pitching elsewhere. There you go. So that's where we are right now. Well, again, guys, look, that's 4 teams, right? 4 teams. 4 teams after 4 pitchers, right? The Braves, the Orioles, the Astros, and the Dodgers. Cease, Lorenzen, Rodriguez, Verlander. There's going to be 1 team left that isn't going to get one of those starting pitchers. That 1 team might be desperate to give you what they want. That's why the Mets are going to wait probably until the last hour of the deadline to make that decision. All right. Perfect. And once again, guys, thank you for the donations. And again, you can donate at any time. If you want to donate through YouTube with a super chat, you can do that by pressing because people keep on asking how to do it. If you're on your phone, there's a $ there that you click on, and that's how you can donate and through the channel. If you do it on your laptop, if you're on a laptop, I can't tell you how to do that because I don't have no idea. I'm sorry about that. But I do think that you can do it on the laptop as well. So I know on a mobile phone, you can actually click on the $ and then donate that way. But if you're more comfortable with the apps, so like Cash App, Venmo, they're up there, and you can just donate that way. Michael, I know. Listen. If we got into an argument and we both got into it and probably pissed off at each other, you're always welcome back onto the channel, right? I'm not gonna, I don't keep grudges at all. Unless you're racist or sexist, I'm not gonna hold a grudge and ban you from the channel, right? I've always said that. I'm not banning you from a channel if you have a difference of opinion or we get into a heated argument. Isn't that the whole point of sports, is heated debates? Yeah, exactly, BX. If that's why the Mets are waiting. If the Mets don't get what they want, there's nothing off their back. If they keep Justin Verlander, he'll be a part of your rotation right now. Michael, unfortunately, you can't become a member through Cash App, unfortunately. You have to directly do that on YouTube. I can't do that for you, unfortunately. I wouldn't mind, but YouTube controls that. So, yeah. There you go, right, Wayne. All right, guys, so just a little update on the guys that are going to be coming in soon. Nelson, Chris, Hayden, most likely all of them are going to be here at 12 o'clock. So we're going to have the core 4 that are part of the roundtable here, the talk deadline. We're about 6 hours and 19 minutes away until the deadline. And once they come in, I'll make them take over for a little while. So I have to pick up Shay at 3:30. And the vet is about 40 minutes away. So do the math. I got to leave a little earlier to pick him up at 4. So, and it'll take me another half hour, 40 minutes to get back. So that's how I will try to come back as soon as possible for those guys or at least one of them that might be hanging out with us. So once they come on, I'll pop them up and we'll get it going. All right. Boy, long day and a half, guys. Long 2 days. Ugh, boy, I didn't even have breakfast yet. But time I eat, it'll probably be lunch. But that's okay. Nobody cares how I'm feeling. Don't matter. Gotta grind through it, right, guys? We all do it. Michael, always respect. The San Diego chicken. Wow. I haven't seen that one in a while. All right, guys. So I'm going to run through Twitter again just to see what's going on, if anything. All right, guys. I'm just checking Twitter. All right. Just to see if anything I missed here so I can update you guys. Mark Feinstein says Eduardo Rodriguez name continues to be a hot one on the trade market. The Padres are said to be high on him per sources and could make a push to land him. There you go. All right. So now, honestly, if the Padres can get Eduardo Rodriguez, that helps the Mets even more because now there's only 3 pitches left available for 4, possibly 5 teams that are looking for pitching. I want to get into the Yankees a little bit because I know there's some Yankee people here in the chat. They might not be talking in the chat, but they're definitely listening because they're actually texting me and emailing me that I haven't. Kevin, sources, honestly, I go with anybody that is verified, anybody that Heyman, Sherman, Rosenthal, on occasion, Andy Martino, barely, but, those guys. Oh, no, I'm not. No, that's actually my birthday. My birthday is 12 days away, August 13th. That's why it's 813. I know the area code for Tampa is 813, yeah. But I'm not in Florida. I'm in College Point, Queens. So I want to get into the Yankees a little bit because I don't know what the hell the Yankees are doing. And in my opinion, they should be. I'm not saying, have a fire sale, but they can trade guys. They could trade a couple of bullpen arms to get a prospect or 2 back. They could trade Gleyber Torres. You'll probably get a prospect back. Severino hasn't been good, but there's always arms that people are looking for. But we can definitely they can look into that. I think the Yankees should sell off. They're just as old as the Mets. They're the second oldest team in baseball. They need to get younger, and they're actually worse off than the Mets because their farm system isn't very good anymore, and the Mets farm system is drastically better than the Yankees right now. And I think the Yankees, if I'm not mistaken, are the 19th or 20th now farm system. So, yeah. I mean, hey, guys. Up August 9th. Up Leo's. Right up. It's Leo season. All right. Yeah. So if I'm the Mets, I'm trading to become sellers if they're the Yankees. Right? I think what Cashman was doing, I thought Cashman thought he had Bellinger in the bag, in my opinion. I think he thought all along the Cubs are going to be sellers, and there was no doubt Bellinger was going to the Yankees. And when that didn't happen, and when the same time when the Cubs say they're not going to be sellers, Grichuk and CJ Cron, Grichuk in general, was also on the Yankees' radar. And I think that kind of messed up the Yankees' whole plan on getting a bat and an outfielder because Grichuk and Bellinger were their 1A, one and 1A. So yeah, I think the Yankees need to get a little bit younger, build up that farm system a little bit. So I think that's where we are. My camera keeps on going crazy. I don't know why. I must be hitting something. And my cat's not even here to mess up my camera. So I can't even blame him. uh well, I don't know with Ken because uh I've received this text and I can't respond to him. And YouTube, it's not just Ken. Ken and like 5 or 6 other people, for some reason, they keep on getting blocked from my channel and the chat. Like they can watch the live stream, but they can't get into the chat. I don't know what the hell's going on. Every time I take them, I find Ken or anybody else in the blocked users, I take them out, and then they get put back in like in a day or two. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. So I wish I could have everybody in. Ken would be interesting, honestly, in this live stream, in this chat, because Ken has his own opinions, and it makes the chat fun. But yeah, I don't know. I've been so busy. I haven't been really texting anybody. So if you've been texting me and I haven't responded, I apologize. I've been extremely busy. Obviously, I did 3 streams yesterday. I did I'm doing a long stream today, so I had to take care of things I had to do around my place and everything else. So it's been hard to just, get back to everybody. So I just want to let everybody know that. All right, hold on one second. Okay, here we go. John Heyman just came out and said Mets are open to trading players under control only through 2024, but appear to have zero intention to trade Pete Alonso. Of course, things can change on deadline day, but that's their mindset. They are getting many hits on Raley. Navarez obviously could go, so that makes sense as well. Yeah, you mid, but you know what? It actually protects him. It keeps him more healthier because once they get into, he's getting to that age now where he's getting into, he's getting those hormones jumping, and I can see it already. He's about 5.5 months. Once they get to 6 months, they start to become, they can actually start reproducing, and he starts to go crazy at night now, and he's been getting more aggressive. So, and during the summertime, during these summer months is when cats go into heat, and there's cats walking around, the stray cats all around. So he starts going nuts, and it protects him, and he gets, it helps him with some diseases as well, and it keeps him more healthier. It's less issues down the line once he gets older. So that's the important part. I found out today that Shea was a litter of 6, and everybody got adopted except for one of his brothers. And his litter was named after breads, like all different type of breads: brioche, ciabatta, croissant. Croissant is the only one left from his litter that hasn't been adopted yet. So the adoption center asked me if I wanted another cat. Are you crazy? I drive myself crazy alone. Now that I have a cat, driving me crazy now too. Having another cat? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know what to do. I mean, I would literally have cats jumping all over the place during a live stream. Wow, Kevin, a 19-year-old? I would love for Shay to live that long. Now, is your 19-year-old cat struggling? I'm assuming so. She's very old. Stray Cat is a good video game. Oh boy. All right. I'm sorry, guys. If I start yawning, you guys know the deal. I'm sorry. Oh, look at this one. Marco Vargas, who was the Mets got in the David Robinson trade, has just signed agent Scott Boras. Oh, that's how you know this guy is going to be. This guy is highly regarded if he's going to be a Boras client. All right, so for anybody who cares about the Mets season in 2023, Mike Puma has reported Mets' tentative pitching plan is to start David Peterson on Friday in Baltimore in the spot Max Scherzer previously held. Carlos Carrasco would pitch the series finale Thursday in Kansas City. Oh, don't worry. I already got all his treats to make him a little happy. I'm not sure if he's allowed to eat once I get him home right away. Oh, Kevin, that's awesome. Well, hopefully he lasts much longer. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I already got him the treats. He loves those what the hell are they called? Temptation puree delicates where they're in a little pouch and it's like a gel, and he goes crazy for that. You know, I give that to him like every other day because he has a sensitive stomach, so him eating his regular food and giving that treat every day, it's too heavy on his stomach. So oh yeah, if I have a fish tank, I can guarantee you Shay will knock it down in one day because he's rambunctious and just nuts. All right, guys. So we're getting to the midday, and that will mean 6 hours away until the trade deadline, and nothing's really happened yet. Nothing has really happened yet. Only trade was like I think 1 o'clock in the morning, and that was Jace Peterson going to the Diamondbacks for a minor leaguer. That's it. A lot of rumors, but nothing has been going on yet. Excuse me, guys. Guys, just listen to MLB Network for 1 second. I'll be right back.
To mind when I think of the Dodgers rotation. On his podcast recently, he said he's hoping to face batters by August 8th. What would that mean to get that arm back into your rotation?
Bueller would be amazing. First of all, I didn't know I had a podcast, so I'll have to look for that now. But he texted me. I know he's only like 12 months out, which is not very long for Tommy John. He texted me after the trade happened, and he said, see you soon. Hope to be pitching soon. And a lot of guys on our team like, hey man, slow your roll, slow down. But Walker's hungry. I'm sure he's bored at home. There's only so much bourbon you can drink in Kentucky, so I think he wants to come out and get it rolling with the boys again. So I'm excited for him, and I think he'll actually come in town this week to say hello and check in and see where he's at in rehab. So if he's feeling good, let him roll. If he's not going to get hurt again, go out and let him be the bulldog he is.
Yeah, no question about it. And the Bulldog, the original Bulldog, Oral Hershiser, getting
Oral,
into the Dodgers legends there. Joe Kelly, congrats on the book. Congrats on an opportunity to go back to a contender. We appreciate your time as always, and we hope to talk to you soon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Always appreciate it. All right. Russo and Brian Kenny. MLB Now follows us on High Heat. So Chris and BK are next.
On MLB Network's Wednesday Night Showcase, Arozarena, Diaz, and the Relentless Rays keep the pressure on as they face AL East rivals Rizzo, Torres, and the Yankees. The Casamigos Tequila MLB Network Showcase, Wednesday at 7 Eastern.
The Chasing Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
everyday products designed smarter.
Genius, like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, so Sam can make smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Book a work trip, earn one key cash, shake some hands, to not forget to laugh. Book a getaway from work trip. Use one key cash, order some sides. Do not disturb. Join One Key to earn and use rewards across Expedia, Hotels.com, and Vrbo. It's that time again. We'll grab that later. Let's go.
All right, guys. Thank you. Sorry about that. No, yeah. Metro, I think I think the Mets would think about having a reunion with Tommy Pham. Yeah, Luis, I think look, if the Mets trade Justin Verlander, it is going to be a haul. It's going to be definitely 2 top 10 prospects, possibly 3 top 15 prospects. And yes, Luis, the Yankees are not in good shape. They're not. They're the second oldest team in baseball behind the Mets. They are, what are they, 4.5 games out of a wild card spot, 10 games out of a division, going nowhere fast. They're not playing well. The offense is non-existent. And I don't think Judge is 100% healthy. So, and I think Judge came back too quickly. And that's why I think the Yankees should sell at least the pieces they should. They got really good bullpen arms that they can trade to get probably a good prospects back for a couple of their bullpen arms. Gleyber Torres, you will get something back for him. He's on an expiring contract. I think that's what the Yankees have to do. And I think that's the reason why the Yankees haven't been buyers yet. Because the 2 guys that they were probably looking for at this deadline was Grichuk, who went to the Angels, and that was around that same time was when the Cubs said they're not trading Bellinger or Stroman. So the 2 guys that were probably 1 and 2 on the list for the Yankees to acquire outfield-wise came off the board. So I don't think anybody that the Yankees can get now that is not going to cost them dearly, prospect-wise, they're going to be willing to do. So that's why right now the Yankees are probably going to be sellers. I'd be shocked if they stay packed. If they stay packed, I want to turn on WFAN because the Yankee fans are going to be jumping off the Verrazano Bridge. Yeah, exactly, Christian. How you doing, by the way? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, yeah, I can understand why Gleyber Torres, the Yankees are asking for a decent amount, a lot back, because, I mean, he's a good player. I mean, not a lot. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Marlins would want to give up for Gleyber Torres. I mean, he's a good player, but he's not great. On a Yankees team, he's actually the best hitter on their team, minus Judge. If you look at the numbers. Yeah, but the problem is Stanton has a no trade clause, and the only team I think he was willing to go to is the Dodgers. So if you're not trading him to the Dodgers, and the Dodgers know that's where Stanton wants to go, you're not going to get a lot back for him. Mika, what do you mean? Yankee fans don't think about other fan bases. Like, I'm curious. What does that mean, actually? I'm curious. I think I know what you mean, but I want to be right before I say anything. Don't worry, K-Mets. It's not happening. I'll tell you. They're not getting rid of Alonso. Yeah, I think Christian gave me a couple of trade scenarios through the comments, I think last night, right? Christian's one of those guys. He knows every year there's one desperate team that loses out on almost whatever player it is, if it's pitching or a position player. They lost out on other players that were available, and then there was one player left that's available. And if they become desperate enough, they might give you exactly what you want. And that's the Mets. That's where the Mets are right now. I think they are waiting for the best offer, and whatever the best offer is, they're going to sit down with that offer and say, is this worth trading Justin Verlander? Because if I think it has to be a quick reaction. If you sit down and look at the offer and realize how good it is and it's a haul, you have to make the deal. If you have to sit down and think about it, it's probably not good enough. At least that's the way I would think about it. Well, I mean, Mika, should they be, though? I mean, they're a team in their division. And, I mean, I think every fan base is like that. I mean, you don't think Met fans will love the Braves to be a bad team for the next 10 years? Of course they would. That's just division rivals. Yeah. And Christian, and that's why I said a team like the Orioles, right? A team that might lose out on Lorenzen, Rodriguez, and Cease. If they lose out on them and they're one team and the only pitcher that's left that could be at the top of your rotation is Verlander, maybe the Orioles are now desperate and the pressure from their fan base. What if the Orioles say, all right, you know what? We weren't willing to give up Holiday 7 hours ago, but right now we need a pitcher at the top of our rotation. We'll give you Holiday and another top 10 prospect. Is it likely? No. But could I see a team get desperate like the Orioles, who haven't made the playoffs in many years, who've been bad for so long, who wants to win the AL East, who wants to make the playoffs for the first time in 6, 7 years, 8 years? They might get desperate. And I don't believe they would trade Holiday, but crazier things has happened. All right, we're going back to this mystery team. Joe, you know what, Joe? The Cubs also weren't trading Gleyber Torres either for a closer. The Mets weren't trading Michael Fulmer until they had to. Right? And Justin Verlander in this season was better numbers-wise than Chapman at that point and Cespedes. Well, Drew, that's all I'm saying. Do I think it's likely? No. But you have to look at it from the perspective of the team. We don't know what fans are saying in Baltimore. They might be all over Baltimore sports radio and saying the Mets got to get Verlander. They got to get Verlander. They got to get Verlander. That put pressure on the owner now. And if the Mets are willing to pay a significant amount, which they already tell you they're willing to do and showed you already, they are willing to pay a lot of money to get the prospects they want. If the Mets say to the Orioles, we will pay $45 million of the remaining money on Verlander's contract and send you Verlander, but we want Holiday as a part of the deal. Now, if the Orioles only have to pay about $20 million for Justin Verlander, who's over the last 2 months has one of the best ERAs in baseball, they might think about that. And this is a scenario where Justin Verlander is the last one left that is a top-line starting pitcher on the market, where the Orioles might lose out on Lorenzen, Cease, and Rodriguez. That's where you find a team 35 minutes before the deadline get desperate. Yeah, I saw that K-Mets. They're not actively shopping, like aggressively wanting to shop him to get rid of him. They're listening to offers. Billy Epler and the front office are not doing their job. This team failed with the high expectations this year. Nobody should feel safe. if you're not listening to offers for every player on your roster right now, you're not doing your job. And I don't believe the Mets are going to trade Pete Alonso unless they get back like 4 to 6 top prospects. I mean, top prospects. Like, give me your 1 through 4. I don't think that's going to happen with any team. Joel, I don't think they're. I mean, I like that, but I don't think the Orioles are going to do that because Pete Alonso is going to be a free agent after next year, and I don't know if the Orioles are going to have the money to sign Pete Alonso. And JV is, has a vesting option for 25. So that's a lot of money on the books for the Orioles that I don't think they want to put on the books. And even if if the Orioles get desperate and say, all right, we'll give you Holiday, they still got many, many extremely good prospects. They're not, they're a little bit under Holiday, but it's not like, getting rid of their top prospect in Holiday makes their farm system trash. It's far from it. Yeah, I don't think they're shopping him. They're not shopping him. They're listening. Hold on, guys. Yeah, Pete Alonso has been available on the market. Yeah, I agree, Metro. It was a crazy offer, but that's the type of offer you're probably going to have to get back if you traded Pete Alonso. That's what I'm saying. If somebody gives you that type of offer, I will drive Pete Alonso to that team because Pete Alonso has been with us since 2019, right? We made the playoffs once with Pete Alonso. Again, that's not all his fault, but you can't tell me the Mets failed this year, and a big reason wasn't because of Pete Alonso and having that terrible average. All right, guys, so they got Jason Stark and Steve Phillips about Justin Verlander. Listen up.
The Yankees, damn Yankees, and all that stuff. What do we do with the Mets? They're outspending everybody, and they're outspending even the Cardinals by almost $200 billion, which seems problematic. Today, they are selling off parks.
Isn't that amazing? We knew the Mets were a team that could make history. They're making all the wrong kind of history. They got a chance to be the first team ever to trade 2-3 times Cy Young Award winners in the same week. Could we have seen this coming? And so, I think you painted the picture well. Once you start to sell, when do you stop? Okay, you trade David Robertson, you trade Max Scherzer, should you also trade Verlander? It's hard to stop. The question is, can they do this and still find a way to compete and win next year? It's getting harder and harder to see that path.
So, Steve, what is the best bet? Strictly from a baseball sense, which I think is what Steve Cohen wants. Anyway, sustainable. What's the best path?
One thing we've learned is $377 million doesn't go as far as it used to.
Good point.
Right, yeah. So look, in order to compete next year, they need an ace in the rotation. In his last 7 starts, Verlander's got a 1.49 ERA. Right. He's the Cy Young Award pitcher again right now, like he was last year.
Well, can I just stop? And they say he appears to be he's close enough.
Interesting. His spin rate, his percentile was down, but his actual spin rate was the same or up a little bit with a 4-seam fastball from last year. This year, just because other guys had better spin rates that were in front of him, so it's not
dropped in the arms race.
A little bit, yes.
It's got a little bit. His own from last year, and it seemed to be just making it.
Yeah. But here's the thing. There are a number of factors. First, the baseball part of it. He still looks and pitches like an ace. If you're going to win next year, why wouldn't he be the solution for the Mets? Money doesn't seem to be a factor for the Mets, right? The budget doesn't matter. Even if he's overpaid, the issue is, what are you going to find better than him in the market for next year to allow you to compete more than what Justin Verlander can do? It doesn't matter about the money because we've realized the money doesn't matter.
Although, yes, it actually did. By this year, he said, hey, at a certain point, I'm paying all this out on the luxury tax threshold. It did start to bother when they weren't winning, Steve.
Well, sure, but okay.
costly.
It is. All right, so what's the replacement for him for next year?
Free agent market, right?
All right, Julio Urias, Blake Snell. Blake Snell's not fit New York for me. Yamamoto from Japan, maybe coming over a little bit there. But you got to remember, that means what you have to do to put a team competitive, you've got to hit on every one of those guys. They got to all say yes to your money to get you to come there. They'll have choices too.
Sure.
And so the idea that you'd move Scherzer, I wouldn't have even moved Scherzer. I understand he's underperformed a little bit. If he's overpaid for next year, fine, but he's still better.
Stay the course on the
I would have. With those two guys, I would have. Because if I want to win next year, I want to.
I'm thinking this seems to be the right path.
Okay,
they weren't going.
I mean, the question is that the way Steve Cohen and Billy Epler are thinking? And look at the deals they've made so far. David Robertson for two kids, 18 and 19, right? Max Scherzer, one guy back, he's 20 years old. Doesn't that say they're thinking more long haul?
Oh, yeah, they're rising. They are.
That's what I say.
Steve Cohen wants to build the farm system like what the Dodgers have. He came in, threw money at it to start with, wanting to build up a farm system. It didn't work, and he's now looking at this as an opportunity to fund the farm system right now.
But so if you're thinking
at the cost of winning next year,
God, don't you trade Verlander while he's on this nice 7-game run?
I want to win. I want to win.
I got to think long term.
I want to win.
Long term.
This is the Mets. You don't rebuild when you're the Mets. You don't rebuild when you're the Mets. You compete.
It's healthier.
You've got an owner with unlimited resources. You do both. And for me, you're going to get one blue chip prospect back in return, probably for Verlander. And you're going to have to eat some of the money. I would much rather have him as the ace of my staff next year and go out there and try to win and be a playoff team. Why can't they be a playoff team last year? They won 101 games last year.
I hear you.
They're the same roster.
I don't know why they're under 500 this year either. It's mystifying to me. I want to show you something here. The top payrolls in the sport right now. This is intriguing to me. And this is one of the biggest themes up here. Here's the top three. Mets, Yankees, Padres. One is 6 games out of the last while.
Yeah, I've been saying this for a while.
Sort of disaster, bro.
Top 3 opening day payrolls: Mets, Yankees, Padres. 1, 2, 3, all at the moment out of the playoffs. The closest team to a playoff spot is the Yankees at 3.5. Dodgers, the Mets are 6, and the Padres are 5.
Look, there are all kinds of themes that we're seeing running through 2023.
Right.
Money doesn't always guarantee you glory and playoff spots, but also, teams that were built pre-2023, launch angle, slug, on base. I see the model changing. I think you see teams leaning into athleticism.
Yeah.
Money doesn't buy that.
It hasn't as of yet. Now take a look at this. The best records in the sport. The top 3. This is fascinating to me. With the Orioles' ascension, 8th, number 1, that's the Braves are a big money team. They're in the top 10.
Top 3 records in baseball.
29th. The Rays.
Braves, Orioles, Rays. 8th ranked, 29th ranked, and 23rd
The
ranked.
Rays have been at the vanguard for a long time, but those are the 3 best records. There are 30 teams in the sport, by the way. 29th and 23rd are there.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And some part of the new rules that benefited these new young teams up and coming, where they're capitalizing on the speed aspect of it, the holding runners, the mixing and matching of pitchers as well. And so you're banning the shift. And so there's a lot of different things that are coming into play with it. That being said, at some point, the Orioles are going to go to where they're going to get overpriced, and they're going to have to figure out who they're going to keep.
Yeah.
Same thing for the other young teams that we're talking about. Atlanta's the one that has done it the best, where they've taken their young studs, they've locked them up for the long term, where they have some cost containment. They know predictably what their payroll is going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I realize the object isn't to build the best team on no money. I'd like to build the best team and then have plenty of money. That'd be nice. So I'm not ripping on like the teams that are spending a lot of money. Spend a ton of money. Again, the concern in the first week, I wrote a whole essay on this. Is this bad for baseball? Again, it's kind of a constant theme that the runaway train will dominate the game. It has not worked.
So is this failure good for baseball?
I think on the whole, it's there's a lesson here which is heartening in a way. Draft, develop organically, take the slow route, be patient, do the slower things rather than the quick and easy things.
I'll take the money.
I see Danny Warbucks. I love it.
Give me the money. I'll compete.
But you're not. Again, they're not. Like the results are clearly.
They're not blip on the radar. The teams were all winning last year. They were at the high end of the payrolls.
I'm not disagreeing with you completely.
Yeah, I know.
But this year, it's like I don't stare at us right in the face.
Crazy. Andrew Friedman came from Tampa Bay and tried all that stuff he used to do there with no money. He worked even at the most money. How's it worked out for him? That's what I.
Yeah, Drew, that's true and all, but at the same time, right? 2 teams in the World Series last year, right? the Astros, and the Phillies. The Phillies ran through like a ton of bricks through the playoffs because they were scoring a ton of runs. And they were scoring the way they scored and the way they were winning was what they weren't doing in the regular season, which their defense got a little bit better, yes, but their offense got extremely better. They started to hit home runs with men on base, which the Phillies led the league in solo home runs. In the playoffs, all they were doing were hitting multi-home runs. Right? The Mets and the Padres, two teams that a lot of people considered to have the best rotations in baseball last year going into the playoffs. None of them made the World Series. Right? And yeah, these teams, that's fine. But look at the other teams. The Rays, right? Their starting rotation isn't great. They have a ton of bullpen arms. That helps them, right? Let's go to the other team. The Blue Jays. They got a good rotation. Nothing special. The Orioles. They have no rotation. They win games based on their offense and their defense. Right? Let's go to the Central. The Twins, Sonny Gray. That's basically it, right? Let's go to the AL West. The Astros, Framber Valdez, right? I think they have another young kid that's pretty good. They probably have one of the best rotations. The Braves, right? Fried has struggled in the playoffs ever since he's been in the playoffs with the Braves. Strider, his first time in the playoffs last year, I know he had an injury situation, but he didn't pitch well. Right? The Braves, I consider probably 1A who have the better rotations, right? But look at the teams that are in front of the Mets. The Padres, I think, have one of the better rotations in baseball. They're a game and a half better than the Mets right now and out of a playoff spot. Right? I do believe you need pitch, but see, pitching is so sporadic now because everybody believed that having DeGrom and Scherzer 1-2 in a short series is the best chance you have of winning the World Series. Well, then how did the Phillies make it? Because nobody pitched out of their mind for the Phillies. They pitched good, but let's not act like the offense went on another level to get them to that point. But they didn't have a dominant staff. Verlander wasn't very good. Valdez, Framber Valdez was the only really good starting pitcher in that rotation. Look, go back to the box scores. Right? Verlander was giving up runs left and right. He pitched okay. Wasn't pitching great. Valdez was the only one. Everybody else, right? Look at how much bullpen the Astros used in the World Series. A ton. Like I'm gonna pull up the box scores because if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But I was live during a lot of those games. Right? Let me just go. All right, let's see. All right, so the Phillies won that ball game. The score was 6-5. All right. Didn't look like good pitching. Right? Who was the let's check. Hold on. Let's go. Let's see. Box score. Aaron Nola. Some consider the ace of the staff. If you listen to Philly fans last year, which I laughed at, right? Wheeler was the ace of the staff last year. 4 1/3, 6 hits, 5 runs. Terrible, right? They used 6 pitchers in that inning. They won the game, but it clearly wasn't for their pitching, specifically their rotation, their starting pitcher. All right. Astros. Justin Verlander. 5 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. The Astros used 6 in game 1. So 11 pitchers were used out of the bullpen for both of those teams. Not one of the starting pitchers in game 1 went 6 innings. The Phillies won 6-5. All right. Let's go to the next one, right? Astros win 5-2. Pretty good, right? Phillies, Zach Wheeler, 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. pretty good. And this was Valdez, who was the best one. 6 in the third, 4 hits, 1 run. And Chris has just joined the stream. What's up, buddy? How's it going, Chris? What's up? I think he's on mute right now.
What up? What up? Can you hear me?
What's up, man? How you doing? So I'm
Doing
just going
well.
over this. There was somebody talking about how, you need pitching, really good pitching to win championships. And I'm going over last year's World Series where the first game ended in 6-5, and now one guy went into the 6th inning last year in Game 1, and there was 11 bullpen arms used in Game 1. And then I just said Valdez was basically the only pitcher that pitched extremely well in the World Series last year. And somebody had to win, right? Somebody had to pitch a little bit better, but not that good. So I just went over that. So Zach Wheeler and Nola didn't go any better than that. So just give me a second, guys. I think Chris is back. Chris, give me 1 second. Something's going on with the putting you in.
All good, all good.
Where the
You're
hell am
going
I?
at it today. I love it.
I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to go to Game 3 now because I'm into this now. All right. Game 3. Phillies won 7-0. And I think this was Suarez that pitched. Right? Lance McCullers Jr., 4 1/3, 6 hits, 7 runs. Terrible. For the Phillies, I think it was Suarez. Yes. Ranger Suarez, who is basically garbage this year. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. 0 earned runs. So 2 pitches so far in 3 games pitched pretty good. But Suarez went 5 innings. How good is that? And the Phillies used 1, 2, 3, 4 bullpen arms. And the Astros used 5 in that game. Game 4. Let's go to that one. Sorry, Chris. I just wanted to make a point. All right, here we go. Astros win 5-0. Pitcher, Christian Javier. Pitched really well. He threw 6 innings. No hits, no earned runs, right? That was that no-hit game. Very good, right? So there's 3 pitchers in 4 games so far, right? And the Phillies gave up 5 runs. Aaron Nola, once again, 4 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. And they used 6 bullpen arms in that game, right? World Series victory, what was it? Game 6, right? I think it was, right? So here you go. Throughout almost the whole series, the two teams basically had 4 starts between themselves, between the 2 teams that had decent starts. Nobody went into the 7th inning. You really don't need a really dominant rotation. I think we're looking too far into it. This is not the 90s anymore, right? Look at all the scores. Every game was the team that won scored at least 5 runs. So, yeah. So, Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well, doing well. I figured I'd provide you some relief here on your marathon, and obviously
it's a
Nelson
fucking
and I were up
marathon, I'll
here
tell you
late
that.
last night. Shout out everybody tuning into that. But yeah, some interesting notes from these reporters, I should say, and we'll see. We'll probably get into it. I know you've been getting into it a little bit back and forth, but a lot of teams apparently in on Justin Verlander. That's not shocking, but what is shocking to me is the Padres being one of those teams.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens with that. And like you said, just before I joined in here, it's honestly, where the Padres are at, and if they're that big of buyers for Verlander, that would shock me. So there was some Orioles talk before. Listen, Jackson Holliday is the Orioles' #1 prospect. He's the #1 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. We talked about how the Cubs probably wouldn't deal Pete Crow Armstrong. Obviously, we were talking about maybe a Raylene fan package last night on the stream, and Pham and Rayleigh are no Justin Verlander. I understand that, but I think the Orioles would be better served in terms of their perspective to hold on to Jackson Holliday and kind of maybe target someone else lower on the totem pole. But they really missed out on Savali, and one of my buddies actually texted me today. He's an O's fan. Texted me today saying talking about the Verlander news and how he wouldn't do any Jackson Holiday for Verlander trade anyways either. But he was making an interesting note that, just for some O's intel, that they did offer Carlos Correa a deal, a long-term deal, and we're not thinking about Orioles as big team spenders, right? But they did offer Correa a deal that was reported, and that is a fact. And so they might be looking to spend a little bit more. I think they got a new GM or somebody new in the front office that's a little bit more willing to spend. So we'll see what happens. The O's are an interesting team, so I wouldn't count them out, but I don't think it's going to be, for Verlander. So.
Yeah, again, it comes down to a desperate team too. I don't think they're going to trade Jackson Holiday, but I mean, who knows, right? I mean, who knows how desperate they are and what pressure they're under, right? We're not in Baltimore right now listening to sports radio. For all we know, every fan's calling up saying we need Verlander, no matter what. Doesn't matter what it takes. What if the team folds under the pressure, just like Sandy Alderson and the Mets did in 2015? Alderson didn't want Cespedes. We all know it. If you watch 5 Days in Flushes, he couldn't stand Cespedes. And he gave up his top prospect, along with Luis Cessa, who became a really good reliever in the majors, specifically for the Yankees and now with the Reds. So it's, I don't think it's going to happen with the Orioles with JV, but who the hell knows? If all the pitchers are off the board and JV's left and now the Orioles are stuck with the same rotation at 5 o'clock, you don't think they're going to call the Mets and maybe try to make a deal that was a better offer than what maybe they currently offered? It's possible.
And hammering your point, right? And this has been the theme in yesterday's live stream. And Nelson, and you said it, the Mets are in the driver's seat. Make these teams outbid each other. If they really want to get rid of Justin Verlander and they get an offer that wows them, make these teams outbid each other for Justin Verlander. Maybe get a couple other pitchers off the board. Some teams cave, and then the teams that are left over, like you just said, if they don't have any pitchers, nobody's on the market, and Justin Verlander's sitting there, maybe they send an offer that they normally wouldn't send over. So completely agree with that point. And I'm not sure if you guys saw a couple comments in here when I was listening earlier on, talking about Pete Alonso and the Athletics article about Pete Alonso. I know we sent that in the group chat as well. And I just thought that was an interesting kind of thing. And I take whatever the Athletics says with a grain of salt anyways. But if that is true, that's really interesting to think about the Mets potentially dealing, Pete Alonso, maybe not this trade deadline, but in the offseason. I don't really know what the plan would be there. But I guess really nobody is safe. And it comes to question when you're talking about a fire sale, a rebuild versus a retool. I really do think it's going to be a retool, which is why I don't see Pete Alonso going anywhere. But that was just an interesting article that came out.
Yeah. The Pete Alonso thing, it's interesting because, listen, we talked about it on the roundtable. Steve Cohen put his foot down and says, I'm not going to tolerate this. And if it takes me sending money to other teams to make this farm system and make this organization better, he's going to do it. He put his foot down. He says enough is enough. The highest payroll in baseball in history failed with those high expectations. You can't expect me to stay pat or try to quote unquote buy when you guys over the last week haven't been any better than 6.5 games from a wild card spot. They had to make a decision. They made it. They stuck to their guns. And you got to give them credit for making a decision early enough, and don't be the Yankees, who now have 5.5 hours to make a decision of being buyers or sellers. And that includes the Padres, who look like they're going to be buyers, but who the hell knows, right? By 5:30, they might think, you know what? I mean, the Padres who are thinking about buying are only a game better than the Mets right now. So, there's a lot of intangibles there, but I'd rather have an organization and a front office who makes a decision either way. Even if I might not agree on that decision, if the Mets decided they wanted to become buyers and I didn't agree with that, I would respect the fact that they put their foot down and says, this is what we're doing. Because you can't half-ass it being partially sellers and partially buyers like 2019. That's dangerous because you end up not making the playoffs, not getting back what you could have gotten back for certain players, and then you're just in limbo following the next season. And Paul actually said, yeah, 13-7 is not half bad, but they needed to be better. Right? Their June sucked so much that they needed a 16-4, 16-3, 16-4 type of July. They didn't do that. They had 2 opportunities in July. They had 15 games before the All-Star break to get within 3 or 4 games of the wild card. And then they had 6 games, 2 with the Yankees, 4 with the Nationals, where they needed to go 5-1 or 6-0 to get within 3 or 4 games of a wild card spot. And then you can talk about them possibly buying. They didn't do either. They had numerous opportunities. And oh, by the way, they also had 102 games to get back into the race, and they never did. So there's nobody to blame but the players. They need to look in the mirror. And if they have any questions about Steve Cohen, about the future, then ask for a trade and we'll find a suitor. At least that's the way I think, Chris.
And I completely agree with you. I think we saw it with Scherzer. I mean, I don't think that we are not going to be contenders in 2024. I think Cohen is adamant about putting a winning roster together. And honestly, that can happen. I said it yesterday on the live stream on the roundtable. That can happen with or without, Justin Verlander here. And he's shown he's willing to do that. He's going to do it. We talk about the whole different trade scenarios, of starting pitching potentially. We can go down different avenues of discussion with the Mets and what they can do this offseason. We talk about signing Yamamoto out of Japan, talk about trading for a guy like Corbin Burns, all that good stuff. Senga, Otani. I mean, Senga's going to be here, obviously, so you got that. And then Quintana, presumably, barring anything unforeseen, is going to be here as well. So, yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The whole Scherzer comments and the questioning in the front office needing to have a discussion, they had their chance. They had their chance. They had numerous opportunities. With the deadline being pushed back this year, they had extra opportunities in the month of July to convince this front office that they were going to stick to the guys that they paid for and potentially be buyers to compete this year. Yeah. Not happening. This team, with the way they've been performing, when you look at the Braves and the Dodgers, it was not going to happen. And I completely agree with you. I'd rather have a front office that makes a decision and sticks to it like the Mets have done so far this deadline than a front office that's in limbo. Like you see what's going on with San Diego. Like you see what's going on with the Yankees right now across town. Because guess what? If the Padres don't win in the next couple of years, they made all these investments, long-term contracts, and it's going to be a bad, bad look, right? Yep. They invested in Fernando Tatis. They invested in Bogarts. Couple long-term deals. But Blake Snell is a guy that's a free agent. Highly doubt he returns there, but crazier things have happened. We'll see what happens with Blake Snell. Juan Soto's future with the Padres is also in limbo. Everyone thought, Padres for sure going to make a run at the World Series with Juan Soto, and that just hasn't happened. So that's an organization that has had everything right happen for them on paper and contract-wise with all these guys, these stars. And you look at where they're at, and it's really disappointing. So it's quality players, and I think Hayden was talking about on the roundtable last night. You talk about quality versus quantity, and I think the Mets just need to start being a little bit more precise in their movements, and that's one thing that I did like. When we talked about yesterday of the free agents being a little bit more methodical. I'm not saying we have to mimic what the Rays do. Obviously, the Rays do what they do, and they succeed at it. Not every front office is in a position to do what the Rays do just because of their personnel working in the background. I don't know. We don't know who the Mets have working in the background in the front office, if they're capable of scouting to that pedigree. But start being a little bit more methodical. But Cohen's done everything possible. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm refreshing my feed here literally every single minute, and we're going to be hopefully breaking some news. And Nelson and I will be on the Interstate Mets report today on our channels at 5 o'clock for the last hour of the deadline as well. So that should be a good one. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. And I like Ryan's point. Crazy to think the Padres have the number 1 pitching in baseball. Yeah, and they're only 1 game better than the Mets. So what does that tell you? That tells you certain things on your team have to work out. Like in the Mets case, in the first month and a half of the season, it was basically the pitching that made them go through it and cost their bullpen and burn them out. And then when the pitching started to get better, the offense started to struggle. At some point, both of them have to come together, or you're not going to have a good season. And I think the Padres are an example, just like the Mets, right? The Padres pitching has been good almost all season. Their offense has been struggling. Look at the offense. They're 0-10 in extra inning games. I think they're 6-18 in one-run games. They have one of the lowest batting averages in a close game percentage. Like, that's why they're losing. The offense is the big reason why the Padres are where they are. In the Mets case, for the majority of the time, it was pitching that couldn't get it together. And also Scherzer, who can't get it out of his own way. And then the offense, when the pitching was doing good, right? The Mets went a stretch where I think 6 games in a row, they had pitchers going 6 innings or more, and they only went 3-3 because their offense didn't show up. So the consistency matters. At some point, when teams go on a roll or go on a run, both of those come together and everything clicks. If it doesn't, you're going to struggle like the Mets, like the Padres, right? The Cincinnati Reds don't have a good rotation. Why are they winning ball games? Why are they back and forth in the Central with the Brewers? Because of their offense, not because of the pitching. So Heyman's reporting Chafin could be dealt. Really? Wait, isn't he on the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, I believe so, and he's naming the Cubs, the Brewers and Twins
He
as
took
some
a one-year
potential
deal.
targets. So
He's a rental, right?
yeah, I think he signed a 1-year deal.
Oh wait, because they traded for Seawall. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but I mean it's
Why?
interesting because he's the
Wouldn't you
lefty.
want
So
Chapin and Seawall as your 8-9?
exactly, I don't know what's
That's
going on
weird.
there. The Diamondbacks are an interesting story, but to your point and what you just said, the offense, defense, and the differences between these teams like the Diamondbacks, the Reds, and whoever else in between, the Orioles versus a team on paper was better suited on paper coming into the season, like the Mets and Padres. And the differences is that nobody wants to talk about it, but I forgot who it was. One of the big baseball journalists reporting that there was some turmoil in the Padres clubhouse, and it's all about how they mesh as well as a team in the clubhouse. The Mets, I promise you, I've been thinking this all season long. Just with the way the clubhouse has looked, it's going to be a report coming out saying that there was some sort of problem with an ego. I don't know if it was Max Scherzer. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but something wasn't right. The Padres got some of that going on as well. So it's a little bit of an underrated, it's all speculation, right? But it's a little bit of an underrated sort of aspect to the game too. When you're talking about teams on paper, but with how they mesh. The Reds don't have the most talented roster, but they play for each other, and you can see it. That's an energized team through and through. Every time I watch the Reds, they're electric. They're getting amped up, and we played baseball our whole lives, and that's an underrated aspect of a team game. So it's not nothing to talk about. But yeah, when we talk about objectives and stats, obviously on paper, the Mets and Padres are suited to do really well. So why are teams like the Cubs, the Diamondbacks, and the Reds making a run at this and not the Mets? And it's just something to show for it. But yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see what happens to the Mets. Everything's in limbo. Everything's on the table so far. So hopefully we get some fireworks to report on here at some point, for the viewers.
Yeah. And it's crazy to me because like they just showed a stat at MLB Network because I got that running constantly that the top 3 teams in payroll, we all know who they are: the Mets, the Padres, the Yankees, 1, 2, and 3. All of them are out of the playoffs on August 1st right now. The closest team to a playoff spot is the Yankees at 3.5. The Padres are 5.5, and I'm 4.5. 5, and the Mets are 6. So, and then they just showed 3 teams with the best records in baseball: the Rays, the Orioles, and the Braves. The Braves have the 8th ranked payroll. The Orioles are 23rd, and the Rays are 29th. Those are the 3 teams with the best records in baseball. You can't predict this stuff. But I said this, and Chris, you know this already. I don't know if you agree or not. I said this on the roundtable. I say this on Shea Bridge. I probably say this every time I'm on a live stream. Just because they got the best records or they're a really good team and they're going to make the playoffs, go back in the last 6 years. Name me a team that didn't have a top 10 payroll that won the World Series.
No,
So
I definitely agree with you.
spending money still matters.
It does. 100% it does. And I think, you talk about what's the threshold versus having a top 3 payroll versus top
Yes.
10. There is something to say for that, and I
Yes.
agree with that. It's not all about spending money, but to a certain degree, right? It still is. So there's a fine line, there's a threshold, whatever that may be. But I definitely agree with that notion. And yeah, you have said that a lot, and I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and look, for everybody who thinks the Braves don't spend, they're 8th in payroll. So they're on. I think they're around the $200 million mark, around that area, probably like 190, 195. You got to remember, just because they signed team friendly deals with a lot of their young guys, they paid a ton of money to Olsen and Murphy. They added, they re-signed a Morton that I think was like $18 million. They put a lot of money into this team as well. Yeah, they signed a lot of their guys long term that they brought up, but that costs money. They're 8th in payroll. So what the Mets are trying to do, or what the Braves, the Dodgers, those teams are trying to do. Dodgers keep on replenishing their farm system. The big reason why the Dodgers are in first place and playing well was because they kept on replenishing their team this year with the injuries they had. Same thing with the Braves. Fried hasn't been in this rotation for a month now? And they've been, the Eldler was in the rotation. He replaced somebody that was injured. Keeps on going back and forth. So if you have those guys that can fill in and be good or serviceable until those guys come back and still not miss a beat, that's where Cohen's trying to get. And that's what the farm system, again, the beginning of the season, the Mets were 18th ranked best farm system in baseball. During the year, based on how good their prospects have been pitching and playing, they got all the way up to 13th. And now with the trades that they made, it hasn't been updated yet, but after the deadline, when the rankings get updated, they're going to be easily in the top 10. Oh, and that's less than a year. That's what Cohen is trying to do. Build a farm system while contending at the big league level.
Even just reported Braves checked in on Verlander, but they appear to be pretty much out. He said, quote unquote, they don't appear to be very involved at the moment, but they do still seek pitching. So I never thought the Braves, Verlander talk was going to gain any steam. So it looks like that's quieted down.
John Heyman just tweeted again. One mystery team has been uncovered for Verlander, the San Diego Padres.
Yep.
Now,
and I don't understand it, but you know what? If they want to give us something valuable in return,
I'm going to check their prospects right now.
Yeah, we'll take either the prospects, or if they want to unload Juan Soto, we'll go ahead and take Juan Soto as well.
Imagine that. The Mets say, all right, we're going to pay a ton of money for JV, and we'll take back Juan Soto.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's feasible, but that'd be hilarious.
We got a couple of them. Jackson Merrill, we all know about that shortstop prospect. Ethan Salas, the catcher. I don't think the Mets going to take him. Dylan Lesko, right-handed pitcher. Long way away, though, 2027. They got a couple of top prospects pitching, but a lot of them are 2025. So,
I mean, and you said it, man. I love what the Mets are doing with this farm system now, and you got a good problem with overcrowded positioning, in your farm system, and a lot of these guys, like the Mets, are in a position where they don't have to keep everybody in their pipeline now. Like these are going to be. There are expendable prospects now, which the Mets really never had. You talk about in 2022. I know you said that you kind of wished, and you've been saying that for a while, and I completely agree with you. If we were thinking about winning, let's not half-ass the deadline. Let's make a push for it. But the Mets also didn't have much to give up at that point as well. And, now this is a different story. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Vargas looking, to be a great return for a rental in David Robertson. That was an underrated steal. I wasn't quite sure of the trade at the time because they are in rookie ball still. And I just like to take that with a grain of salt. But if Vargas pans out to be what they're reporting him to be, that's a steal. Also 19 years old. You got, Jet Williams come up as well. And then Luis Angel Acuna, who could be ready as early as opening day in 2024, if not maybe, somewhere late April, early May when he gets some outfield reps. Potentially, and we'll see what they do with McNeil. Maybe they move McNeil to the corner outfield spot if they don't find a place for McNeil, and Luis Angel will be up the middle with, Francisco Lindor. You never know. So it's a good problem to have. It's just about getting these guys experience in different positions now in the minor league farm system. And they've been saying that about Ronnie Mauricio for a while. I honestly don't think Ronnie Mauricio will have a position every day for the Mets in the field. He can be a DH, but definitely not in the field. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I love what they've been doing, and it's still a process, guys. I mean, Steve Cohen can't do this all and build up a Dodgers-esque farm in 2 years' time. It takes years and years. At least 4+, 5+ years. So and it's a hard thing to do, to multitask and gaining a good farm system while you're trying to compete. It's a really hard thing to do. And I think that, if you get David Stearns in here to provide some direction to this front office and help Steve Cohen and his ambitions and his goals, I think that, 2024, the Mets are going to be in a good spot despite this lost season. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But lots of good stuff going on with the Mets. I can't complain. Obviously, I'd like to see them competing for a playoff spot right now. But it is what it is at this point. I think the Mets front office is doing the best they can do given the current position. And the players don't like it. I get it. They're there to compete. They want to compete this year. But listen, we're going to keep driving in this point home. They had their chances and it didn't happen. So that's what happens in a business world like this. And that's what it is. It's a business world for the front office.
Correct. And you hit a nerve with me with Ronnie Mauricio, because I said this ever since they extended Francisco Lindor. Ronnie Mauricio is going to be trade bait. If it's not at this year or 2021, 2022, I'll tell you right now, Ronnie Mauricio, and this is the problem with bringing up Ronnie Mauricio, which they might do, but there's a pretty good chance they might. And the reason why, they don't want his value to go down. If you put him at second base where he has 16 errors at second base, his best position is shortstop. Lindor's there. You're not moving Lindor. He's okay in left field. I think he's played 16 games, maybe 14 games in left field. He has 3 errors. I don't know if they were throwing errors or fielding errors, but they're errors nonetheless, right? Did you know how many games the Mets lost this year because of the shitty defense? A lot. So I can care less about his bat if he can't catch the ball. Third base is probably his second best position because he played that in the Dominican Winter League. But he also has 6 errors at third base. So he is another guy like Vientos, like Brett Beatty, who are not very good defensively and probably subpar defensively. So this is another guy that you don't want to have the value decrease because everybody wants to see him at the big league level. Keep that value high, because if there's a situation where this offseason, when Corbin Burns, who will be on the trade block in the offseason, because the Milwaukee Brewers and Corbin Burns had a battle in this last offseason because of arbitration, and Corbin Burns openly said he was pissed off with the arbitration that he lost. Don't think that Corbin Burns is not going to be on the trade market, because he's going to ask them to trade him, because we all know the Milwaukee Brewers are not going to sign him. Corbin Burns, I feel very confident is going to be a New York Met this offseason, and Ronnie Mauricio is going to be the centerpiece. And do you really care if Ronnie Mauricio is spending his good years in Milwaukee, Wisconsin? This ain't the Green Bay Packers. All right? I can care less. The same reason why I wasn't so mad that Jared Kelenic isn't playing in Seattle Mariners, basically in baseball Siberia. Okay? Come on, guys. If this can make your team better, you freaking do it.
Rob, I have a question for you.
Yes.
I think this is an interesting topic of discussion, and I want to bring it up. And this might strike a nerve with some people because it's a little far-fetched, but honestly, if it was on the table, I would consider it. So let's say this. Mets keep JV. They're committed to winning in 2024. They are going to go after Yamamoto. They strike out on Shohei Ohtani, right? They strike out on him. Are you opposed, yes or no, to a potential deal with the Cardinals, Nolan Arenado coming to New York, and Brett Beatty going over to St. Louis. It's a win now. It's a win now thing kind of deal, and I get it. We're about the kids. I've been mentioning Brett Beatty and his playing time a whole lot this season. I'm not saying that I'm going to be for this. I think for the broader audience and for you, I just want to hear your opinion on it. A potential Brett Beatty for Nolan Arenado swap in the offseason.
And I'm assuming the Mets are going to take on the contract fully.
Yes.
Whew. Man. Now,
it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I'm a little bit more. See, I always thought Beatty was going to be a pretty good overall hitter. Not, great. I would think 250 hitter, 20 home runs, 80 RBIs, basically a guy, a good player, not something that, not top prospect level good. Would you want him on your team? Yeah, no problem. But if you can get a guy in Nolan Arenado in the middle of this lineup, and let's be honest, guys, Pete Alonso is 28 years old? When he's a free agent, he's going to be 29. So you already got him in the prime of his career. What is Pete Alonso going to have? 3 years, 4 years of his prime left once you sign him to an extension? It's basically the same amount of time Arenado has left on that deal at 32 years old. So you can be in win now mode and still have 3 or 4 guys that are top prospects on your team right now. Alvarez, if Acuna comes up, whatever you do with Mauricio, right? You can have a mix of veterans and young kids that I think can work out pretty well. I think I would do that deal. If it's just for Beatty, for Nolan Arenado, I would do that because Arenado's shown you he's way better defensively than Brett Beatty. So you don't got to worry about third base. You don't have to worry about the left side of the infield at all. And then he'll give you a 260, 30 home runs, 95, 100 RBIs. Now that's Lindor, Arenado, and Alonso with 100 RBIs with Nimmo and McNeil. I like that.
I was going to say that infield is pretty solid. I mean, you talk about Arenado, Lindor on the left side. You got Pete Alonso there. If you lock him up to an extension, this is all considering, right, the Mets strikeout on Shohei, money wise, and then maybe Luis Angel, at second base or whoever. But yeah, I just wanted to toss that out there. It's a possibility. It's a long shot. We'll see if the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals are going to make a move in the offseason. That was one of the teams I named. In the live stream yesterday, the Roundtable podcast, the Cardinals and the White Sox are 2 teams to look out for this offseason. So, yeah, just wanted to get your opinion on that. I completely agree. I would probably pull the trigger on that as well, to be honest with you. And that's not a knock against Beatty, but I think if that option presents itself for the next 3 or 4 years, you got to take that for Arenado. So,
yeah. The Braves just acquired Brad Hand. And they need a lot of help in that bullpen because their bullpen hasn't been good this year. So Brad Hand to the Braves, which makes sense. I don't know if Brad Hand has had a good.
Mark Feinsand just tweeted the Mets and Astros appeared to be closing in on a deal for Justin Verlander late Monday night per source, but quote unquote things have really cooled down today. So there was some serious steam. I didn't know how serious it got between the Mets and the Astros, but
I wonder what cooled it down. Was it the Mets asking for too much, or was it Justin Verlander not wanting to approve a trade back to Houston?
I think it's the latter because honestly, what could the Mets really ask for that's too much out of the Astros farm system, to be honest with you? Unless they're asking for MLB ready talent like on their roster currently, I can't imagine it'd be that. But yeah, that's interesting. I'm sorry to cut you off. I know we're talking about the Braves, but yeah, that's much needed for the Braves as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because I really would love to know. I mean, we probably won't know, but I mean, I don't think it's the money going back to the Astros because I don't think the Mets really care about that, obviously. I think they would pay a lot of money back to the Astros just to get the prospects they want. So I'm assuming it's either JV saying, listen, you guys might have a deal. I don't want to go back to Houston. Or it's the Mets saying, we want these guys, and the Astros weren't willing to give those guys. Because if it was that close, clearly they talked about players that they both agreed upon. Maybe the Mets got a little gun shy and said, I want another prospect, and the Astros said no. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And Joel said it on here. The Astros minor league system stinks. Yeah, it's not great. I don't think they can give the best potential deal. At that point, I'd probably just stick with Verlander, in 2024. But who knows? We'll see. I mean, these guys, this is why the Mets pay the scouts, and Kings fan in here as well, quoted the tweet that Feinstein just tweeted out. So we'll see. It could be numerous different things at play, but like you said, I don't think Justin Verlander wants to go back to the Astros, to be honest with you. So, and he needs to prove that.
Yeah. So I mean, it could have just been the Mets. I don't know, but I think JV would go to the Dodgers. I don't know if he wants to go back to Houston, like you said. I think he probably declined to go to Baltimore, and I think that's why the Baltimore Mets talk were very, very slim and very quick, because I think the Mets were talking to the Orioles, and then maybe they did talk to the Orioles about a good package, and JV was like, no, I'm not going there. So again, like Chris, you've been saying it for 2 days now, a couple of days now. The Mets are in a win-win situation. If you decide to keep Justin Verlander, you got him with Senga, and now you got a 1-2 punch along with possibly Yamamoto, and then you can build up your 4th to 5th starter with a Urias or a Snell or a Giolito. So, they're in a win situation. And again, if they do trade Justin Verlander, clearly the Mets are not giving him away, because if that was the case, they would have made the trade already. So they're looking for specific prospects. I'm assuming it's going to be at least 2 top 10, if not 3 top 15. At least that's just my opinion.
Can we give props or props are due? I honestly still think the Mets just absolutely nailed that Max Scherzer trade, and it's a testament to Epler and Cohen both, because without Cohen eating that money on Max Scherzer's deal, however much the Mets are covering, you don't get Luis Angel Acuna. So I just want to just point that out, that is the highlight for me, at least, of this trade deadline. You talk about Marco Vargas all day long, but Luis Angel Acuna is a little bit more MLB ready, and the front office did a great job with that one.
Yeah. So I don't know. This was a couple hours ago. I just happened to see this. I don't know if you saw this. John Morosi tweeted, Justin Verlander has a no-trade clause. His willingness to accept the deal to the Orioles is unknown. He grew up 160 miles away from Camden Yards. As a kid, he watched then Orioles ace Mike Mussina. In 2017, JV accepted a trade to Houston at the last possible second. So that's interesting too. I didn't even know that part.
I know where Justin Verlander's from. I'm in the DC area, so I know exactly where he's from in Virginia. And if anything, he'd probably be a Nationals fan, unless he has some family ties to the Orioles. But yeah, no, it is interesting. I don't think the location really plays a big factor into it. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. 160 miles away, that's a little bit weird to tweet out. But I think it's just JP Morosi saying that, like you said, with the Astros thing, it's his no trade clause is the really big factor into this, because it seemed like, you talk about Kate Upton, and I know a lot of people are going to laugh when we bring that up, but a family kind of ordeal in terms of a destination in the latter part of JV's career. I mean, he's going to want to play probably in that bigger market, so we'll see what happens. I think that's a big thing to point out, but yeah, and listen, I'd love to deal with the Orioles, right, because of their farm system, but really, like, how much money? Yeah, they're probably going to be able to eat some of the money, and probably willing to do that with the increase in spending, their narrative and increased spending. But how much money? Because at a certain point, I know Steve Cohen can pay off however much money he wants. He could pay the whole damn thing, really, if he wants to, because he's capable of doing that. But is that really productive at the end of the day to do?
I honestly, you can look at it this way: if he pays, say, $40 million of the remaining $65 million of Verlander's contract, between Scherzer and Verlander, he saves $47 million just from trading those two guys. So, like you say, he saved $22 million by trading Scherzer, even though he's given $36 million. So, in the overall spectrum, he saved $22 million. And even in this case with Verlander, he's going to save, because Verlander also has a vested option in 2025. So, in overall, he's actually saving over the next 2 years, close to $55 million. So I guess it's a sunk cost, basically. All right, I'm going to lose money early, but gain money in the next year or two. I guess that's the way
Makes sense. And Steve Cohen said it, and shout out Yoshinobu Yamamoto, love the name for the YouTube channel, saying that the money has already been spent, and that's true. Steve Cohen said it, so we'll see how crazy he gets. It's not far fetched, but and it's not my pockets either. It's not my wallet. So Steve Cohen, you do whatever you want. If you want to go ahead and do that, do that. But yeah, Verlander, I don't think like. This has been one of the most interesting and unique situations, this Justin Verlander talk, that we haven't seen in maybe ever for a player that joined a contending team in New York and then is going to be out the door because they're not up to par. It's a really unique situation. So we'll see what happens out of it.
Well, the Mets made history again. Well, they will. Jason Stark said on MLB Network that if the Mets do trade Verlander, they'll be the first team in MLB history to trade 2 Cy Young Award winners in the same season.
That's breaking records, but the wrong way. But hey,
Yeah,
we'll take it if the prospects
That's
come
crazy.
back.
That's crazy. Oh, only the Mets, guys. Only the Mets.
Only the Mets. We'll talk about this situation happening.
As we all say, the Mets will Mets.
I actually didn't know that the Nationals still had some money on the books for Scherzer, which is really interesting. They got to pay him $15 million this year, so that's an interesting note.
The Nationals and the Dodgers are still paying $15 million per year to Scherzer.
So the Dodgers are as well? That's crazy.
And the Nationals, yeah. It's crazy.
Wow. Interesting.
That's insane. Like, Scherzer's literally getting like $70 million a year from 3 different teams in total.
Think about that trade, though, that the Dodgers had. They had literally Scherzer and Trea Turner coming in that deal. That was an insane blockbuster deal when that happened. And you look at the prospects that they gave up. Who was it? Like Keibert Ruiz, who no one really talks about anymore for the Nationals. I think he's a decent enough player, solid player, but not what they projected him to be when he was in the farm at that time. And Josiah Gray, I mean, that was a total, whiff by the Nationals in that deal when you talk about the value that Scherzer and Trea Turner had at that point.
I mean, they kind of made up for it because they got Mackenzie Gore and CJ Abrams for Soto and Bell. Yeah. So and those 2 guys look like they're going to be good. So
right, and that's just a testament for everybody like listening in on this is that you're not going to hit on these prospects 100%, and the Nationals, you just saw it. Yes. I mean, they whiffed on one blockbuster deal, and they hit on another one with CJ Abrams and Mackenzie Gore. And it's just how the world works. So we can talk about prospects all day long, and that's why I get hesitant to talk about Marco Vargas is a stud, this and that. But I think that what you get out of that return, it's not the same situation, obviously, as the Turner and Scherzer deal. This is a veteran reliever we're talking about as a rental. But yeah, that's just interesting to know. I think going back, a lot of people don't realize and like to think about that. The Nationals returns in those 2 trades.
Hence your point just now, why the Mets should have went for it last year at the deadline, because not all these guys are going to work out. Just because you got Beatty and Alvarez and Mauricio, there's a pretty good chance that if you got 4 top prospects on your team and you bring them up, you'll be lucky if 2 of them actually pan out. The Braves are an anomaly. I think people forget that. The Braves, it's a lot of luck involved too. Remember, Austin Riley was terrible his first 2 years when the Braves brought him up. There was talks about finally getting rid of him. And then he had that year in 2021, and all of a sudden, he got a huge deal from the Braves. So it's a lot of luck involved too. Yeah, they're great prospects, but not all of them work out. Look around the league. The Orioles had to be bad for 7 years straight just to get high draft picks, just to be good this year. And who knows? That might not last. A lot of these guys might be one-hit wonders. We don't know that. Alvarez, why can't he be Sanchez? We don't know. I'm not saying I don't think he will because he's not lazy behind the plate. But now teams have seen Alvarez for a full season. Next year, they're going to pitch him differently. If he doesn't adjust, well, guess what? He'll just be another prospect that failed. Just like a lot of other prospects. Oh, Astros, something happened. Trade. The San Diego Padres are finalizing a trade to acquire left-handed starter Rich Hill and first baseman G-Man Choi from the Pirates. Oh shit! World
Interesting.
Series pitcher right there, baby. Rich Hill. Let's go. Those are
Oh
buyers,
goodness.
baby. That
What are
is
the
that is
Padres doing?
I don't know. That is a half-ass buy. If that's the only thing they do, they are the stupidest effing franchise in history. Because you know what the San Diego Padres are in their history? They spend, they try for 2 years, and they sell. Go back to 2015, 2016 with the whole Justin Upton and all the guys that they bought and traded for. It lasted 2 years, and they traded everybody. Fire sale. It's going to happen again with them, probably, if not this year, next year, or even this offseason. That's just me. Because everybody wants to give the trophy to the Padres. You know what? Yeah, the Mets haven't won since '86. The Padres have won since never. So
Do you
why
think
are
they
we
have a
giving them
plan?
credit?
I don't think they have any plan. Like
No, they don't.
what their moves, contracts, and trades just makes it seem like they have zero plan. They're just doing it just to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a situation where they're not willing to give up any prospects. A lot of the San Diego Padres don't. They have a decent farm system. The Mets have a better farm system at this point now. So it's like I don't think they're willing to give up certain guys because I think this offseason, I do believe Juan Soto is going to get on the trade market. They're going to put him on the block because I don't think they think they're going to sign him. And at some point, the owner's going to say this investment is not worth keeping around because they got Bogart for 11 years. They got Machado for another, 7? And Tatis for 10 years, 12 years. How are they going to afford this? They're not, I know the owner has a lot of money, but they lost a ton of money on that TV deal that went sour. Ton of money. And that's a big deal that people aren't talking about. I think somebody brought that up in the chat. I don't remember who it was, but I actually remembered seeing that as well. So we'll see. We will see because they're going to be what the Padres have always been in their history. They buy, they go crazy for 2 years, possibly 3, and then they sell off and have a fire sale. They've done that throughout their history.
I think that trade was more, and Rich Hill is obviously the name that we know, but G-Man Choi is a pretty capable first baseman on both sides of the ball. He's actually a stud defensively. Not many people know that. I've watched some of G-Man Choi when he was with the Rays, not so much when he was on the Pirates, so I don't really know what his stats are this year, but that fills at least the position of first base. I don't know. They had some guy named Batten starting at first base recently, the Padres did, so at least they get a first baseman, but I just don't think that's a move that, like you said, that's a half-ass buy right there. So we'll see what they do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, okay. And Joel was the one that said that about the cable deal that fell flat. Hundreds of millions of dollars basically gone. So yeah, I mean they're not selling. They're clearly buying. I mean, Rich Hill and G-Man Choi is nothing to go crazy about. I'm not sure why they're looking for more starting pitching. Their rotation's fine. Again, they're underperforming. Their players got to play better. Like Ohtani's not coming to San Diego. Like those players, the Bogarts, the Machados, the Sotos, they got to play better. That's basically
no, I agree.
Same with the Mets, right? Underperforming. If the Padres roster and the Mets roster played to the back of their baseball cards, they would be in a playoff spot at this point. They're underperforming. That's it.
Yeah, that lineup on paper is pretty good. That lineup on paper is pretty good. They're just not performing. I completely agree with that. Sixes in the chat said, reporter in Chicago said the White Sox are willing to trade anyone except Robert. So go get Dylan Cease in the offseason if Verlander's dealt. So that's what that means to me. And makes sense because Robert has a few years of control left. I think Nelson said that on the live stream yesterday. So we'll see what happens there. But the White Sox are another team that were looking promising a few years ago. And I don't know if it's just lack of leadership with the whole Tony La Russa situation and whatnot. That clubhouse also seemed to not mesh well with each other, and they just did not, perform to the back of their baseball cards as well. So that's a failure of an organization as well, which is pretty funny. So we'll see. All these teams you think they're going to turn it around like the Padres, the White Sox, and they're going to finally muster up a couple of good years, make a run at a championship, and it never materializes into anything. So,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's just the way it works, and it sucks. But that doesn't mean you stop trying, right? I mean, if the Mets were in a Padres situation right now, which they're very close to be, record wise, if the Mets decided to buy, some people might be mad, but as a fan of a team that's trying to go for it and trying to make a playoff spot, you would get excited, right? I think we would have been excited if the Mets put their foot down and said, "We're going to be buying. We're going to get bullpen arms. We're going to try to get a mid rotation guy, maybe even another bat." If they would have said that and went for it, nobody would have been mad. Some people, that are never happy would have said, "Oh, they had to sell. They had to get what they can for these guys." Yet the same people that didn't want them to be buyers are now complaining that they're sellers. So what are you going to do? Again, I had people tell me they have to get younger for how many months now? Well, they're doing that. That's how you get younger. Selling off pieces to get younger. That's how it works. You can't get younger by signing free agents because it's rare that a Juan Soto at 25 years old, 26 years old is a free agent. Free agents now are 29 years or older. So that's how you get free. That's how you get younger, by making trades, by selling off pieces when you're not playing well and getting top prospects back at a younger age. That's how you get younger. Because any free agent you're going to get on the free agent market, specifically rotation free agent pitchers, I think all of them are 30 or older. So you're falling back into that same trap again.
are you talking about free agency?
Yeah.
I think Julio
It's 20
Urias
years,
might
right?
be younger.
Is he
Yeah,
20?
somewhere around there.
Yeah. Well,
And
like I said,
honestly, Julio Urias is the only guy that I'm confident in potentially giving a 4+ year deal for. Because I honestly, and Nelson said it, and I will piggyback on what he said. I don't trust in Nola long term. I don't trust in whoever else is in that free agent class. Blake Snell for sure. Now I know you're very opposed to Blake Snell. But Urias obviously down year this year, but could be an option. I think Yamid in the comments here said that earlier as well. A possible option is Urias, so we'll see. But to be honest, I know we're talking about all this deadline, and this is August 1st trade deadline. The New York Mets still have baseball games to play, and it's they're 6 games back of the wild card. Funny enough, and I'm not expecting them to make the playoffs, but what a full circle joyous moment that would
be
be if
so
they
much
somehow
fun.
crack that wild card. Because
Imagine,
honestly, 6 games is nothing.
Could you imagine Adam Ottavino closing games for the Mets in crucial situations with Blake Snell? Blake Snell, wow. Rayleigh being the bridge guy. Oh my God. And David Peterson pitching an important game. Oh, how great would that be, though? How great would that be? Because that would be the Mets team to go to the World Series, a team that nobody expects because they were sellers.
That would be one for the history books. My goodness.
Imagine if they sweep the Royals and by Friday, they're 3 games out of a wild card spot going to Baltimore. Oh my God. I could not.
That would be it's a pipe dream, but me as a fan, me objectively, obviously the season's done, but me as a fan and holding
We'll
that
get
sort of,
excited.
I guess, false hope is just something I have to do. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, it starts tonight with the Royals. So
And you know what? Everybody, I think we all would get a little bit excited as fans if that actually happened. And Steve just said, don't forget about Diaz possibly coming back in September. So imagine you got Ottavino, Rayleigh, and Diaz in September, and the Mets are pushing for a playoff spot without Justin Verlander or Max Scherzer, with Tyler McGill and David Peterson as your number 2 and number 3. With Quintana.
Who knows? Maybe Drew Smith steps up too and starts pitching better. And
that's even more typical Mets than what we were talking about. That would be Mets. The Mets are Mets. That's exactly what it is. Exactly. John Morosi just reported that the Blue Jays are in advanced talks with acquiring Paul DeJong of the St. Louis Cardinals. Yeah, please get him out of the National League. That guy is a Mets killer. Please, he'll be terrible the whole year, but kills the Mets. Get him to Toronto and let him beat up the Yankees. That'll make me feel better.
And they also, shout out Nelson, just retweeted talking baseball per Hector Gomez, who I don't know if he still has legit sources or not, but Blue Jays appear to be front runners to reacquire Teoscar Hernandez from the Mariners. So
No, that's a good move by them. They basically made that trade in the offseason.
Yep.
And get the guy back that they traded. So that will help them. Well, they're gonna need Teoscar Hernandez because he's a utility guy who could play all over the diamond, all over the place. And now with Bo Bichette in question with the knee injury, that's a good deal. That would be a good get by them to get Hernandez back.
yeah. What do you think happens to Daniel Vogelback, Rob? Do you think he's gone come tomorrow off the roster? Or do you think they're going to still employ him?
Could we get Jackson Holiday for him? Who knows?
Goodness.
Who the hell knows? I mean, if Mauricio isn't up by now, you know what the Mets are going to do with him.
Yep.
It's that simple. By tomorrow, if Ronnie Mauricio is not on a plane to Kansas City and Vogelback is still on his team, the New York Mets are telling
See you,
me
Ronnie.
that Ronnie Mauricio is 100% trade bait, and they want to keep his value as high as possible. Very simple. So PSF updates. This is PSF is Pro Sports Fanatics app that is becoming. They actually. I'm most likely going to be signing a contract with them on Friday to do live streams on their app for the Mets, like a Manning cast, like I do on my live stream during games, and I'm doing primetime shows with them soon with a co-host. Just put up a poll. MLB, which team will Justin Verlander be in by the end of the day? Mets, Astros, Orioles, other. I'm going to choose the Mets.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see the poll. So 537 people voted so far. The Astros are 43%, with the Mets in second with 23%. Interesting. Yeah,
I'm gonna say the Mets though. I don't think he gets dealt. There's too many loopholes to work around, but we'll see. We shall see.
Yep. So I'm listening to Heyman right now. Give me 1 second. Shoot, what the hell was I doing? I think Hayden's gonna pop on just now. He just texted me. All right, so we're gonna have the three of the four roundtable possibly coming up in just a second, and we'll get Hayden's thoughts on certain moves that happened already and what if he has any change of heart from last night, from the roundtable. Because I mean, I haven't really changed much. Chris really hasn't changed much, but we're kind of leaning towards Verlander staying at the moment. So we'll see. Because there's too many
options. Happens. I got to drop off here in about 15 minutes, but I want to hear Hayden's points too. So
hopefully
we'll potentially get back in at 4 p.m. See what you're up to on the deadline, and then Nelson and I are doing our thing on our channels at 5 p.m. As well. So we'll be on that Tuesdays and Fridays. Obviously, catch us. But yeah, this is a marathon you got going on. I love it, and you got all faithfuls in the comments. I love it, and they're bringing some good discussion topics. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jojo, the Mets shopping Alonso. I wouldn't call it shopping. I would say listening. That's what it is. So, yeah, So far, with this marathon, almost 4 hours in today. It was almost 5 hours yesterday with me and you and Nelson covering the last. I believe it was like close to 3 hours. So it's over 9 hours so far. And there's almost 4 hours and 40 minutes until the deadline. So it's going to be a total of close to like 15, 16 hours. And I'm assuming we're going to be a little after the deadline to go after the post deadline. And we'll go and, so it'll be close to 18 hours. So of pure marathon live streams, basically craziness that I try to pull off. But so far it's working out.
Love it.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for Hayden to pop on at some point. I think he was coming up now, I think. Hold on. What the hell?
John
Hold on.
Heyman with his spelling errors, per
Yeah,
usual.
yeah. What was it? The Padres ended up being Ostras or something like that.
Yeah. Heyman, man, he's an interesting character. I don't know.
Yeah,
Some of the tweets that he also puts out is just like when he's reporting on trends, just seems to be a lot of cookie cutter information. So he's an interesting guy for sure.
he is. I met him in spring training in 2018, and he was a really cool guy. He spent like 5 minutes just talking baseball and Mets with me. But he he is a very odd individual. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Very odd
Shout
individual.
out Heyman though. He's for the people.
He is for the people. Even Arson Judge is for the people. I'm just trying to give Hayden the link because I think I don't know if he has the link. I don't know if
What
I
about
sent
the
it.
Giants? We haven't talked about them since I popped on here. What about the Giants? What are they up to?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. They haven't really done nothing either. I'm not really focused on the Giants, what they're doing, but I'm assuming they're probably going to need a starting pitcher now.
Yeah, they're +1 in the wild card too, so they're definitely going to be gunning for that playoff spot. Obviously, the West is what the West is with the Dodgers, but I haven't heard too much out of them. So maybe they pop in, and I don't know. I don't think we were talking about Verlander, like when we were talking about Verlander from the start, that the Giants could be a potential fit there, but I don't think it's happening. But who knows? The stove is quiet; it's a little cold right now. Maybe San Fran comes out and it's like you know comes out of left field and takes a swing. So we'll see.
Yeah, and uh, Genesis, I forgot his name. Genesis was also acquired by the Blue Jays.
Herrera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Hayden just popped on.
What up? What up?
Everyone.
What's up? How's it going?
I didn't see that there was a link in the other chat. I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, my fault. That's why I sent it to you on the regular message for you. Yep. So Hayden, your door, it's Pete Alonso shopping.
Freaking, am I allowed to curse on this?
Fucking
Yeah.
hard.
I mean, I think I woke up to one of the biggest jokes of all time. Listen, I understand. It's the key term, listening. I think every organization listens to players. I'm sure people listened to Aaron Judge in the past. I'm sure people have listened to Ronald Acuna Jr. I do have a lot of hats. But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's listening. It's not like they're making anything serious.
Yeah.
Realistically, I think it's just clickbait, just pumping out content. I don't really think of anything too serious of it at the moment. Obviously, if this were to occur, this were to start to heat up a little bit of conversation, I think this would be one of the biggest jokes, lol Mets, in quite a while. I think Steve Cohen, he could go out and make as many donut chicken sandwiches and build 5 scoreboards around Citi Field. That stadium is going to be a ghost town next year, and you bet I will not make the trip up to New York. What's it worth? Yeah, I mean, if you think the rest of the season is going to be a ghost town at Citi Field, buckle up till next year. And I really think it is BS because you listen to Billy Epler's press conference and he used the term, we're not rebuilding, we're not liquidating, and he used another term. And he said that they're not doing any of that. He said that this is just Steve's investment, quoting him, Steve's investment on moving forward for next year. So, I mean, by trading him away, that sounds like a rebuild to me, doesn't it? I mean, you're getting rid of your top players. Sounds like what the Nationals did last year, and the Cubs did 2 years prior. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking anything too serious of it. I think it's BS. Like I said, I guarantee you 6 o'clock will come and everyone will just say, oh, it's shenanigans. We all laughed about it. LOL. But yeah, I mean, realistically, I'm not thinking too much of it. I just think it's silly news reporters just pumping out content. Key term, listen, like I said.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Oh, what the hell?
What?
Sorry about that. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, take the Athletic for what it's worth. They want people to read their stories, their articles so much that they want you to pay for it. So take it for what it's worth, right?
It's the Athletic. I mean, they don't really know
Yeah,
anything about
exactly.
baseball. You go to them for football and every other sport.
Yeah, Hayden, I'm responding to you right now.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I mean, you want to try it?
I guess. I mean, worst case, it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't hurt to try.
So you got the thumbnail and
You
the link, right?
if
You
you
got
could
the thumbnail and the link, right?
If you could send it to me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's in the other group chat.
Yeah.
I'll-
Just let me know
Twitter.
if you need me to resend it, just to see. I don't know if it can go like who the hell knows? I don't know. It's StreamYard. Who knows?
Worth a shot.
Yeah. Let me see if it pops up.
All right, fellas, I think I gotta hop off here. I'm gonna tune back in around 4 o'clock, see where you guys are at, see what we got in terms of news. But I appreciate you having me on for this little hour here, Rob.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem.
be tuning into the background. I'll be listening up. But yeah, man, Hayden, I completely agree. The Alonso thing is just a little bit of a ridiculous report. I think it's some sort of clickbait kind of action there. I fully expect Alonso to be get that extension with the Mets, so I'm not really taking that too seriously right now. But we'll see. Crazier things have happened, but yeah, I just don't see it happening. But I'm curious. Before I head out, I asked Rob this earlier. I'm not sure if you heard the discussion. This offseason, Arenado for Beatty, you doing it or no?
Yeah, my reaction was the same thing.
Yeah, Chris put me on the spot. I mean, how old's Arenado gonna be?
32.
He's gonna be 32. You got about 3 years? How much less is on his contract?
Well, I mean, it'd be
What's
more
the-
than just Beatty. I mean, you'd probably be.
Well, you take it on the contract, so maybe not.
St. Louis giving that away, a one-person trade, that'd be the fleece. I mean, I would do it. But I just don't really picture St. Louis just taking in one prospect for Arenado. I mean, listen, I get, they fleeced Colorado. That's one thing, but I don't think they're going to want to get fleeced on their end. I mean, if it's just straight up Beatty, yeah. I mean, if I'm Billy Epler or if I'm whoever the Cardinals GM is, I would definitely do that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and maybe not even a 1-for-1 deal. Maybe the Cardinals want some lower end prospects, or however the deal works out. But I think the general package of Beatty for Arenado being the main pieces would be interesting this offseason. But I just want to get your thoughts on that. But gents, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate you all. I'll be tuning into the background here. Maybe pop in the comment section a little bit, but do your thing, Rob. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely.
Catch you
Hopefully,
all.
I'll see you later, buddy.
For sure.
All right. So we got Hayden and me right now. I just asked Hayden because again, you guys know about my cat situation. Asked him to hold it down when I have to leave at 3:30 until like 5-ish. Who knows? I don't think traffic's gonna be too bad, but if Hayden has to go, I'll figure out a way to get it on my phone and go live. But if he can hold it down for a little bit, I will appreciate that. But if you can't, hey, shit happens. But yeah, so there hasn't been really a lot going on, which I'm a little shocked about. You got 4.5 hours until the deadline, so
yeah,
not much going on at all.
Nothing really. I've heard of who is it?
Brad Hand to the Braves.
Brad Hand to the Braves. Chi-Man Choi and Rich Hill to the Padres. Interesting move on that end. Really surprised. I mean, the Padres. I mean, it's crazy that 2-3 games determines if you're going to buy or sell. I mean, you look at the Padres, they're 52 and 55 and they're buying. And then you look at the Mets who are 50 and 55 and are calling it a season, key term, I guess.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think that's a decent move for the Padres. I mean, they need pitching, obviously. Darvish has been a bit of a disappointment this year. Really, the only pitcher that's been great recently has been Blake Snell. So, I mean, they're trying to make a push to get above 500, but I think it's a solid move for them. Nice bat and Chi-Man Choi. Nothing too crazy, but is a decent move there. Brad Hand to the Braves. I mean, bullpen moves. Can't really go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's all I saw, unless there's anything I missed on my end.
Yeah,
But
that's been the only two things that really has gone down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the hell the Padres are doing, honestly. Like, I don't know. They 0-10 in extra innings. They're 6-18 in one-run ball games. I mean, their offense has been worse than the Mets offensively. Like, that's how bad they've been.
Erod possible for Dodgers, sources tell John
Ooh,
Heyman.
that hurts the Mets with JV.
Well, and I was going to say, that's my question. Is Billy Epler in the Mets front office waiting for Erod to go off the market so teams go more desperate, and also not even desperate, but to see what value and what other teams are giving up for a starter in Erod who's been having a pretty above-average season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and I didn't even bring that up the whole time. Me or Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point because, like, look, the Mets should wait until the final half hour.
Yes.
Before the deadline to trade Justin Verlander. Because, like you just said, there's a pretty good chance that Lorenzen, what the hell is his name? Jesus Christ. Rodriguez and Cease might be off the board before the deadline ends. So, what if Rodriguez, who is, I would say, a good quality pitcher?
Yeah. I mean, I would say he's a quality pitcher. I mean, he did great in Boston. He had some personal issues, I guess, if that's the term, in Detroit. I have a friend that's a Tigers fan, and he was kind of, telling me about it. Like last year, he pitched well, and then went back to the DR for some personal issue. Not really sure what that was, but he's been doing pretty good this year. Definitely good
He's
statistics.
like a solid number 3
for the Dodgers.
For anybody.
Yeah, I would say honestly. I mean, I could consider him a nice 2-3.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that right there. I mean, if Rodriguez can get you, what do you think they can get? The Dodgers have to give up to get Rodriguez.
I think you would probably.
He's a rental, right?
He has 5 years left, 4 years left on his contract.
So yeah.
So that's the other thing.
Get a lot back.
I could honestly see the Dodgers probably giving up. Let's look at their farm system. I would say if Erod is going to go, I think that Detroit would probably get the most back from LA. I heard Houston's one, but and even with JV, Houston, you don't want to touch that farm system. They don't even have anyone in the top 100. Their farm system, their prospects, not worthy. For Rodriguez, I could probably see them getting back at least one guy in the top 10. And then maybe one or two other candidates lower. Really depends. I mean, I would anticipate maybe a multi-person trade. I could see maybe another person being thrown in that. Trying to think really who else for Detroit. I mean, I don't think they'd package Lorenzen also in that. I think he'd go separate, but Andy Ibanez, some bench bat like that. But yeah, I could probably see them getting at least a top 10 prospect out of Erod.
So, Joel just said you really can't wait to trade Justin Verlander at the last minute when he controls where he goes. Not true. You don't think the Mets already had a conversation with Justin Verlander and Justin Verlander gave him a list of teams or a couple of teams that he's willing to be traded to? The Mets wouldn't be talking to all these teams if Justin Verlander didn't say, okay, I will go to this team. So that's already done. That's already set in stone. If the Mets already went to Verlander probably prior to trading anybody before the Robinson deal and said, listen, if we decide to trade, sell, or retool, what teams are you willing to go to? The same thing with Scherzer. So they already know what teams Scherzer is willing to go to. I mean, Verlander is willing to go to, because they wouldn't be speaking to those teams if Verlander already told them no. So when you hear the Orioles, when you hear the Dodgers, when you hear the Astros, when you hear the Braves, he's willing to go to those teams, because why would the Mets waste their time in talking to them guys and waste precious time when they don't think when they have no idea if Justin Verlander is going to go there? They know already where he's going to go. And the three teams that we've been hearing are the favorites is the Orioles, the Dodgers, and the Astros. Now, Are the Dodgers out once they get Rodriguez? Maybe. Are the Rangers going to pop back up and say, hey, we want Verlander too? We'll see. Hey, I'll take Brock Porter for Verlander. So, the Mets are in a situation where they know where Justin Verlander is willing to go. It's just that simple, right? Clearly, that's been talked about, because why would you talk to teams that Verlander is not going to go to? That it's pointless. You're wasting your time. So that's where we are with the JV thing. Christian, yeah, that is true. Christian, this year clearly shows that MLB should push the trade deadline back a couple of weeks or go back to the double deadline they have. Yeah, they should have a waiver wire again, in my opinion, until the end of August. I think they should at least do that. To push it back a little bit more, I think you should push it back at least until the middle of August, only because there's more teams in the playoffs now. Look at the Mets. Look at the Padres. If the deadline is, say, August 13th, my birthday, right? Would the Mets be selling? Or would they still be having a chance of going for 6 games out, playing the Royals the next 3 games?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess when it comes to that, it's kind of any year. I mean, they could be at a certain record at any point.
Correct.
I mean, yeah.
I think they should bring the waiver wire back, though.
I agree with that. I mean, I would leave the deadline August 1st, August 5th, around that time frame. I'd bring back the waiver wire. I think that would be fair. Paul DeYoung to the Blue Jays.
Yep.
Just announced. So that's
good.
Good because Bichette got
Correct.
hurt yesterday. I don't know if that's going to be a lingering long-term thing, but that could be a good emergency move there. I don't know what they give up in return, but
and DeYoung is a very good shortstop. And I mean, he kills the Mets and nobody else. But I mean, I don't think they really need a offensive guy in the lineup. They need somebody to replace Bichette, basically.
Yeah, it's good insurance.
Yep.
So it kind of seems moves are picking up as later.
Everybody's coming back from lunch.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. All the reporters and GMs are finishing up their lunch. But so who do we, if I could ask, and if you guys want to in the chat or whatever, Rob specifically too. So I know we discussed it last night, but right now, obviously, Robertson, Scherzer, and Canner are gone. Who else are we thinking for the Mets is going to go bye-bye today?
Pham, Narvaez, and Ottavino, along with Justin Verlander.
So 4. So you say 4 guys.
Yeah. I think Justin Verlander is going to be a last-minute thing where a team gets desperate and comes back to the Mets last minute. That's the only way I think Justin Verlander is getting traded. I don't think it's going to be something where you're going to hear a lot of noise, a lot of, where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's going to, build up to it. I think it's going to be something where everybody's going to know right then and there at that minute that the Mets trade Verlander to whoever. But Pham, Narvaez, and Ottavino, I think, is going to be the 3 guys definitely going.
Yeah.
No.
I guess for me, I'd probably agree with that. I'd say Pham. Tommy Pham's a definite. I mean, he's a rental, like I said, kind of his purpose. So I think a team can get something out of him. So Tommy Pham. I think Omar Narvaez, and then you'll call up Nito as the backup. So Pham, Narvaez. Part of me says JV's going to stay, but a part of me says he won't. So I'm just going to include JV 50-50. And I think they're going to keep Ottavino. I don't think they're going to move Ottavino. I don't think they're going to move Rayleigh. I unfortunately don't think they're going to move Vogelbach, sadly. And same goes for Marte. So for me, I think it's the same as I said last night in Pham, Narvaez, and potentially JV.
Yeah.
I mean, minor leagues, I don't think they'll touch anyone, but, you never know. There's someone that's, I don't know, someone that's like Jesus Baez. I don't
know. Yeah. So I think those are the guys. Like I said, JV's going to be last minute. I truly believe that if that does happen. But me and Chris were talking before that. Imagine the Mets trade JV, they trade out Navarez, they trade Fam, and the Mets sweep the Royals, get 3 games back of a wild card,
Ridiculous.
and then what? You're gonna have David Peterson pitching big games for the Mets, and Ottavino.
Well, what's gonna happen is they'll probably sweep the Royals, and then I think they play Atlanta. So then Atlanta's just gonna sweep
Baltimore first.
Baltimore. So like, watch, they'll sweep the Royals or win the series.
2 out of 3 against Baltimore and get swept by the Braves.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I mean realistically, I think that the
Mets will Met. I'm telling you. Why wouldn't they do that? Because fans will start getting too excited again because we're fans, we're stupid like that. We're emotional beings when it comes to our sports teams. We'll get excited just because there's a chance, even though there's nobody on the rotation anymore. Even though, I'm not gonna lie though, Senga and Ohtani, I mean, they'll give you quality starts every start. That would help. But I mean, you're gonna have David Peterson pitching in big games. Probably Tyler McGill too.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Please don't. Just get swept by the Royals somehow. Just to make it easier on my life. I don't need to be going through a live stream. Oh, look, the Mets are back 2 games out of a wild card spot. And then the Braves come to town. Oh, we go to Atlanta, I think, right? Or did we play
I'm pretty sure they go down to Atlanta, so that'll probably actually I don't know because I think we played in Atlanta last.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Let me see. Let's see. They go to Atlanta, yeah. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. No. They play Baltimore, Chicago, Atlanta, or Pittsburgh at home. So they're playing Chicago, who's in front of them. So that's even better. They'll sweep Kansas City, take 2 or 3 against Baltimore, and now the Mets are neck and neck with the Chicago Cubs, who are buyers. And the Cubs will sweep us at home, just like they did last year.
Pretty much.
Oh, love it.
It's set up.
Yeah.
Scripted.
Christian just said it. All the pressure is off the team. Perfect.
Well, and I think that's the other thing now too is I mean I could see them doing really badly because of performance based, but I could see they have no pressure. They know they're out of it. I hate to call it a meaningless next 2 months, but I mean, yeah, I think there's somewhat of a reason to still watch. I think to keep up with Alvarez, Beatty, and Vientos, the 3 baby Mets, just to see what Alonso could do, to see what Nimmo could do. McNeil's looking like he could turn it around, maybe. So who knows with that? But Senga, and that's really it. I mean, I think it's just to keep up with player performances and development.
Yeah. It will be interesting though if the Mets do keep Verlander and the Mets do go on a little run here. Senga, Verlander at the top of your rotation could be worse. And even with Pham and Canna gone, you clearly have to bring people up to fill out the roster. It might not be the worst thing in the world to go on a little run.
I agree with that. So I think I'm about to put it live on my channel. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't,
I'll see if it works.
I guess
I'll see if it
that's
pops up.
Crumbles. I'll tell you guys, StreamYard can be annoying sometimes.
It definitely can. Oh, it popped up. I think you're good.
Let's get it.
Yeah, you're there. All right, you're live. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Well, that's a good thing to know.
Yeah, like I thought you could only, and if any of you guys use StreamYard for whatever reasonings, I never knew that you could.
Another good point by Christian. The last 20 games are against wildcard teams. Stranger things have happened. He's right. 100% right. It is. And listen, look, is it possible? Of course, yes. Right? The Mets can win the next 9 out of 10 games and be in a wild card spot. And there's no waiver wire, which is terrible because you're gonna have to watch this bullpen with Rayleigh and possibly only Ottavino in here, and Drew Smith and Hartwig. Oh God, Jesus! Please don't do that to me. I don't want that. I seriously would freaking. I don't have a lot of hair left. I will lose the rest of it because they're gonna make me stress over nothing. I don't mind having a stress-free 2 months here where I just talk Mets baseball and about the offseason. And, go live during games just for the hell of it. Dude, just have a conversation with people. Oh, God, I can't. Oh, Lordy Lord. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be interesting to say for the least. Here, I'm just going to set this up quickly.
Yeah, Steve, I agree about Pham, but again, if the Mets are really going to decide to bring up Mauricio at this point, you throw him in either at second or most likely left field. There's no, we might hit lightning in a bottle with him, and it might help your offense a little bit more. Anthony, exactly what would happen. Come on, we all know it, right? Even the 2019 Mets went 15 out of 16, got right back in the race, and I think they lost 5 out of 6 and basically screwed up their chances in September. So it's just what happens. Lost, no. That would be stupid. There would be pitchforks from Met fans at Citi Field.
For what?
Lonzo and Beatty for Goldschmidt and Arenado.
Oh,
come on.
You would get no one in there. I mean,
That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, you wouldn't be surprised to start seeing some more trades come through. As the day goes on, usually, trades typically start to pick up a little bit. So,
Yep.
See how that goes. I mean, everything is possible. Right now, pretty much, the names that have been covered for the Mets. I mean, we just went over it, but I'll repeat it for the end on my channel. Tommy Pham. I don't think the lineup's out yet, but Tommy Pham, Omar Narvaez, and potentially Justin Verlander. I don't think they're going to touch Ray or Ottavino. And like I said, I mean, as of right now, you really just subtracted David Robertson, Mark Canha, and of course Max Scherzer. So we're gonna have to kind of just wait out and see.
Yeah.
Go on. I will be right back.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, guys. So listen, clearly things are starting to pick up, right? A little bit, lunchtime, it was calm and nothing was happening. So 4 hours and 11 minutes and 38 seconds left until the deadline. And things are happening slowly but surely. Again, things are going to start picking up. It's looking like Rodriguez might be the next starting pitching to fall off the market. If Rodriguez gets traded to the Dodgers, I think it's probably very likely that Justin Verlander does not get traded, because I think the Mets only want to trade him to the Dodgers because they love the prospects in the Dodgers system. So that's something that you would really have to take a look at. So if Rodriguez goes to the Dodgers, I doubt the Mets are going to trade Justin Verlander, because I don't think they really like the Houston farm system, and I don't know if the Orioles are willing to give up what the Mets are willing want in their farm system. So we'll see about that. And I was just saying that if Rodriguez gets traded to the Dodgers, there's a better chance that JV will be sticking around with the Mets, because I don't think the Mets want to trade him to Houston or the Orioles, because Houston's farm system, as you said, is not very good. And the Orioles are a team that I don't think will be willing to give up enough for the Mets to be willing to trade Justin Verlander. So I think that's where we are right now. You muted, buddy.
Sorry. Yeah, when it comes down to Justin Verlander, I mean, yeah, Houston isn't really a team I would anticipate for them to go after. It's not, you're not getting Hunter Brown. You're really not going to get much from Houston, in my opinion, unless they become desperate last minute and throw some crazy offer at the table that you can't resist. But as of right now, if I'm Billy Epler and I have to trade JV, I would realistically say LA is probably your best bet. I don't know if Texas, the Rangers, would go after it. San Diego would be interesting. They have a decent farm system, pretty solid. So I would really say right now, probably LA is like your best bet. I wouldn't trade Atlanta. I mean, I think trading in division is really just kind of a slap on the wrist, and just a big punch in the face for Mets fans. So I would try to avoid. I mean, I don't know. I have to take a little look at the Braves farm system, a couple decent prospects in that mix too. But I mean, you could probably get a good mix from JV. The longer you wait, the better it's going to work. So I think, I mean, if you're the Mets and you hold off on JV till, I mean, it ends 6 o'clock tonight. I mean, if you hold off till 5 o'clock, I mean, that'll pretty much, the longer you wait, the more value you get.
Yeah. And they just said on showed on MLB Network that Eduardo Rodriguez has a 10-team no trade list, and the Dodgers are on that list. So that might be a problem. Maybe Rodriguez doesn't want to go to the Dodgers, and that's another thing that helps the Mets.
Yeah. No, it could be interesting.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Buddy, can you hold it down for like 20 minutes or so? I'm gonna try to eat something.
Yeah, man, I got it.
But I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Sure.
Thanks, man.
So I am the captain now, everyone. I'm taking over Rob's stream. So we're going to be talking about prospects. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, trade deadline is going into effect right now. If anyone has any questions, any comments in the chat, please feel free to drop it below. Anything related to the Mets, farm system, prospects, feel free to drop it in the comment section below. Don't hesitate. I don't think I could click on the comments, but I'll read out your name, of course. So yeah, just scrolling on Twitter. Obviously, there is a lot of news going around. Like I said, when it gets later in the day, that's typically when a lot of moves, start to take place. So don't be surprised if a lot of stuff happens soon. Would you keep JV? Because I think we need him for next season, says Anthony the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, Anthony, like I said, when it comes down to Justin Verlander, I think it'd be an interesting move. We know that the Mets organization has pretty much kind of said, this isn't a rebuild. This isn't a retooling for next year. They pretty much denounced that theory that it was a rebuild. And I don't know. Like I said, when it comes to Max Scherzer, I have no problem with the Mets trading away Scherzer. I've said for a while now, you could use the term Scherzer's watch. You could use the term that Max Scherzer isn't what he used to be. I mean, 20 home runs and like 18 innings, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, I mean, realistically right now, Scherzer's the one guy I would have been fine with. Obviously, what you got in return from Max Scherzer, I mean, Acuna's brother, I think that was a steal. I definitely think you will get I think in a couple years from now, like I said, he's very advanced, could arguably even be in AA, but I think that could be a steal there. But when it comes down to really Justin Verlander, I'd kind of be so iffy about it. I get it. He's going to be 41 years old next year. He is this year and then 2 more years. So 2.5 years remaining on the contract. So be 43 years old when he finishes as a New York Met. But overall, I think it comes down to is next year. And I know right now you want to focus on now. In any sport, any organization, you want to focus on now and the future. You don't want to focus on the past. And I just kind of question, I guess, the idea of, well, what would the team look like next year? Because, you look at the free agent market for pitching and it's not a lot. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani is the most talented person. But when it comes to free agent pitching, there's not a lot. So I question kind of how the Mets would tackle that issue. So that'll be interesting. But when it comes to the Mets trading JV, I would be a little bit hesitant of it. I wouldn't be fond of it. But if you get something really, really good in return and those guys are close to making the majors, I would be for it. But yeah, we'll see. What's going on, everyone? Stoney, appreciate you tuning in. Like I said, I am filling in for Rob on his channel, and of course, I am live on my channel. So if you guys want to come over, subscribe. Mets Talk with Hayden is the name, and then of course, if you're watching on Rob's channel, definitely leave any likes, comments, questions, concerns, all of that great stuff as per usual. As we are going to be live probably until 6 p.m. for the trade deadline. Pete will not be traded no matter what happens with Verlander. The Mets will be winners. Yeah, Frank, I agree. I mean, I don't really know why that was even brought up. I don't really know why the Athletic even bothered putting that out. Personally, I think that's just clicks, clickbait, all of that stuff. There's legitimately no reason for the Mets to trade Alonso. I mean, like I said, keynote, Billy Epler stated, this is not a rebuild. This is not a retooling. This is Steve's investment on moving forward. Why would you let a guy go who is your franchise player, arguably, besides Francisco Lindor? I mean, if the Mets get rid of him, I mean, I can only imagine what Citi Field would look like. I mean, it would be a ghost town. I mean, the rest of this year, it's going to be a ghost town. Could be, but yeah, getting rid of Alonso, I don't really have much belief in it. I think it's BS. I'm not really looking into it too much. I think it's just guys trying to produce, pump out views, pump out clicks. I'm not taking it too seriously, and I wouldn't either. Like I said, it doesn't hurt. It's key term listening. Like I said before, it's key term listening. Teams have listened to Aaron Judge. Teams have listened to Ronald Acuna Jr. Teams have listened to Derek Jeter in the past. Teams could listen, but there's a difference between listening versus being active. And the Mets are not active; they're listening. And I mean, as any team would, you're going to listen to everyone. But what's Epler and the Mets front office response going to be? No. So yeah, I am just trying to. Okay, we'll put that there. What's your percentage of JV getting traded, says Landon? Right now, I'd probably say it's 60-40. I think probably what's going to happen is, I mean, he's not going to get traded till probably like 5 o'clock tonight. I think they're going to wait off. They're going to let time pass because, like I said, as time comes, as suspense gets built up, his value gets higher. Teams become more desperate. And that could be a good thing for the Mets, obviously. I mean, like I said, the last thing you want is a desperate GM, but desperate GM, desperate team can definitely make the Mets return much more valuable. So I think that could be definitely interesting to see how that could work for the Mets scenario. Sox are listening for offers on Cease. Yeah, Dwight, I did hear that the Chicago White Sox are a team that are going to be listening. Yeah, I mean, I really feel for the White Sox. I'll tell you, they've been a team that just failed the rebuild, I guess. Just couldn't really get over. And, like I said, right now, I think the two big guys from Chicago from the White Sox are probably Dylan Cease and Luis Robert. I think those are probably the two big name guys that I think a lot of people would be looking at. Stoney says, bro, how many more games does the Mets have to play this year? I think there's, I want to say that there's probably, what is there, like 50 something probably about now. So like I said, there's no pressure. So watch, they'll probably play well. If you guys have any comments, questions, feel free to drop them below. Yeah, Tim Anderson could be a guy too. I'm not big on Tim Anderson. I don't really think he's the best clubhouse. Well, also it's hard with Tim Anderson now because his value is so low. And I mean, the last thing you want to do is trade a guy when their value is at its lowest. You would want to do it as its highest. And that was probably last year when he was, I want to say, second in the AL in batting average. I mean, he was a machine last year, an all-star caliber player. And right now, he just completely fallen off the roof. Got his first home run of the season like yesterday. Just has been non-existent at the plate. Defensively, it is what it is. But, when you look at a big shortstop, you're gonna want some offensive production from them, of course. But yeah, like I said, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, please feel free to drop them in the comment section below. Rob had to eat some lunch, so he said he will be right back. So I'm going to try to the best of my ability not to destroy his channel. So yeah, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, anything, just feel free to drop them in the comment section below. Kevin says, I hope Pete hits at least 50 homers. Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, right now he's at 30. Definitely, like I said, and I think when it comes down to Pete Alonso now, I definitely think he is starting to find his groove. We know that he was in a horrible slump, arguably one of the worst slumps of his young career. And I think a big reason to that was the wrist fracture. We know that Pete Alonso had the wrist fracture in the Atlanta series when he got hit in the wrist by a pitch, and he had a wrist fracture. And they said the average wrist fracture heal can take for anywhere from 5 to 7 weeks. Alonso was put on the IL for a week, and then he came back. And you could tell he looked off. You could tell at the plate he looked very sloppy. He looked very out of touch. Defensively, he is what he was, but you could just tell he looked very sloppy. And then about 6 weeks passed. This past week, July, was it 24th to the 30th or 24th to the 31st? And he was a man on a mission. One National League Player of the Week, 4 home runs, 12 RBIs. I want to say an OPS over 1,000. I mean, coincidence that it was 7 weeks. That's the time that it takes for a wrist fracture. So I think that's kind of an interesting observation that a lot of people can make. So I guess, yeah, we're really just going to have to kind of wait, see how that goes. But yeah, I think Alonso is definitely, he's set for a good season. Like I said, I know right now it would kind of suck to see Alonso go. Well, it wouldn't suck, but it would be interesting to see Alonso go on a tear when the team's kind of called it for the season. But hey, you know what? Go for it. Give the fans a reason to watch. Jet Williams and Acuna is like the 86 Mookie and Backman with power. Yeah, Yamit, I agree. Jet Williams is one guy that I think a lot of Met fans should keep an eye out on. Recently got the call up to high A. He was in single A, Port St. Lucie. Recently got the call up to high A. And, I mean, as he should. I mean, he was killing it down in Port St. Lucie. On-base percentage machine, posted an on-base percentage, I want to say, way over 400. Plate discipline is phenomenal. He's not a big power guy. I'm expecting that, smaller guy, 5'6", 170 pounds roughly. So, like I said, you're not going to get a whole lot of power out of him, but definitely, like I said, good table setter candidate for the Mets down the line. He's young. I get it. He's probably 20. So, I mean, you're not going to see him for quite some bit. Obviously, he just got the call up to high A, but definitely some time to see him. But he's going to be a guy that I wouldn't be surprised if he's a top 1, top 2 prospect in a year or two. Very advanced at the plate. Smooth, nice swing. Contact approach. Michael says, most disappointing team of the season, Mets, Yankees, Padres, or Cardinals. Yeah, I mean, those are pretty much the 4 big teams that have been the biggest disappointment, the biggest LOL. And, that is one thing I will say a lot of people neglect to talk about the failures of the Padres, of the Yankees, and of the Cardinals. Yes, I know 3 of those 4 teams have one of the highest payrolls in baseball, so maybe you could exclude the Cardinals in that list. But when it comes down to the Yankees and Padres, you look at the Padres. They are a team that have been spending longer than the Mets. They've been spending since the offseason of 2018 and 2019 when they signed Manny Machado. And, I mean, you saw all the hype around them in 2020 and 2021. And besides Cupcake 2020, I mean, they have the same amount of playoff appearances as the Mets. Yes, they beat them, but still. The goal is to win a World Series, not get to the playoffs and lose. But, Yankees are a team too. Yankees have been a massive, massive upset. I know they're 5 games above 500 or 4 games above 500, but realistically, you look at their record, and essentially it's the same as the Mets being 5 games below 500. You look at that division, the Yankees are 5th. They're last. They're 9 games behind the Baltimore Orioles for first place. Boston Red Sox are 2 games ahead of them. I mean, I don't think anyone had the Red Sox playing above 500 on their bingo card this season. I certainly didn't. Definitely a surprise team by no means. But yeah, the Yankees, I mean, they've just been bashed with injuries. Their rotation, obviously, Domingo Germán, Luis Severino have been inadequate performances. Besides the perfect game, Domingo Germán has really been bad. Luis Severino's been getting rocked, and he's been dealing with some lingering issues and injuries. Carlos Rodon was on the IL, just came back, 4 inadequate starts. I mean, and it's unfortunate to see it's in the year when Garrett Cole is probably going to win Cy Young. I would say this is Garrett Cole's best year by far, and it's unfortunate to see it in a year when Garrett Cole is pitching insane. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Obviously, offensively, you look at this Yankees team, and yeah, they have been a disaster offensively. I mean, Google the offensive metrics. They're towards the bottom of the league when it comes to it. So, a lot of guys, Volpe, Bowers, I mean, guys that should probably go back down to AAA, but you just don't really have the resources to fill them in. If the Mets trade Justin Verlander to Houston, you think he would accept the trade going back? They won last year. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Like I said, obviously, I think Verlander would accept the trade. Wherever he goes, I think he would waive the no trade clause. Not because he's not happy in New York, but I don't know. Same reason that I think every athlete pretty much waives their trade clause. So yeah, I could honestly see Justin Verlander waiving his trade clause. I think regardless who it is too, it could be to Baltimore, it could be to Houston. I still think that'll be the case. Tommy Pham is in the trade market as well. Yeah, Anthony and President, I agree. Pham is a candidate who I would be very shocked if he doesn't get traded. Tommy Pham, like I said, brought in for this Mets team and kind of overachieved. I'll give him that. I know he was kind of brought in as this fourth outfielder, defensive adjustment, bench player, kind of come off the bench and hit against lefties. And he showed off that he could hit against lefties and righties. And he has been one of the biggest offensive pieces for the Mets this season. So I think it'll be good. I think it'll be worthy of the Mets trading him. I think you could probably get something valuable in return. Anthony the Goat says, I think it's possible we get Arenado from the Cardinals for Pham and Beatty. And like I said, Chris proposed that idea before. When it comes down to getting Arenado, he's 31, 32 years old. Straight up for Beatty, I don't think regardless what team he's on, I don't really think any team would go for that. But, I mean, hey, I guess it's possible. I mean, I would. Yeah, it's the fleece of the century. But it's not going to happen. What is with the Yankees, says Victor. Yeah, like I said, they've disappointing season in the Bronx. And Judge is back now. And, even in the beginning of the season, they weren't playing that great. So, yeah, we'll take a little. Yeah, Arenado's 32. Makes sense. Nah, I mean, right now, I don't think there's any scenario that the Mets make a trade with St. Louis. What's the point? You're not going to buy now. A couple updates on Twitter. Harrison Bader is drawing interest. Uncertain whether the Yankees are serious about dealing him. Reported by Joel Sherman. They may consider dealing their top rentals. So that makes sense. If it's still kind of determined. I know this is a Mets channel, but it's kind of determined. Are the Yankees going to buy? Or are they going to sell? I saw they asked Judge that question yesterday, and he dodged it pretty well. Kudos to him. But yeah, I'm not really sure what the scenario is going to look like for the Yankees. I don't know if they're going to trade, if they're going to buy, if they're going to sell. Like I said, they're in a very similar situation to the Mets. So I really don't know what it's going to look like for them. But it could be a very similar approach to kind of like I said, the Baltimore Orioles. We saw the Baltimore Orioles at the trade deadline last year. And this is what I think the Mets are doing and should do, is pretty much trade away their rentals. If you look at any team that's in a situation like the Mets and the Yankees right now at the trade deadline, and if you kind of want to surrender the season, you could say, is to have a trade deadline like the Baltimore Orioles last year. And what did the Orioles do, you may ask? What they did was they traded away and got rid of all of the guys with expiring contracts, veteran rentals, who I guess didn't really serve a whole lot of value and a big purpose on their team. They would get prospects back in return, and they would keep everyone else. And I think that's probably the smartest move to make for both the Mets and the Yankees. That's why, when you talk about Scherzer and Verlander, I can get a little weary and a little irked because it kind of goes against that. Not saying that's the plan the Mets are going, but that, in my opinion, be one of the smartest plans to go with. So yeah, kind of just scrolling on Twitter. Like I said, there is a lot going on. There's some reports that Jose Quintana has sparked some interest. So he's also another guy, I believe, 2-year deal has an option after this year. So he could be an interesting candidate. But yeah, if you guys have any comments, questions, please feel free to drop them in the comment section below. Yeah, I mean, Yankees are, like I said, by far a very disappointing team this year. Offensively, I mean, whether it's guys like Volpe, Oswaldo Cabrera, Jake Bauers, just guys that, in my opinion, aren't quite ready for the MLB. We're kind of rushed up. And I mean, you see them offensively. I mean, this is a Yankees team that does not hit with 2 outs. They don't hit with runners in scoring position. They, no fundamental baseball. They're not, sack flies, none of that. Yeah, New York baseball has not been good this year. And I mean, you're going to see it come in, like September. Everyone's going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen pretty much. Kevin says, just curious what's with the Mets hat. Just repping it. I collect hats. Kevin, if you go over to my channel, Mets Talk with Hayden, you'll see me wearing a different hat each video. So it's pretty much nothing new. It's a nice hat. So just repping it for today. Freddie Freeman, how's it going, man? But yeah, like I said, if anyone has any comments, questions, concerns, feel free to drop them in the comment section below. I wish Rob gave me privileges to share my screen, because I would do that right now, but I cannot. So kind of just scrolling on Twitter, seeing what other news that we have. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the Expos hat's very nice. I mean, it has the red and then the white. There's no like mixed color on the back. I know some hats kind of have like the red, white, and blue, but no, it's a nice hat. I mean, regardless, I mean, I live far from, I live, beyond far from Canada, living in Florida, but yeah, no, it's a nice design. I mean, I know a lot of people who don't follow baseball for their life, and they always like, hey, that's a nice hat. Dwight Gooden forever says, apparently the Yankees want Carlson. Yeah, Dylan Carlson. Well, I mean, if they're going to get rid of Harrison Bader, I think that would kind of be a interesting move. Yeah, give me 1 second, guys. I just need to just do one quick thing. Christian says, have you thought about having Guess the Hat Hayden? Have you ever thought about having a Guess Hayden's Hat of the Day contest? No, but honestly, I should do that now. Give away a prize, like a $5 gift card. Strong Island says, why are the Mets in the position they are now? I like that username. But yeah, it's a good question. I think a big reason the Mets are in the position they are now is because in the beginning of the season, we saw their starting pitching sucked. And then I think it really just trickled down to everything else. It started off with your starters not going deep into games. I mean, you can't win a ball game when your starting pitching goes 3 2/3, giving up 7 runs. I mean, that's completely impossible. It puts a burden on a big burden on the offense. It puts a burden on your bullpen, and then only goes to overtax your bullpen. So, yeah, I mean, the Mets pretty much kind of dug themselves a hole with that, and then it had lingering effects. You had an overtaxed and overused bullpen come in June. And then, I mean, you saw a lot of guys just mentally started to get hit. They got very sloppy defensively. I mean, I hate to compare teams, but this team looked very similar to the first half 2022 Philadelphia Phillies. They had the game right in front of them, and they'd botch a play or two, and it would cost them the game. So simple enough. I don't think the offense is the reason. I think when it comes to the Mets, I think everything essentially went wrong for them this year, besides injuries, knock on wood. But I think the biggest thing was starting pitching. I solely blame their starting pitching. Their starting pitching was a huge letdown in May and June. Like I said, you can't win ball games when your starters go 4 innings. I mean, you saw the statistics. When their starters go 6, 7, 8 innings, they're practically perfect. So that's kind of the big issue. I don't think the offense is a big reason to blame. I think the offense is some accountability in it, sure. Like I said, I think this offense was streaky. I think they had hard time hitting with runners in scoring position, hitting with 2 outs, executing plays offensively. I mean, this team still does. I mean, you get bases loaded, no outs, strikeout, double play. I mean, unheard of last year. If you had bases loaded last year, at minimum, you're probably going to bring in a run or 2. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the offense is partial to blame, but I think starting pitching is 75% of the reason in the situation that you're in the situation that you are. And like I said, it had lingering effects. It overtaxed your bullpen. It overburdened your bullpen. And you don't want an overtaxed bullpen come in May, June. And they would come in. They would eventually start to blow games. And then this team just got hit mentally. It looked very sloppy when it came to executing double plays, communication, catching routine plays, So, yeah, it definitely sucked. But I think that's, for the most part, Strong Island, a big reason why you are. Victor says we're in Florida. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I live near West Palm, South Florida. Kobe says scale of 1 to 10. What would you rate the Mets farm system? Yeah, I mean, right now, I would probably argue the Mets farm system probably gets a solid 7.5 right now. If you were to ask me this like 7 months ago, really the only big prospects you had were Alvarez, Beatty, Vientos, and Mauricio. That was your farm system was known for, those 4 guys. And then you go to the 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's, somewhat decent talent, but nothing too crazy. And then now you're adding to that. Like I said, you have 4 really good pitchers in the top 10, where, 6 months ago you had 1. And Blake Tidwell was in what? Rookie or low A ball? So, yeah, you definitely continue to build your farm system, and that's what every good organization should do. But without further ado, hopefully I didn't destroy the channel too much. The man, the myth, the legend, Rob is back.
What's up, guys? Yeah, and I agree with you, Aiden, about the farm system. Again, I think it was prior to the season, it was 18th ranked prior to this deadline, because the pitchers in our farm system and the players in general, the position players, have been playing better. And the farm system was ranked 13th now, right before any trade was made, before the Robinson trade. So they're clearly top 10, if not better than that, now after the moves they already made. And there's still moves to be made. So we'll see how much better it can get. Can't get worse, I tell you that much.
Yeah.
So at this point, you want to get younger, and that's the only way you can do it, right? Signing free agents, most of them are 29, 28, 29, 30 or older. And this is the way you got to get younger. You got to build your farm system and hope for the best, because not everybody is the Braves. The Braves ran into a lot of luck as well, right? It took them years to get where they are, right? They had down seasons when the Nationals were winning division after division after division, and the Braves were nowhere to be found. It took them years to get to where they are. People don't realize that. People only see the here and now, but it took years for the Braves to do that. And it also takes a lot of luck. It's basically every prospect they brought up worked out. That's very rare. That doesn't happen that doesn't happen, every day or every year, right? So, you can't just look at it, oh, look what the Braves done. Well, yeah, the Braves have a lot of luck involved, right? Austin Riley was almost on his way out, as the Braves gave him 2 years to figure it out. And finally, in 2021, he finally put it all together. What if the Braves would have gave up on him in the pandemic year and says, you know what? I don't think he's going to be that guy that we thought he was going to be.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Who would have been their third baseman? So, it's a lot of luck involved, too, when it comes to farm. Say that again?
You got to be patient, pretty much.
Yeah,
I see people, prospects get called up, and they're like, "Oh, he's a bust. He's done." Give him a break. You can't judge someone off of a year or two. Not everyone's going to come up and be like Pete Alonso and Aaron Judge and break records. Not everyone's going to be like that. There's some rookies, like we said, that are like Pete Alonso that come up and hit 53 home runs, or like Aaron Judge that does all this great stuff. But then you have some rookies like a Daniel Murphy, comes up, isn't really like great, but then kind of breaks out to an average mediocre player. Or like you said, Austin Riley. I mean, he was a guy 2020, it was a cupcake season in my opinion, but take it with a grain of salt. You have to be patient with prospects.
And John Heyman just tweeted, several Mets minor leaguers are at the ready at the team's KC hotel, waiting to take the place of players they expect to move. Ronnie Mauricio is not one of them.
I am absolutely. It's
Trade
probably like Luke Voigt and a couple bullpen arms.
Yeah, probably, because the Mets basically have no DH at this point except for Vogelback. Just think, the Mets are selling players. They're on selling mode, and Vogelback is getting through the entire season without getting off this team.
It's insane.
Who would have made that bet? Oh, I love it. I love it. Yep. So, Hayden, in about like 15 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and try to beat the traffic to pick up my cat. And hopefully I'll be back when I said I'll be back, which I should be. So I just wanted to let you know, give you a heads up. So, the channel won't be destroyed, I promise. Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know before you get shocked by that little shock and awe. As soon as I leave, Verlander will be traded to the Braves. Tommy Pham will be traded to the Phillies, and it'll just be a whole NL East party.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Andre, I agree. I don't think Mauricio's part of this future. I've said it for a while. Hayden probably hates me, probably sick of me saying it all the time for about 2 years now. Mauricio is going to be trade bait. I said it for years. I said it as soon as they signed Lindor to an extension, as soon as they brought McNeil up and he started to be a big piece of this team. I've said it even more. There's not a place for him. And I care less what you say about left field. He's not a left fielder. And if you want another Lucas Duda, Daniel Murphy situation, go right ahead. Because if you don't think defense wins games, look how many games the Mets lost defensively because of the defense. So that's the one thing. And again, why bring up a kid where he has 16 errors at second base, 6 errors at third base, and 3 errors in left field, and he only played a handful of games in left field? What are you doing? All you're doing is lowering his trade value. The Mets don't want to do that. I said this a couple of times already for the people who are just tuning in. Corbin Burnes is going to be available at the trade deadline. David Stearns, I'm not the trade deadline, the offseason. David Stearns is most likely going to be the president of baseball operations. He knows Corbin Burnes is not happy with the organization. Corbin Burnes is not going to be a Brewer to start the 2024 season. Don't be shocked if the big piece in a package for Corbin Burnes is Mauricio, and of course, probably somebody else, because he'll be on a last year of his deal. So the Mets will have him for 1 year until they probably would sign him. So that's where we are right now. So that's what I believe we're running Mauricio. I think they're petrified to bring him up. He fails, lose confidence, go back down, struggles, and now the trade value was as high as possible to what a mid-level prospect would be. That's not something you want, because the offseason is when this is the reason why the Mets are building a farm system. They're building organizational depth, so when a trade falls into their lap, they have the pieces to move without hurting their farm system to the bare bones. And that's what I think is going to happen in the offseason, and how they're going to replenish, and why they're not too concerned about trading Justin Verlander, because I think they realize that they can make a few moves in free agency and make a solid trade to build up this rotation again, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
I saw that too. That Mauricio was compared to Alfonso Soriano. That's fine. That again, that's fine. But again, do you really care? You're trading Ronnie Mauricio to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I mean, the same reason why people went crazy when the Mets traded Kelnick to Baseball Siberia in Seattle, right? Right now, Seattle Mariners, weren't they supposed to be the up and coming team? They're not making the playoffs. So,
Line 500.
yeah. And it's like, you make those trades, and maybe there's like a 10% chance that player is going to hurt you in the long run. So I rather make your team better and not worry about who you trade in and worry about if they're going to become an MVP candidate. Great. He'll be an MVP candidate for the Milwaukee Brewers, who never win nothing as well. So that's the way I see it. Marcus Stroman, there's nothing going on. The Cubs are keeping their players. They're buying. They're going for it. It's very simple. BX, we don't need pitching prospects right now. We don't. It's not a necessity anymore. Check the Mets' new top 10 list. There's 4 of them. There's about 7 in their top 20. They're a lot better off now than they were 6 months ago. These pitchers have rode up the ranks, especially Vasil and Tidwell. Hamill's on his way too. Ziegler was on his way until he got hurt. Joel Diaz is here. Stewart, Scott, those guys are in your top 20 guys. I'm telling you. The pitching is not a necessity. The Mets need to get the best available if they can for Justin Verlander or whoever they trade. Doesn't matter what position they play. You're building organizational depth. People don't seem to realize that. Organizational depth means you stockpile good prospects and top prospects, no matter the position. Because if you got 4 shortstops in your top 20 that are very highly regarded, other teams are going to see that too and know that they can get a top prospect from you because they're expendable. That's what you want. The reason why the Mets couldn't make the big deals in the last couple of years, especially the trade deadline last year, was because they had no organizational depth. And if they took from that pile, that small pile, and gave them away for a piece, you got nothing left to show for it. The Mets have that now. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think also it's listen, when it comes to drafting, I think that's another story. Like we would always see the last couple of years, the Mets would constantly draft shortstops and infielders and catchers. And it comes to the point where it's good to, like Rob said, have a lot you could do with that. You could develop them into other players, other positions down the line. You could trade them. Like I said, having 5 top shortstop prospects could be good for trades. So I think when it comes to drafting, it's a different story, but I agree with that. Like when it comes to, like everyone's like, well, Jet Williams, well, where's he going to go? Because you have Francisco Lindor. Well, Jet Williams, he could play second base. He could play the outfield. He's an athletic, speedy guy. He's capable of playing those 2 athletic, speedy positions. Ronnie Mauricio, I mean, whether, what his future looks like, well, that's a different story, but outfield. I know he's a little bit big for second base, so I would kind of like to see him play the outfield. But yeah, I mean, like I said, there's always plenty of other positions that a player could play at. It's not like they're 35 when they're getting called up and,
Correct.
Their career is almost over, So see how it goes. But yeah, I definitely think the Mets farm system is in a very, very good spot right now. For me, a person who is big on prospects, every year I do a top 5, top 10 prospect ranking. So, I mean, this year it's going to be pretty much everyone new. I mean, last year, the last 2 years was like kind of the same guys and Alvarez and Beatty, but it's going to be pretty much everyone new.
Yeah, you're right. And that's the whole thing right there. And it's like, you see how fast drafting well and making smart trades can build up your farm system within a year, within 2 years, right? Billy Epler has had really good drafts. His first 2 drafts as a Mets GM, really good. The Parada Jet Williams draft, number 1 ranked in Major League Baseball. This year, I think they were ranked 5th or 6th, and they didn't even have a first-round pick. Like, that right there shows you how quickly you can change a farm system around without actually, having a fire sale and getting everybody off this team and rebuilding.
Reports that Padres and Giants are out on Verlander.
I'm not surprised. I didn't even know I didn't know the Giants were in.
Yeah, and I know with the Giants. He says, "Oh yeah, the Giants win for a second." Okay, so that's that.
Well, of course the Padres are going to be out. You see the trade they just made.
Oh yeah, they just
yeah. I mean, they're not going to give up top prospects. When they just made that trade with Rich Hill, because they're clearly not going all in on the trade deadline. So, yeah, again, I think it's going to come down to if Rodriguez doesn't go to the Dodgers, then that's where I think the Mets and Dodgers are going to come back together and see if they can figure out a deal. And if the Mets don't like that deal, well, keep them.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, yeah, Padres, Giants are out, according to Martino. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, by the way, Giants win for a second." So, I really wish I said something to him at spring training.
Yeah.
Remember, in case you guys didn't know, Rob and I got together for spring training this past year, and I think we were walking the back, kind of the backfields behind Clover or whatever it's called, First Data Field, whatever it's called. And I think Rob was like, "Hey, it's Andy Martino," and I go up to him and I'm like, "Hey, Andy, how's it going?" And I asked for a picture. I got a picture. And he's like, "Oh, what's your name?" And I was like, "Oh, my name's Hayden." And I think I thought he blocked me on Twitter, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, you did say.
I was gonna say I swore I was blocked by him on Twitter. I swore he was, but maybe I was wrong. But I was gonna say hey, my name's Hayden. Actually, Mets Hayden on Twitter. That name stands out.
Yeah, he's he was actually a nice guy. Weird.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are. I know they get goofed on because they're reporters and their takes are pretty bad, but they're people at the end of the day. They're not really mean people. Besides Gary Cohen,
Yeah.
But,
that is interesting for sure. Yeah. So that is kind of interesting though. But I'm trying to figure out this is kind of I wouldn't say there hasn't really been a blockbuster trade. I guess people are considering Scherzer one of them, but I don't I think it was just shocking what we got back. I think a blockbuster trade is sending somebody who's actually really good and getting a ton of really good prospects back. That's not the case. Scherzer is not good, and the Mets were able to get back a top prospect. So I don't think that's really a blockbuster. But I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be one because the Justin Verlander would be the one. That's basically it.
Yeah. No, I'm not really sure. If there's going to be a big blockbuster this year, we know last year I would say the big blockbuster was Juan Soto and Josh Bell, but I really don't even know if there is going to be one this year. It's not like the Cubs are at. It's not like the Cubs and Cardinals are going to be selling their big guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain Morgan just said it. Yeah. The values are remaining high. Somebody's going to budge. These teams that are buyers, they're going to look, they're going to need, they know what they need, right? They're not going to pivot from what they need. And if it comes down to the 5:30 hour and you need what you need, guess what? You might have to give up what that seller team is asking for. And you bite the bullet and deal with it. But if it can help you make a run in the playoffs and get to a World Series and possibly win it, you're not going to complain, right? I'm sorry. That's why I hate when people talk about, what were the Mets supposed to do last year? Well, how about try? They didn't. It felt like they knew they were not trading any top 25 prospects, and they went into the deadline knowing they weren't going to do anything, trading their top 25 prospects. You can't go into the deadline like that. They half-assed the deadline as a bullshit buyer, and then they got bullshit results. What did everybody expect? To Darren Ruff saving the day, Tyler Naquin, Vogelback,
and that team last year probably, in my opinion, should have won a World Series.
They were that good though with that pitching staff.
I think the Mets last year, if Billy Epler actually did his job and got an above-average DH and one or two bullpen arms, hypothetical names just like a JD Martinez type, or like a Josh Bell, and then like an Andrew Chafin and another guy with that caliber, by far, I think they would have. I mean, they would have made it past the wild card for sure.
Yeah,
but
no,
I think,
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I think by far they would have made it past the wild card. I mean, I easily could have seen them in the World Series.
Yeah, and it's not like we were asking for an Ohtani trade.
Right.
Like, we didn't need that. Like, we needed somebody that was a competent bat to replace Marte in September. Because I don't care what anybody says. When Marte went down at the beginning of September, when he got hit by that pitch in Pittsburgh, everything went downhill from there. Marte was that dynamic player in the middle of the lineup that felt like it sparked everything else in the lineup. Once he went down, it seemed like none of the Mets hitters know what to do with themselves, right? Nimmo had a great season because of Marte. Let's not forget that, right? Marte goes down. Nimmo had a terrible September. And then that's a trickle-down effect. You're not getting people on base. McNeil wasn't really good in the 2-hole. That trickles down to Lindor and Alonso not producing, not providing run support, not producing, not driving in runs, because who are they driving in? Nimmo had a bad September. No Marte to get on base. So Marte and Lindor are out to defend for themselves, because who else was going to hit on that team? And that was the whole thing. And I think when Marte went down, I truly believe that the Mets needed. And people just think, oh, who are they going to get? What big name? It wasn't about being a big name. You need to supplement good teams, and the Mets were one of the best teams in baseball at that point. I think they were 6 games up in the division at that point. What they had to do was just get competent, better pieces in here with an already very good team. Because competent pieces, you saw the Braves were a good team in 2021. They added Rosario, Duvall, and Soler to, those guys aren't great, but they fit perfectly into a good Braves team. And it clicked. And it won a World Series. Now, the Mets could have got JD Martinez. It could have been a fucking disaster. But at least they tried. I'd rather them try. The Angels are trying. If they fail and don't make the playoffs, why would a fan be mad at that? They tried to go for it. The Mets didn't try to go for it at the deadline. They tried. They thought they were smarter than everybody else. Go figure. Billy Epler was smarter than everybody else. A Cashman disciple. Right? And thinking that they were so good that it didn't matter what they were going to get at the deadline because they were so good. And keeping them top 25 prospects. And they took last year for granted. And I think they took this year for granted, thinking they would make the playoffs no matter what. And it burned them both years. So now you just lost 2 years where you could have actually made some damage in the postseason last year and probably could have been a good team this year. Because the confidence level of a team like the Mets, who clearly play well on confidence, if they would have beat the Padres, and maybe they would have struggled against either the Phillies or the Braves or whoever they would have faced and lost in the NLDS, but it was a tough series. I think this team would have had a lot more confidence in themselves coming into this year than having no confidence at all, losing to a Padres team that they were better than it. And then the Braves series would have not been that big of a deal. So that's what I
agree on that. I mean, I agree with that, Rob. And I mean, you could even tell just opening day. Mm-hmm. You could tell just the vibes and the attitude just felt very different.
Yep.
With this team and this organization. And I still think that just kind of the woes and the emotions and the mental aspects that went on in September were just still a thing and still a clubhouse issue. I mean, we talked about it. The team collapsed. Strong Island team collapsed last minute, and arguably at one of the worst times. I agree on that. All the players pretty much went down, stopped performing. Whether that was Starling Marte getting hurt, and then that was kind of the trickle-down effect. Well, Nimmo wasn't getting, Nimmo didn't, McNeil wasn't good in the 2-hole. Nimmo had a bad September. Canna, who had a good August, was mid in September. But everyone essentially kind of fell asleep, and their starting pitching tried to pick up the slack, but, can't win a ball game 4-5. Or, you can't win a ball game by scoring 1 run, 2 runs. So, yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. It really was last year. I mean, yeah, it was a year that will always be remembered. 2022 is a great year. I mean, recently in this century, there's only a limited amount of years that the Mets had success, and that was last year. I mean, this was a team that everyone performed. In my opinion, I feel certain guys overachieved in certain categories, which is great, whether that was McNeil, whether that was Diaz.
Yep.
And then just everyone kind of performed, like Rob said, to the back of their baseball card. Canna, Marte, great additions. Escobar is Escobar. I mean, he had a good September, and I think Escobar pretty much is only going to be remembered for September. I mean, he had like a good week in July, and that was really about it. But, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. They kind of, whatever term you want to use, collapsed, fell apart, lost emotion at the last minute, and the Braves got hot. It wasn't like 2021. It was more so just the Braves got hot, and they won the games that mattered, and that's baseball. It pretty much is winning the games that mattered. And look at the Phillies. They were a team last year that, I mean, prior to 2022, with the extra playoff spot, would have not even made the playoffs. They would have been sitting home in October. So it goes to show you, just get in. There's the saying to, bring the person home from the dance. You got to get there. And I mean, that's as simple as that. They got there, and the right guys came up at the right time. And then, you fast forward to this year, and, you could just tell emotionally that this team just looked very different mentally. I don't know. I just personally didn't feel kind of the same attitude that a lot of people felt last year. And I don't know, maybe like you said, it was because they lost to the Padres in the wild card, and they ended off the season on a really bad note against the Braves. So maybe that was kind of still living in people's minds. And then, of course, Justin Verlander got hurt like day one. So that also was a pretty inadequate taste for people. But, they played well. They had a good April. I mean, they played well. They had a winning record in April. They played good. And then pretty much May 1st came. I came home from school. Literally, the day I came home from school is when the Detroit series started. And then they pretty much got their ass handed to them. So,
Yep. MLB Network is just talking about Justin Verlander now, that the Astros and the Mets are picking up steam in the trade talks, and it's trending towards a deal.
Really?
Yep, they're talking about it right now.
"Quote unquote," rounding third base is what they said to it.
I don't like the Astros farm system.
I would be very upset.
So I mean, it's got to be top 3 prospects, 2 of the 3.
I want
Drew Gilbert. Ugh. We got to start with him because I don't like anybody else.
The Astros don't even, I mean, this is a pretty analysis to use, but I mean, they are a team that don't really have a great farm system anymore because a lot of them were just been called up or traded away. They don't have anyone in the top 100. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a little.
I mean, unless the Mets are going to take like 4 or 5 prospects out of their like top 25.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Unless it's going to be like 4 or 5 guys that are just scattered throughout. I mean, even if it's multiple top 10 guys, they're not. I mean, you move to our farm system, they're probably like a 28, 29.
Yeah, that's rough.
So, yeah, I mean, Houston's the team that I kind of would like to avoid. Obviously, Verlander in Houston. you know, and Nightingale has just reported Verlander has been traded to the Astros.
I just saw that. Yeah.
Um,
Oh shit. Well, it's
wonder-
Nightingale, so be careful.
maybe they'll get caught in a rundown. Maybe there'll be a rundown, or a pickle or something. But I don't like this.
Mike Mayer, Justin Verlander has been traded to the Astros. So, oh god, this is gonna be so bad. You know this, right?
Just as Billy Epler was starting to get people's trust back, this is gonna be bad. I said, stay away from Houston. I'd rather them go to the Rangers. I mean, I know they were. I know they're not, but I'd rather them go to them.
I mean, they really have to be getting back a fucking ton. They have to. Like, I mean, if it's not 3 or 4 prospects, I don't know. I don't know. It can't be 2.
It's nobody on the MLB roster for them, you think?
Maybe. We'll see.
Momentum increasing. Mets and Astros forwards in the Steve we trust. I'm telling you, this is a match, and the Astros wouldn't have won their World Series.
All right, so I just wanted to see. They just showed the Bob Nightingale tweet as well. So,
well, yep. Justin Verlander and the Houston Astros are together.
Wow. I hope it's got to be top 3 prospects.
Suffering never ends. I miss Jeff Wilpon. But
so now people are saying Wilpon / Steve Cohen.
Yeah, I mean, I would defend that to some extent.
There's no players yet, right? They didn't say nothing.
I mean, it would have to be someone. There's no way that it's only prospects only. I mean, you have to get at least one. Oh my God, you're gonna get nothing. You know,
I agree. Drew Gilbert has to be involved. If he's not involved,
yes,
it's a fucking fleece job by the Astros.
Yeah.
You know, people are talking about Hunter Brown, but he hasn't really had a good season.
Getting him. They're not going to get him.
I don't know. I mean, Hunter Brown. I mean, yeah, I don't think they're going to get him. I mean, they're trying to.
Yeah, but don't think they'll get him.
All right, Passon just said it as well. Just waiting for the. Oh boy.
I hate being.
Damn! Just when I was about to leave. Fuck.
I hate being a Mets fan. I wish I was a Yankee fan. Yep. The deal is in place. Passon. There's a deal in place.
All right, Nelson's will be coming on just now.
Awesome.
So he can help me out with that. Fuck me.
I mean, listen, if the Mets get Hunter Brown, I'll be happy, but I don't think.
Would the Astros give up Hunter Brown and Gilbert? Because then that's pretty good.
I would do that. If you got Drew Gilbert and Hunter Brown, maybe I'd give a little bit of money to Houston just to, you know, I don't really think Cohen cares about that, but you probably have to give a little bit of money, I think. But otherwise, I think that would be a very appropriate trade. Yeah, Chas McCormick also could be a name. I mean, he's not anything crazy, but I mean, he could be some jump change, I guess, in that. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to get they're not going to get like Kyle Tucker or anyone like that. It'll probably be a Drew Gilbert. I think that's a name. Hunter Brown would be nice, but I don't really anticipate him.
Chris will also be here as well.
Awesome. Got the full house.
Oh, fuck me. I'm so fucking pissed right now.
I'm sorry, Rob. Just bring
I'm sorry, Hayden. I mean, it's not like you're not a Mets fan.
Bring your you can bring your phone to the vet. Be like, yo, everyone subscribe.
I might throw my phone out the fucking car. I swear, it's gotta be at least Gilbert to start. Look, if they got 4 prospects in the top 10, I mean, I won't be happy. But I mean, Jesus Christ! Like, you might as well trade Alonso at this point. What the fuck's the point?
Those are some dangerous words to say.
I know. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. You know what? Billy Epler is a bum, honestly.
Let's not go crazy yet. Let's see what he got
so,
first.
so the deal's official, but who are they going to get back in return?
That's what even scares me more because, well, you know what? Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I need a vacation. And a vacation that doesn't involve the Mets because Boston sucked.
I don't know. I may be a fan free agent. No, I'm playing.
Okay, the Astros are sending 2 minor league players to the Mets in the Justin Verlander deal. Now, did the Mets not pick up a lot of money? And that's why? Because that's a big reason.
Mr. Matt.
It's very quiet in here, and I can see why. Guys, we're speechless. Like I don't get it. Like there was no reason to trade Scherzer for a bag of. I mean, okay, say if it's the number 1 and the number 2 prospect in their system, I don't believe that's enough. Not in the Astro system. I mean, Gilbert's fine, but
so what does our rotation look like now? Kodai Senga, Jose Quintana,
me, you, Nelson, and Chris.
I'll bet. Let's get it, man.
Go.
Listen, Stetson Club Baseball may be down from.
There should be tryouts for the Mets.
Tryouts.
Come to City Field, tryout for the rotation.
But realistically, I mean, it's probably going to be what?
I'm going to look again.
Senga. I mean, it'd probably be what? Kodai Senga.
Quintana.
Jose Quintana.
Peterson.
Miguel
and Carrasco, right?
Ugh. Yeah, that's a 90 loss. Oh yeah, the Mets. That's a 90 loss season, no doubt. And that's the issue. You know, that's what the Mets had to be desperate on. You know, are the Mets willing to lose 90 games?
I'm so confused. I mean, a lot of these Astros guys
they suck.
They're years away. Also, like, you know, Colin Barber, outfielder, batted .250 in AA. Drew Gilbert, all right, he's not great, but there's a lot of good talk about him. But I don't know. We don't know if the Dodgers offered the Mets anything. We have no idea.
And that's probably going to come out later if there is anything even that was offered. Because honestly, I mean, I would have much rather have gave an offer. Or went a little bit more aggressive with LA.
Just put it up. It's official.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we will see. I mean, Ohtani would be a nice cherry on top. Pain.
Yeah.
You know what? And that's an absolute disgrace right there. And maybe I'm speaking too soon. The best pitcher on the market. And you don't even get a top 100. That's a joke.
Yeah. And Joel, you know, if the Mets took less money or is not put it as much money as reported, then you could see why they only got whatever they got. Even if they got Gilbert and say another top 5 prospect. They probably didn't pick up a lot of money. I mean, that's the only thing I think. If they picked up $40 million and they got back 2 minor leaguers, and even if it is Gilbert and say whatever outfielder that they have like 97 outfielders in their top 10, I don't know.
I mean, I'm thinking, I really would have thought it would have been, I didn't think they were going to trade Hunter Brown, but I would have just taken Hunter Brown and him straight up.
Well, he's on the Astros right now, right?
Well, right. And I think the only
reason. Would they consider him a minor leaguer still or no?
I think he still has prospect status, but.
So is that a possibility still?
Probably not. I don't think they'd call him a prospect.
I know we got Gilbert. I think people are reporting that.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's Gilbert.
Mets got fleeced.
Yep. Receive outfielder Drew Gilbert from the Astros in a deal for Verlander, plus at least one other prospect. It's not known how much money the Mets will send. So
should have sent him nothing then if you're just getting that.
Well, if it's Drew Gilbert, I mean, if it's another prospect that's not in their top 10, the Mets didn't pick up much money.
He's not even a top prospect.
Well, yeah.
Like freaking Heyman just tweeted out top prospect. He's not even so the Mets are getting Drew Gilbert, everyone.
I've missed
a
lot, huh?
Yeah.
I miss Uncle Jeff.
Only a little. We got Gilbert, the number one prospect, are probably in the 20s for the Mets. But yeah. I know. We've been speechless, Chris. Just speechless.
Yes. I miss Jeff Wilpon.
Well, let's see what the numbers are like in terms of the contract. That's what I want to see what the Mets are paying. Has that come out yet or not?
But they're not.
Gilbert's the number one prospect, right? And there's supposed to be one other prospect along with him. If it's another top 5 prospect, I would think the Mets are picking up less than $30 million.
I mean, I wouldn't pick up anything if you're getting someone that's going to be the 30th in ours.
I don't know.
I'm still sticking with my statement from last night that the Mets can be competitive without Verlander next year. So,
yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I just think the Mets. Well, again, now people are talking about Hunter Brown now. If it's Hunter Brown and Gilbert, then I have no problem with that. I think that's okay.
Is Gilbert a top 100 prospect?
He is. I just checked it right now. Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, he's like 95 or something.
Yeah, he's up there. But again, still, if he's top 100, it's still not. I mean, Nimmo was in the top 100 for a while either. So, I mean, I'm not saying this kid's going to be great, but I mean, the Mets need outfielders, right? I mean, it's not a secret. So,
well. Looks like Steve Cohen's going to have to build another scoreboard and as many chicken donut sandwiches to get people in the stands next year.
Let's see.
Overrated. But, yeah, that's definitely not the news you'd like to see. Drew Gilbert is Drew Gilbert, but I mean, listen, if you got Hunter Brown in that, then I would say, yeah.
The updated one that just was posted about 2 days ago, he's 68 in the top 100.
68
in the top 100.
And he was the first for the Astros. And then what would he be for us? Well, that's to be determined for us. But like he probably,
he probably slots in at. He probably slots in at like what 7-8 now.
I would think so. Yeah.
Really?
Probably.
I could see that.
Marco Vargas was 40, or Luis Angel was somewhere around there. I would say. Before 10, that's for sure.
20 spots from Acuna, and we think Acuna is a lot better. So the Mets had not pick up a lot of money then. I just don't think so.
Unknown how much money the Mets are sending, and unknown who the other prospect is, according to Mark Feinsand. So we'll see shortly. Gilbert was hitting 360, and A-Ball got promoted to Double-A, hitting 240 there. So we'll see how he progresses.
I mean, it's who else is going to be in it?
If it's Hunter Brown, and like he's still considered a prospect, so I mean, it's possible that the Mets wanted him, but I don't think so because he's helping the Astros right now. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Hunter Brown,
If it's Hunter Brown and Gilbert, that's. I wouldn't say it's a steal, but I can't get mad at that.
Yeah, I'll be happy.
Guys, so I got to get going.
Okay.
When Nelson comes on, I'm gonna push him in through my phone while I'm driving. I just gotta if anybody can text me, just to let me know he's in, so I can just push him in. All right, guys. So hold it down. Let's go Mets.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Rob.
All right, I'm the captain now. I run this stuff. So this is how it's gonna. So yeah, Chris. So we have an interesting move already. Mets wanted to wait till 3:00 to disappoint us, so I'll give them that. But yeah, this is an interesting move. Obviously, if you guys are tuning in on any channel just now or whatever, Justin Verlander has been traded to the Houston Astros, and in return, the Mets will be getting Drew Gilbert and someone else that is to be determined. They said he was a prospect, so I don't think he could be. Hunter Brown is considered a prospect still, but I don't think they would refer to him as that.
I don't think it's going to be Hunter Brown. I don't think it's going to be Hunter Brown. I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
I don't think it is. I mean,
we'll see shortly.
It's like, listen, if you got Hunter Brown and then some like other person, like I'll take that. But I mean, no offense to Drew Gilbert, but I just
I agree with this latest comment here. The Mets will contend next year, not concerned. I said it. I know maybe people might disagree. Hayden, I know you might disagree, but I said it yesterday. I think the Mets will find a way this offseason to get this rotation back in tip-top shape, whether it's via trade, whether it's signing Yamamoto, Ohtani, whatever they have to do. I know that a lot of people are pissed off right now. I get it. I wanted to keep Scherzer as well. If it was any team that I wanted to deal Verlander, sorry, excuse me. Mets are having me misspeak right now with all this trade talk going on. But yeah, I wanted to keep Verlander, but I wished it would have been the Dodgers. But this is not the end of the world by any means. I get it. Verlander would have been our ace next year. We would have had that retention, and maybe some people are not satisfied with what we're getting in return for the Astros, but I'm going to be a voice of reason here and just say this does not impact the contention that the Mets may or may not be in. I'm going to say they are, but in 2024. So that's my stance on it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Chris. I think when it comes to next year, I think that's the ultimate question. You know, we discussed it last night is, how can this, the team wants to compete next year. I mean, that would be an embarrassment. Year 4, Steve Cohen's era, you need to compete. I think when it just comes down to that is right now, how do you focus on 2024? We discussed the starting free agent market for pitching is pretty cruddy. I mean, you have Ohtani, and then it's a bunch of 4 or 5 starters. Listen, if you want Nola as a number 5, go nuts. But right now, I just don't imagine that they can build a full-on playoff contending rotation and bullpen too, because bullpen's very important. We see how inadequate this bullpen is for next year. Because I mean, right now you have what? You have Kodai Senga. He is your really only 100% lock, in my opinion. I mean, Jose Quintana, talk to me at 6:00 and we'll see if that's a different story. But you have Senga, Quintana, and that's it. I mean, I don't know what the future holds for Peterson and McGill. I hope those guys. I hope McGill can find his rhythm and go back to his old stride. We know that was a big thing discussed from last year. If he can go back to his mechanics and his stride from last year and get back into the pitcher he was. Same can go for Peterson if he can work on his control. He has good stuff. Peterson has made me eat my words a lot this season, but Peterson has good stuff.
We got Ryan Clifford, just to update you, from Passon. So that's the number 4 overall prospect in their system is outfielder Ryan Clifford. So both Clifford and Drew Gilbert are going to be coming over in this trade.
Mets got fleeced. But yeah, I guess just putting a cap on what I was saying. I mean, listen, if they can go out and go for a Corbin Burns, I'm hyped. If Billy Epler can go for, I cannot tell you his first name, but Yamamoto, sure. And then, I mean, you see a possibility of a Senga, Quintana, Yamamoto, Burns, and some other person. But like I said, I mean, that's something that they're going to be very invested in this offseason. I don't imagine Epler and Cohen just sitting around. I think they'll be very active in the offseason. But doesn't matter. They could spend how much money they want. It's who they spend it on. But we'll see how that goes.
We got Nelson in the chat. What up, Nelson? How are
Yeah.
you, man? Nice to see you. We're going to get your thoughts here in a minute on this deal. Obviously, breaking news. We're filling in for Rob. Has some stuff to take care of. But the full trade, the money is unknown still so far. I haven't seen anything about the money. But Drew Gilbert hitting 241 in AA in the Astros system, their number 1 prospect, and then Ryan Clifford, their number 4 overall prospect, both outfielders. Clifford is hitting 271 in high A ball with a 903 OPS. So not terrible over there in high A ball. We'll see what happens out of him. But he is not in the MLB's top 100 prospects list. And obviously, like we just said, Drew Gilbert is. So Nelson, what's up, man? How are you? What's the thoughts? I'm curious about this one.
I'm good. I'm happy. I wanted to get younger. I wanted top prospects. We got the number 68 prospect on MLB Pipeline's list. We got Clifford as well. We need outfield prospects. We don't have a lot. We could obviously some of these infielders we got might need to move to the outfield, but I'm happy with it. Yeah, it makes building a rotation for next year a little more difficult. That's obvious. That's we have, like Hayden was saying, we have literally 2 guys, and that's if we don't trade Quintana. If not, it's Senga, and then we got 4 spots to fill. So I don't know. I like it. I've liked all the trades they've made. I haven't had a problem with any of these deadline deals. Sure. I mean, it would have been nicer to trade with the Dodgers or the Orioles. My guess is he only wanted to go back to Houston because that was the only. I mean, they kept saying we couldn't agree on the players, but we were still talking to Houston. If we couldn't agree on the players and still talking to Houston, it's only because JV said, I'm going to Houston, and that's it. So, I mean, granted, you could argue we didn't have to trade him, and I agree with that, but I mean, Drew Gilbert, from everything I've seen about him, read about him, I do know about him before this trade. I like what this kid has. He has a lethal arm. He plays great center or great outfield. I really like him. I think his bat's going to play. I think he's projected to be up next year sometime too. So he's not years away. I like the deal, man.
I'm not big on the Verlander deal, being honest. I like the guys you got back, but I think you could have gotten a lot more. I think the Mets got fleeced. I mean, my issue is they're getting a prospect back that isn't as high as a guy like Acuna. And that was in the Scherzer trade. Obviously, Verlander, for being the best pitcher on the market. I mean, yeah, I can't really, unless there's anyone else that I'm forgetting, let me know. Listen, if you were to get, if the Mets were to have gotten, what's the guy that we were just talking about a minute ago, the other high prospect, or not prospect, but the other guy that's like
Hunter Brown.
Yeah. If the Mets got like Hunter Brown and Drew Gilbert, I'm chilling. But considering, I mean, listen, I like these 2 guys back. I think they'll do decent stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not crazy. Listen, I understand they need youth. I get it. I understand they need youth. They need to build. But when it comes down to it, I think, like I said, you're not getting a prospect as high as Acuna. You're getting 2 guys who one's just in the top 100 and one even isn't. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, that's how it goes with farm system prospects. You take a risk, and who knows? In 3 years from now, I can come back and look at this and say, damn, Hayden, you look like an idiot. But
interesting tweet
the
here.
Reason we might.
Hold on. Sorry. Anthony DeComo is putting out some great tweets. If you're on Twitter, go look at Anthony DeComo's tweets. I'll just say that, and I'll let Nelson go.
I was going to say, I haven't seen, obviously, the details on the money situation. The only reason I think maybe we didn't get more is it's possible Houston is paying a good chunk of money on the deal. It's out. I mean, they have to pay 2025 because he's more than likely going to pitch 140 innings or whatever he needs to pitch to get that option to vest, and we're not allowed to pay that. So they have to pay that year. How much they're taking on next year, we'll see. But I'm thinking we did get 2 players versus for Scherzer. It was a 1-for-1 swap. I think the reason we didn't get a little more is probably because they're taking on a lot more money than the Rangers ended up taking. And look at the Mets; they've completely affected the NL or the AL West race here. Dueling arms for the Astros and Rangers. We'll see how that shakes out.
Hey, so for everyone talking about the numbers in the top 100, I just saw a tweet by Mike Mayer as well. He does some great coverage. Obviously, there's a bunch of different prospects, top 100 prospects list, and the rankings go, they're pretty skewed. This one by quote unquote BP, I'm not sure what that, list is. I'm not sure if you know,
Baseball
Nelson, but Gilbert
Prospectus.
what was that?
Baseball Prospectus. They're very highly regarded.
Okay, and so they have Drew Gilbert at number 36 and Clifford in the 80s in their top 100. So if you're big on the numbers, top 100, which I'm not, it doesn't really make a difference to me. That you have one source, Baseball Prospectus, is putting Gilbert at 36 and Clifford in the 80s. So
I stand
that's
corrected on that then. Yeah, no, I thought okay, I stand corrected on that. I thought what's his face? I thought Gilbert was 98. I stand corrected.
Yeah, no, Gilbert in other rankings, Gilbert is as high as 68. So he's anywhere from 38 to 68 based on who you ask and who does the ranking. So in a matter of days, the Mets have now added 4 players in their top 12 in the farm system, and 3 of those being in the top 10 with Vargas, Luis Angel, and now Gilbert. And then I would assume Clifford, if he doesn't crack the top 10, he'll be somewhere 11 or 12, but he also has a shot at cracking the top 10. So we'll see what happens. I get everybody wanted pitching in return, and the Mets did not get many pitching prospects this deadline, and who knows what happens remains to be seen. You could talk about Narvaez, Quintana still potentially working out deals. But listen, I the way to stay competitive, and if they really do want to contend in 2024, is going to be via trade, and we're going to see some trades going down in the offseason and some free agent signings. We've been saying it all live stream going back to last night into today. We have depth now, not only in the outfield, not only in the infield, not only in the catcher spot. It's a good problem to have, and I get it. Everybody in the comments is losing their minds, and I get it, right? This is a failure of a season.
Fam.
Oh, and Fam too. There we go. I can't forget about Fam. So we'll see what happens, but it's a good problem to have. This is probably the best outcome of a washed season that you can probably have. Now, the talks about Alonso, that I'm not going to speak on, because if you do trade Alonso, at that point, it will be a rebuild. And Nelson, you might disagree with that. I'm not positive where your stance is on that, but if you get rid of Alonso, I think you're more in rebuild territory. But
yeah,
Verlander,
trading Alonso.
I don't think we're trading Alonso either. But listen, the Mets, it's not the end of the world, is what I'll say. So, I just wanted to update you all on the prospect rankings in the top 100.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that. And I see Captain Morgan in the chat. I also agree with what you and Chris were saying, that the Mets didn't get a whole lot of pitching prospects in return. Like I said, who knows? Maybe you'll get something out of Fam or Narvaez. I mean, probably nothing too crazy, but definitely the progress we've seen in this farm system when it comes to the pitching has been huge. I know that there was this theory, and I'm going to denounce that the Mets don't have any big pitching prospects. Well, now they do. If you were to say that 6 months ago, yeah, I would agree with you. But now that's not really the case. You have 4 or potentially 5, pretty much above adequate arms in the farm system. Obviously, yeah, most of them are in AA, but still a big transition. So you have to see how that goes. But yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes. Like I said, pitching prospects is going to be huge. Because like I said, unless you are going to go in to this offseason and go nuts, that's the only way you can compete next year. Because, I mean, let's be realistic. You're not going to compete with the rotation of Senga, Quintana, Peterson, McGill, and, I mean, they're not going to bring back Carrasco, but whoever else that fit the guy is going to be.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
could jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Mike Mayer says this is how he would rank the new prospects we have. He has Luisa Angel Acuna at number 1. Drew Gilbert would be number 2. Ryan Clifford 4. Marco Vargas 7. Justin Jarvis 16. Ronald Hernandez 18. Coleman Crowe 22. And Landon Marceau at 33. That's
Clifford at 4 is pretty surprising to me. I thought he would have been closer to that 10 range, and him being ahead of Marco Vargas is a little bit surprising. So, like, everyone gets enamored by these prospect rankings, and it's a different case depending on who you talk to. That's why I never get into that. I'm more in terms of objectively identifying this talent. I know, and people are saying it in the chat, these guys can certainly be busts. Nelson, you weren't here earlier in the live stream when I was talking to Rob about the Nationals when they had those 2 blockbuster deals go down. They received basically crap for Scherzer and Trey Turner, which ended up being, Ruiz and Josiah Gray, but then they hit a home run on the Soto and Bell deal that returned them Mackenzie Gore and Abrams. So, like I said, the more you stack in terms of quantity of prospects, especially in that top 10, the more likely you're going to hit on them. So the Mets are doing right. And like I said, I'd rather be in this position than what the Yankees are doing right now in that half sell, half buy mode. They don't know what
I
to do. The
agree.
Padres well. So I think Rob said it perfectly when I was on stream. I think before Hayden came in a little bit earlier, that if you're a fan of a team at a deadline like this where you're in limbo and you don't know what the future holds, or I should say what the rest of the season holds, you want them to go all in either one way or the other. Do not do what the Mets did in 2022 and sort of half-ass the trade deadline. And I'm really happy that they decided to go full sell mode and go that route. Now, yeah, you could talk about maybe a little bit of underwhelming return. Remains to be seen. I think the guys we got out of Verlander are serviceable. We probably could have got a little bit better of a return from the Orioles, from the Dodgers, like Nelson said, but it is what it is at this point. I want to see how much money the Mets save from this Verlander deal coming off the books for next season's payroll. That should help. And like I said, this is not going to impact whether the Mets are contenders or not. But I think people are giving their rash reactions right now, and it's certainly understandable. But at the end of the day, these guys, like, I'm excited for what we've got going in the future. And Anthony DeComo tweeted out who left the Mets organization via trade so far versus who we got in. And that's a nice little haul that the Mets have gotten. So I'm excited about it personally. And I can't speak for anybody else, but personally, I think that this is a good problem or good situation that the Mets put themselves in.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, given all things considered where we were going into this deadline, I mean, I've said it for a while. I probably got to maybe take it a little bit with a grain of salt from me because I was really on the sell trade train and I really wanted this to happen. So it was going to take a lot for me not to be happy. But I mean, I could judge it objectively too. And if we got crap, I'll call it like it is. And I just don't feel like I feel like we got some really decent pieces, and not all of them are going to be here in the majors. Most of them will probably get either traded and some of them may not pan out, but I just think you have enough talent now that it puts you in a position where you can have flexibility to make a lot of different moves.
Listen, I'll put this out there. If you use some of the prospects that we got in this haul, this trade deadline, let's say we go out and sign, a couple free agent pitchers, and the pitching situation is it's replaceable. So you get a good off-season deal for some rotation arms via free agency, maybe a trade here and there, whether it's an ace or whether it's, a mid-rotation guy. If we use some of these excess pieces to get Juan Soto from the Padres, is anybody going to complain? I don't think anybody's going to complain.
And I think that is a big reason, and I've said this a lot, and I think it's a big reason why the Mets should continue to stack their farm system. Doesn't matter the position. If you want to have 5 shortstop prospects, go for it. Because I don't know if you were on here, Chris. You may have not been. But before I stated that, everyone's like, oh, Jet Williams is a shortstop. What are you going to do with him? Ronnie Mauricio is a shortstop. What are you going to do with him? It's a good problem to have. Like you said, Chris, that's a good problem to have, a stacked and loaded farm system, because those guys can play other positions. They're young. You could develop them into a second baseman, an outfielder, a DH, or you could trade them. We've discussed Corbin Burns. We've discussed, other baseball players. You could use those in trades and not hurt your farm system. I mean, if you look at it, let's say the Mets did buy this trade deadline, just hypothetically. Let's say they bought, and let's say they went after a John Doe, I don't know, some random player. You would have had to given up a Mauricio potentially. You would have had to given up a couple top tier prospects, and then what would you have been left with? I mean, Jesus Baez and Jose Budo. So I think that is the biggest thing to note there, is that you're not going to do anything this season. So that's the route the Mets are going to take. And some could agree, some could disagree, whatever. But I think if you go into the offseason, that is when they will have to act, is they will, whether it's Burns, whether it's, I don't know, whoever other guys. Like I said, the starting pitching free agent market is a lot of 4 or 5 guys. Julio Urias, interesting candidate. I think the Mets could get him. Sonny Gray's an interesting guy. He's having a career here. I saw someone just mention him in the chat before. But otherwise, like I said, you need depth. Depth is important, and I think the Mets, like I said, the ball's in Cohen and Epler's court this offseason. They could pretty much starting pitching and bullpen. And I think by building a farm system, they're able to trade for those arms and get the guys they need. So, yeah. I agree with that.
Mets will be in good shape. I'm telling you, come this offseason. They got President Baseball Operations coming in. The reason they didn't buy heavily in 2022, I know a lot of people are pissed about that, because you're gonna have to give up the Alex Ramirez's, the Ronnie Mauricio's to get what in return in that 2022 deadline. Really, let's be honest. So I think that this is just a perfect storm, to be honest with you. With what they did last deadline was a little bit of a sneak peek in terms of what they were going to do in terms of prospect stacking. So, I mean, listen, guys, I get it. We're going to have to sit through Lucchesi, Carrasco, Peterson, McGill in the second half of the season. We will. That's undoubtedly true, and I get the frustrations with that. But we get to watch 2 months of that, and then we get to look forward to the prospects. Once the World Series champions get crowned this season, it's going to be an off-season grind, like Hayden just said. So, listen, I don't think this is the end of the world. It's going to suck up front. Hayden, you and I know football season's fastly approaching. We'll use our time to sort of waste our time and have some fun there. But yeah, man, the Mets are going to be fine. This Verlander deal, it was a win-win. I said this last night on the live stream. It was a win-win for the Mets. And guess what? They won. And maybe they didn't win in terms of what everybody expected the Mets to get out. I think that's the key disappointment here. But Drew Gilbert and Ryan Clifford, they're both in the top 100, right? And we have now depth in the outfield behind Alex Ramirez in the farm system. And like you just said, Mike Mayer ranking both those guys in the top 5 of the Mets farm system. So, yeah, man, I'm excited, and we'll see what happens. And yeah, that's all I can say. But I really want to see the money that's going to the Astros, because that's what's going to make or break my sort of rash analysis on this, because I want to see what sort of compensation, because that Verlander contract is a wacky one, so that's going to be hard to figure out the numbers on that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything out there yet as far as those numbers. It will be interesting to see. And listen, I mean, you can't argue it's going to be hard to build a whole new rotation next year. Maybe it doesn't pan out and we don't sign as many guys as we think. I know some fans would be pretty upset if we're not competing next year, but if it sets us up for 2025 and we can get Soto in here, or get some of these kids that are ready to contribute at the major league level, I'm okay with that too. Like we needed youth. I relying on these old guys just wasn't. I wasn't excited about it. It was tough. It was an uphill battle with doing that. You're just constantly worried if they're going to get hurt. They're just not the same pitchers that they were. I mean, you still got some older dudes on this team. Like we're stuck with Marte. He's basically falling apart. So we'll see how that works out for next year. There's still time. There's still moves to be made too. Well, we'll see what happens. I want to see what we get out of Pham. Is there a surprise deal to be made with some other guy? I did read that report that we were considering trading controllable pieces. I don't think that Pete is that guy, but who knows? Does that mean McNeil? I mean, I'd be happy with that. But I don't know. I don't know who they're. Sounds like Billy's got all the options open, and he's gonna do whatever he thinks is necessary to retool this team to what they envision for whatever the future is that they got. I don't know. It's just the options are wide open, and I kind of like that. I kind of like that if Stearns does come in, he's kind of got a clean slate, and he can just pick and choose what he wants to do. He's not stuck with Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer and guys like that. He has a blank slate, and he has a rotation he can build however way he sees fit. So
I'm curious because I see a lot of people in the comments are angry about, stuff that's happening this season. Like, I get being frustrated with the return for Verlander. That's one thing. But if you were mad at what happened with Max Scherzer in that deal and you wanted the Mets to buy this trade deadline, I'm sorry I can't help you in changing your mind. But I'm going to say that would be a little bit foolish. There's no way that this Mets team, even with buying at this deadline, would have been in any sort of contention for a World Series this year. And so if you're legitimately mad about getting rid of a guy like Robertson or Scherzer. Verlander's a different story. I know we're talking Verlander, but Robertson and Scherzer for sure, and the returns that they got out of those guys, then I really can't help you there. Those moves 100%. We can debate the Verlander thing all day, but that's what I'm going to say.
Little development. Hate to be the burden of bad news, but Tigers are close to trading Michael Lorenzen to the Phillies.
We'll see what happens.
We're not competing anyway. Like? So what do I care if the Phillies got better?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just think everyone's kind of upset and pissed off right now that, the Mets season is, well, I mean, it's been over since May, but I think people are kind of just upset that the season is kind of, pretty much nail in the coffin on August 1st or even before August, pretty much right now. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, like Chris said, and like everyone else is saying, just finish off the rest of this year and you'll go into the offseason. And I mean, you better hope and pray that, Cohen and Epler and this front office just goes nuts. And that they can compete next year. Because otherwise, if they're going to go in to this offseason and, I don't want to say be a little bit, relaxed and slow, but if that's the case, well, see you 2025 or 2026, but they got to go off. And then that'll get, I think Mets fans are upset, but, once the offseason comes and Epler goes off and Stearns comes in or whoever, then I think Mets fans will be more happy right now. I just think fans are very upset. This team had high expectations by no means. And I mean, they're probably going to lose 90 games. We could see Rob's back. Maybe not.
Looks like Rob's driving.
I was going to say he's picking up his cat, but maybe that's the curse of the cat. But, like I said, we'll see.
Listen, man, if the front office does not go all in this offseason, I will change my stance and I'll be mad, but I'll give them till the offseason to do what they got to do. And I'll reserve my judgments based off of that. But for right now, this is a win until further notice for me.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll see. I mean, prospects are just, prospects are those are just, those guys that, they could pan out, they cannot pan out. Like I said, we'll be sitting here probably in 2025 and 2026, and we'll have more of a definitive answer on, how did this day, August 1st, 2023, actually turn out for us.
Agreed. Rob, what's the status, man? We need to hear what your thoughts are on this Verlander. Give us a comprehensive, and then we want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. I don't think I'm mad about the return. So I think I just posted it on Twitter.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Rob. Are you on mute?
Say, can't really hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Sorry about that. I think my microphone was blocked. All right. So, can you hear me guys good?
Yep. Loud and clear.
So, I don't think the Met fans, I said it on Twitter, only Met fans can be mad about getting a number 1 and number 4 overall prospect in the team system. But I think they're just more mad at the fact of down the road, 2024. Who is in this rotation? Now, I keep on saying this, and I get ridiculed all the time. I do believe that Epler and Cohen know more about what Ohtani actually wants than everybody else knows. I don't think they're doing all this knowing that they have no shot at Ohtani. And I know that sounds crazy, but I don't think Cohen's that stupid to allow this to happen. Because even if you sign Urias and sign Yamamoto, what are you doing? Is that good enough? I don't know. So I think they know more about Ohtani and his desire to be on the East Coast, and it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of he wants the most money because, one, it's going to help more pitches down the road. I don't know. But I just feel like that's what I think. I think that these trades, it's not a coincidence. These trades happened not even 2 days before the Angels took Ohtani off the table. And I think that was a big eye-opener to the Mets because they thought he was going to get traded, and wherever he got traded, he wasn't leaving. And I think that was a big reason why they decided to make these moves now. Because only 2 days later, they traded Scherzer. 4 days later, they traded Scherzer and Verlander. That's the only thing I can think of.
I want to point out this comment by Captain Morgan. The Mets, and we'll get to what Heyman just tweeted. Actually, I'll say what Heyman just tweeted. Mets still working on deals after Verlander, Pham, Rayleigh being discussed. Narvaez could go too. So Mets are not going to be done today. I fully expect more trades, even outside of Pham, to happen. I think Narvaez is a good option to leave. We'll see about Rayleigh. But this comment from Captain Morgan is something that is 100% accurate. And I know there's this whole tampering thing with David Stearns or whatnot. You can't really talk to him before, he comes off the books of the Brewers or whatnot. But the thing is that the Mets, this is a good comment, Captain Morgan, shout out you. The Mets are wiping the financial ledger as clean as possible for David Stearns, who's expected to be hired as the Pobo this offseason. And I think that's 100% accurate. They are giving David Stearns full reign when he becomes the Pobo, and they don't want to give him what the last regime, aka Billy Epler, right? What he provided for this team. And start young, start fresh, get the extra expenses out the way that you save for Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander, and give David Stearns a nice, clean, fresh slate and not inheriting a mess to go back to from the 2023 season. So I think that's a good comment. I think it's pretty accurate. So we'll see if the Mets truly are going to commit to 2024. I think they will. And until they prove me wrong, that's just what I think. But I think that this is a clean slate for David Stearns. I think it's a good thing too.
I think one of the reasons fans are, not every fan, but a lot of fans are upset too, and maybe a little bit shell-shocked. I can't think, even in my lifetime, of another time that the Mets went into a trade deadline and tore it all down like this. Like, they've made little moves here and there. they've traded a couple guys, but never have they gone and traded 2 guys at the top of their rotation, a closer, a starting outfit. Like, this is a lot for one team to trade off in 1 year. And I think it's a little bit of a shell shock. And obviously, we had a lot of expectations. Nobody wants to lose. Some people do see that we're only 6 games back and are like wondering what we're doing. But if you really think about it, this team was never good enough to compete. They would have had to buy a lot to fix their problems. And I don't think, given that the goal has always been to build the farm system, trading away pieces to build onto a mediocre baseball team wasn't the way to go. So they decided we're going to tear it down. I know it's tough to swallow. Not everybody's going to be happy, but I mean, I kind of saw the writing on the wall for a while, and I expected. I didn't expect this much, to be honest. I would have never thought they would have traded both of them. I thought maybe one, but I like it. I like the idea of giving Stearns a blank slate. I like the idea of opening up more money for next year, whether that be for Ohtani or whoever else. And the idea of having lots of pieces that you could potentially trade off for a Burns or a Cease or whoever else may come available, because you don't know who might be available in the offseason. So I'm happy with it, but I understand fans that are upset. I understand the opposing view as well. It's not like I don't get it.
Anthony DeComo taking a stand on Twitter right now. "Quote unquote, those who reject this strategy will dislike this deal no matter what I say. I've been called worse than a homer. Those taking a long-term view can see that the Mets just achieved a years-long rebuild over the course of a week. Some short-term pain to avoid a much worse slog," he says. So, yeah, I mean, Anthony DeComo giving his thoughts on this deadline. He just said it. 2 years, maybe even 3, takes you to build those prospects in the farm that we just got in the course of a week. So just don't ignore that fact. Either way, whichever stance you take, just don't ignore that fact. And that's right from Anthony DeComo himself.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I overall think that just fans are upset. Like I said, whether you're what are they, like 6 games out of the wild card, 5 games under 500. I guess the thing is each team has a different approach and a different I guess just a different approach on how they want to handle the deadline. I mean, and it's crazy to say this, but 2-3 games really determine if a team in general is going to buy or sell. Look at the Cubs. I read this on Twitter 10 days ago. The Mets and Cubs had the same exact record. I think they were both 8 games under. Now the Cubs went on like a 7-game win streak, and they're over 500, and they're buying, and they're going to go for it. Where a team like the Mets had a similar stretch. I think they went 7-3 or something like that, and they're whatever the term you want to use for this deadline. So yeah, I mean, it's really crazy. I mean, it goes to show you. I mean, I could select a handful of games from this Mets season, and if they won those games, would they have went all in? I don't really, and I agree with Nelson. I don't really think this is the roster right now to even, even if you still have Robertson and Scherzer and Verlander, I still don't even think that roster was a playoff. They would have got their ass beat against Atlanta. They would have got whooped, swept, everything. This bullpen, forget about it. I mean, your starter goes 5 innings, your bullpen will give up 10 runs. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, and I think it's interesting that you bring up the point of how hard it is to really build a farm system. I mean, the Mets, I couldn't tell you what they were last year at this time, but they weren't that high in the farm system. I mean, outside of Alvarez, Vientos, Beatty, and Mauricio, you had a good 4, and then, 5 to 30 was, we'll see. So the fact is that this farm system is going to be loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a top 3, top 5 farm system this offseason. You see teams like the Mariners, like the Marlins. Say we want about the Mariners this season, but these teams are coming out, after having really good farm systems. So yeah, we'll see with the Mets. I mean, I hope, like I said, I don't know how many of these guys are going to have an impact for next year. They could have an impact in terms of getting people. I think that could be the direct impact, like people saying, "Oh, this guy isn't ready until 2026." Yeah, but maybe you could trade him and get something out of him, so they do have an impact. So he could serve a purpose to some extent. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just really at a loss of words. I mean, like Nell said, I mean, I couldn't. 21 years old. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw the Mets get rid of two top tier pitchers, their closer, and like I said, I don't really think this is a rebuild. Like people are saying, rebuild. Rebuild is if they would get rid of Lindor, Alonso. Listening. Every team's going to listen. Like I said, teams have listened on Aaron Judge in the past. Teams have listened on Ronald Acuna Jr. in the past. Teams have listened on Derek Jeter in the past. This would be a rebuild if the Mets get rid of guys that are here long term. Regardless of performance, McNeil, Nimmo, Lindor, Diaz, I would say Alonso too. Any of those guys go, yeah, I think every fan would probably have the right to boycott next season. Like I said, Cohen can build all the chicken sandwiches and scoreboards he wants, but if you want to fill those stands, I mean, otherwise you're going to be competing with Oakland for the attendance. But
something you gotta remember too is the guys we traded, and to your point that this isn't a rebuild. These are 40-year-old pitchers we're trading here. These aren't young guys. Like these are guys that are in the twilight of their careers. Yeah, they were signed for another year or two, but this isn't like we're trading our 30-year-old ace. We're trading 40-year-old pitchers that, let's be honest, are on the downside of their careers and they're pitching worse. Even if Verlander had pitched a little better, they're all pitching worse than they have. Robertson was maybe at his peak, but he's a reliever. He's a guy you can re-sign next year. So I don't know, just something to keep in mind. Like we're not trading like young in their prime players here. We're trading old vets that didn't work out for us, and now we stocked up our farm system. And you're right, it's probably going to be a top 5 system in all of baseball, I'd imagine, for sure.
Yeah. And not only that, Nelson, not only are you trading these guys who are past their primes anyways, maybe Verlander is a little bit closer to what he, usually is than Scherzer, is for sure. But you traded them to the American League anyway, so they're not going to haunt you like they would if you traded them, to like a San Fran or to like the Dodgers or the Braves. So, listen, man, I get it. People are mad, but yeah, besides the Dodgers, maybe the Orioles, the Marlins. What other farm systems are competing with the Mets right now as it currently stands with all these prospects coming in? I can't think of maybe only past a handful of organizations. And the depth, not only just having that top 5, but the depth behind, that 5th spot in your pipeline. And Hayden said it last year, it was only those top 4 or 5 guys. And now we have a breadth of, just a compiling list. I think you can make a strong case 1 through 12, 1 through 13 is going to be a serviceable, whether it's, getting called up to the major league team whenever they're ready or being used in trade. These guys are useful 1 through 13, not just 1 through 4 or 5 anymore. So it's important. It's really important. And like everyone's saying in the comments, 100%, this plain and simple, this season was a disaster for the New York Mets. 100%. 100%. But there's a way to salvage a disaster season, and it wasn't a disaster because of the trade deadline. It was a disaster before the trade deadline. So that's what I'll say about that.
Yeah, the season ended in May.
Exactly.
Before anyone else goes, I do have to jump off here. Again, appreciate you guys. Chris, I'll see you in a little over an hour for our little show. But hang in there, everybody. It'll be okay, I promise. Let's go, Mets. Thanks again, guys.
Take care, Nelson.
See you, Nelson. Yeah, we're going to be going live on our channels at 5 o'clock to cover the last hour of the deadline too. So, yeah, we'll be go ahead doing that. And I just got a report, the tweet here from Joel Sherman. Some teams are interested in some catchers as well. Rays, Diamondbacks, and Marlins looking at catchers. So Rangers as well. So we'll see. And the Rangers, I think Jonah Heim's their catcher, right? If I'm not mistaken. But I mean, a backup catcher like Narvaez could land in one of those teams' laps as well. So we'll monitor that situation as well.
Yeah. Guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So, I know people are talking about like, oh, how are you going to fill a rotation next year? And do Mets fans forget only a year ago that for 13 weeks out of the season last year, the Mets did not have one ace in their rotation with DeGrom out for the half a season and the oblique injury by Scherzer? Most solid starter, Chris Bassett, right? He was basically our de facto ace. Everybody else was probably best the number 4 and number 5 starter. Peterson, McGill, Walker, Carrasco. That's how the Mets won last year. Did we all forget that? And when fans, I see it on Twitter, like, how are you filling the rotation? The Mets won 101 games without Scherzer and Scherzer and DeGrom for 13 weeks last year. So it doesn't take a top of the line rotation to win anything. It comes down to the people that you expect in your lineup and in your bullpen to do the job to do it, right? We relied so much last year on Peterson and McGill last year, and that was one of the big reasons why we won a lot of games as well, along with giving Bassett getting a solid start from him every single time. That's the way I see it. Maybe I'm crazy and an idiot, I guess, but that's the way I see it.
No, and that point as well. M Easy in the comments said that a little bit ago. He said, he's tired of the Mets, investing in these pitchers, long-term expensive contracts for pitchers when the new era of baseball seems to be starters going 5 innings, maybe even 4, and your bullpen has to take over. Get those mid-level bullpen arms, spend money on that. And then we'll see what the starters can go. Obviously, it's better and it's more ideal for a starter to go 6 or 7. We saw that with the Mets record when starters went 6 or 7 versus not. But it's not necessary. To your point, last year they won a bunch of games without those top starters there, mixing and matching with injuries and all that good stuff. So shout out Cal Stone over here as well. People go crazy for teams that are young / homegrown. Look at the 1986 Mets. The 2006 Mets led with Wright and Reyes. The 2015 Mets with the vaunted starting rotation. He said the Mets are going to be a terrific mix of young and homegrown starting in 2024. It's exciting. I think that's a great take. That's a great take by Cal Stone. So definitely agree with that notion.
Yeah, I agree. Just so everybody knows, I'm probably going to end the stream at 4 o'clock only because I want people in my stream to go to the Interstate Report, Mets Report with Chris and Nelson. I want to go over to them, subscribe to their channels. I think you had enough of me, definitely. I mean, you guys are sick of me by now. I get that, and that's understandable. So at 4, how about we just say our final thoughts? I'll end the stream, and then Chris and Nelson can work on their own stream and do what they got to do, and Hayden can find another hat to wear on the next stream. How about that? Since we are all very upset.
Works with me.
All right, so okay, guys. Hayden, you want to start with your final thoughts?
So yeah, Mets talk with Hayden. Yeah, I mean, came on this stream and I was somewhat happy, and now I am pretty, I guess, upset is the term to use. But you know what? I think every Met fan is upset. It's nothing new. While Mets still exists in 2023. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, we saw a couple moves, a couple trades. Obviously, so far the subtractions that we've seen have been David Robertson, Max Scherzer, and then obviously now Justin Verlander. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is how it goes. Sometimes they're bad, but hey, when they win it all, it's times like this that make it feel a lot better. So, like I said, I'm really kind of at a loss of words. I'm not really sure what to say, but like I said, yeah, that is true. I'm never happy. I guess I said, like I said, we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't be surprised if Narvaez, Pham, and that's really it. I mean, unless I'm blanking anyone on that's big, but really Narvaez and Pham are probably the only two guys that I think will go. Maybe Rayleigh and maybe Ottavino, but that's max. And yeah, like I said, almost hitting 4:00 here on the East Coast. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe. I'm one subscriber away from 100. So if someone can please subscribe, I would really appreciate that. Let's get to 800 subscribers. At least that could make me happy. But yeah, it was great coming on here, Rob, Chris, and Nelson. And yeah, let's go Mets. Mets Talk with Hayden is the name. I said it a lot in 2021. I'm going to say it now. Raging is the game. I'm probably going to have to bring back the rages. Rob knows my historical rages. Those were pretty legendary in 2021.
Yes.
Frank the Tank style. So yeah, I love GM. Let's go Mets. And let's go Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Chris, your final thought.
I appreciate it. I haven't seen one of Hayden's rages just yet, but hopefully maybe that's in the works, so we'll see. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. This is a great live. I enjoyed doing this with you, the Roundtable podcast as well. Always a good time with Hayden, Nelson, and Rob, first and foremost. Yeah, at CPNY Sports, I streamed the other segment of this live to my audience. I didn't get a chance to do that here on this one, but always appreciate it. We'll be going live at 5 p.m. for the Interstate Mets Report. But yeah, you know, you guys are great. This coverage is the best. We'll see what sort of deals the Mets can strike between now and 6 o'clock. Rob, I'm sure, you know, we'll see some more content from you as well, whether it's in the stream or maybe a short or whatnot. So always looking out for your stuff. I appreciate the opportunity to be up here with you guys. You guys do, you know, some of the best work I've seen, especially in the YouTube game. So keep doing what you're doing. And, you know, until the next time, whenever we're able to get back on with one another, whether it's the roundtable or just another impromptu live, just let me know.
Absolutely, guys. So great job by Nelson and Chris, especially last night, holding it down for me while I was trying to get 2 hours of sleep. They did a great job. Hayden, of course, always popping on to my channel, helping me out. So listen, guys, the Mets got younger. The Mets built a farm system, top 10 farm system in a week, as DeComo said. Listen, it is what it is at this point. Enjoy the rest of the year. You know, just see the young kids play. Let's see what we get from this team. Maybe a couple of top prospects might surprise us, and just see what happens in the offseason. I think the Mets are going to make a big trade. I said Corbin Burns, and I think they are going to go for Ohtani. I think this is the big reason why they traded Scherzer and Verlander. So at this point, just enjoy the rest of the season as much as you can. There's no stress anymore as a Mets fan, right? You got 2 months of stress-free baseball. Enjoy it, because you're going to be stressed out next year, guaranteed. So with that said, Nelson, Hayden, Chris, thank you so much for tuning in and this whole damn marathon that I probably never do again. So everybody have a great day. Have a great night. Enjoy the last 2 hours of the deadline. And let's go Mets, guys. Have a great night, guys.
Let's go
Mets.